minutes left before the game begins, on air in 1 minute. Welcome to the Mubadala Arena. This is day 3, round 3, game 3 of the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals in Abu Dhabi. First up on our slate today, a fascinating matchup that carries a championship destination for either Dubai Basketball or EA7 Milan. Two teams that were successful in round 2. And for Milan, you look at the slate of games for the day, you've got Dubai versus Milan, then Barcelona and Mega in Group A, and then we close out this afternoon, Real Madrid against Incept of Paris, and then Žalgiris, Kaunas, and overtime elite at the USA. In Group B, Žalgiris have already qualified, as no one can catch them. Overtime elite, who they play today, even with a defeat for Žalgiris, cannot be caught. For Milan, well, the recipe is simple. Victory for them, and they qualify for the finals, where they will match up against Žalgiris Kaunas. Dubai Basketball, even with that minus 46 points differential, if they win today and Barcelona were to lose, they would qualify for the finals. So with Milan, when you've got the most simple recipe, no complications, no worry about points difference or anything of that nature. Just keep winning. They've won their first 2 games, and the manner of those victories have been pretty consistent. This team passes the ball for fun. They shoot the ball exceptionally well, and they defend like hound dogs. We look at the roster. Short-handed, only 10 players on the team sheet for Milan. That's been the case each game so far, and every single one has contributed. That's something special here. There's no dead weight on this team, that's for sure. There's been the leading scorers that we focus on, but even when one of their best players doesn't necessarily step up, they've had somebody fill the breach. No such problems for this man here, Kile Lunati. Career performance in victory over Barcelona in round 2. Averaging 35 minutes per game. Had 7 3-pointers in victory over Barcelona yesterday. An absolutely outstanding shooter of the basketball. There's no other way to describe it. There's another player who had a career performance on a different level in game 2, Diego Garavaglia, who has really raised his game to the next level since he's been in these finals. You look at his averages, we focus on the scoring. Had 28 points in the first game and then put up a big performance in game 2, but he also had 5 block shots in that game yesterday. Shows how committed he is defensively, not just the scorer. For Dubai Basketball, well, we look at just 14 years of age, Bakary Doucouré. What a prospect for the future this young man is. 10 points, 16 rebounds in their victory over Mega Super Belgrade in round 2. With Dubai, we focus very much on the game too. The averages are almost irrelevant because they were destroyed by Barcelona. They've got a record breaker of their own on this team, Tomislav Vukovic. Just 17 years of age, the Croatian shooter. There's no other way to describe it because shooting is what he does.
15, Baptiste
All the
Silva.
time.
Number 16,
Leader
Ricardo
for a single
Forini.
game of made 3
Number
points as he
17,
dropped
Guglielmo
9 bombs
Youssef.
in the
Number
victory
19,
over
Luigi
Belgrade in
Spigo.
round 2.
Number 22, Akil
Maybe look at the full
Lonati.
roster for
Number 23, Diego
Dubai.
Garavaglia.
And again, you
Number
have to throw
24,
out the
Giovanni
defeat, the
Cordonino.
64-point defeat to
Number
Barcelona
25,
as
Mattia
an outlier.
Giocato.
That's not the way this
Number
team
30,
is made.
Mattia
That's not the way
Grassi.
they play.
Number 31, Federico
They
Pijevic.
work exceptionally
Number
well as a
34,
group.
Falu Mbao. Number 35, Brian Angeletti.
Or ripped
Number 41, Ricardo Cristan.
Mega
And head
Belgrade
coach
to
Michel
shreds.
Catalani.
They do the same
Next
thing
up, we
again
meet the
here
home team,
today against
Dubai
this
Basketball
formidable Milan
Club.
team.
At number 4,
Will
Diop
have
Bana.
a shot, albeit
Number
it is
5,
an
Emmanuel
outside
Manolopoulos.
of
Number
reaching
6, Sopenas
finals
Aswolas.
the 2025
Number 7,
Adidas
Gustav Vilkas.
Generation EuroLeague
Number 8, Tomislav
will be
Vukovic.
played
Number 9, Andy
on Sunday
Huelves.
the 25th
Number
of May.
10,
Just so
Mamadou
happens to be
Nimaga.
your commentator's
Number
birthday.
11, Miguel Brandaka. Number 12,
Introduction
Bakary
for
Gokour.
Dubai
Number 13, Anil Alyanak.
club, just in its
Number 14, Simon
second season, of course. They
Number 15, Rodrigo Choitramani.
hosted
And
a
head coach Slaven.
next-gen qualifying tournament. They were invited, they got in here as a wild card, as an invitation. And they have certainly been good value for their appearance. After they lost by 64, I think everybody thought that maybe they were just here for a little bit of fun, but they have reveled and really raised up. And credit to their head coach, Slaven Rimats, who picked up the pieces of a broken team. He was by 64 points. Believe me when I tell you that you will feel a little bit broken, but they came back with a fire in their belly, and once they got the bit between their teeth, they really took care of business against Belgrade. But Milan, well, they've taken care of business against everybody they've matched up with so far. Mega, they were losing by 2 points at halftime, took them down by 18. Barcelona, a lot of people had as the prime team to come out of Group A. Coach Catalani had his charges ready, and it's the commitment defensively that I have to comment is so impressive for me. Now, these young men, aged between 13, 14, and 18, what they do is they just, they love to shoot, they love to score, but this group, Milan, and the same is true of Dubai, certainly against Mega, they've got a commitment to play defense that is a joy to behold. Watch the Turkish Airlines EuroLeague semi-finals of the Final Four. Just 12 hours or so ago, you would have seen how defense is what got Fenerbahce and Monaco to the championship game that they will decide also on your commentator's birthday, Sunday night. Our officials for this game ready for action in this one. Crew chief is Franco Gatti. Always hope the officials have a nice, easy day at the office. Of course, they are trying to marshal, police, is that the word you want to use? Administer, make sure that these two teams have the best chance of fulfilling their potential in a game that has got a lot riding on it. Smiles all round for the officials. Well, this is some serious business for the referees as well at this competition, because they all are being reviewed, checked, examined by the senior officiating crew. And a reminder for those of you watching live on the Generation EuroLeague YouTube channel or EuroLeague TV. Please do add your comments. We have got our avid reporter David Hine on hand. You've heard me say this once, you've heard me say it 1,000 times. I am so in awe of the knowledge that gentleman has about these youngsters. Not just now, but going back years. He follows every young player. All well and good to do it when you follow him in the EuroLeague players because there's 1,000 links, 1,000 opportunities. But he's the source of information for most of these young men. What if he follows their social media handles? As I say, live around the world. A global audience watching this. You don't be put off by the empty seats in the stands. There are scouts and high-ranking general managers from professional clubs across the globe that are drooling over the talent that is on show here in the Mubadala Arena in Abu Dhabi. Once again, I say thank you to our hosts. We are being treated with the highest standard of respect since we've been here. Nothing has been too much. The locals have been so friendly, so helpful. But the main business of what we're here for is about to get underway. Game 3, round 3 if you like, of the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. This is Group A action. Dubai Basketball versus EA7 Emporio Armani Milan. Victory for Milan puts them in the championship game on Sunday against Žalgiris Kaunas. Victory for Dubai, and they would have a shot, and it would put a lot of pressure on Barcelona to make sure that they do not lose to Mega, who've already been eliminated. It will be Gigi Swigo and Bakary Doucouré with the jump ball, which is up and controlled by Dubai. Straight away, Manolopoulos goes straight to work, draws the foul, makes the jump shot. And that first play of the game, you see from behind is Achille Lenati, commits it. You see immediately that victory over Mega was no fluke for Dubai. If anything, the outlier was indeed being ripped apart by Barcelona, maybe a little bit intimidated by the atmosphere. First trip to the finals for Dubai. We'll find out now as they go on defense. Lunati swings around, very passive. We're going to talk an awful lot about the passing between Lunati, Ciccato and Garavaglia. We better try and do something about Manos Manolopoulos. Got 5 points in a hurry. Had 8 points in the victory over Mega. Got a perfect 3 from 3. 2-point shooting. Doesn't shoot threes very much, Manolopoulos. You look at the scouting report, you know exactly what he's going to do. He's going to get the ball and go to the basket. Portolino drops off inside to Swigo, who should make that 2 meters 20. 18-year-old. About as close to being a veteran as what you can have at this stage of their careers. And this youngster here, Andy Duelves, coming off a 22-point, 10-assist double-double in the victory against Mega. Garavaglia now brings it up the court, finds Ciccato. Mattia Ciccato, 3 rims in, rims right back out. Well, the jump shots of Milan are crucial. This team shoots 45% from 3. So Dubai, if they can hold that number down to 35 or even 30%, they will feel very confident about the prospects for them winning this game. Duelves 3 points is off the mark. Lunati drives, misses, but there, Swigo gets to follow up and lays it home. And Luigi Swigo, GG to his friends. Suffered with foul trouble in both games so far. He's had a bright start here, scoring all 4 of Milan's points. Given his skill set and ability, I have to say he is overdue a big one. And they could do with that. Given the start Dubai has had, Welves draws the foul. He will go to the line. Steps through. There's the foul committed by Ciccato, Mattia Ciccato, who had an outstanding game in round 1 against Mega and was just hampered with foul trouble throughout game 2 against Mega. I probably feel he's got an opportunity to right the wrongs of the day before. For Andy Welves, he's going to have his hands full. Welves has shown that he is certainly a confident young man, and he loves his basketball IQ, which is something we talk about a lot. It means his players know how to play and get a natural air for the game. Some of the things that players like Welves can do, don't teach that. He knows where to be on the court, when to go to the basket. Offensive rebound for Swigo, and then Achille Lunate picks up right where he's left off every game so far. He makes the first 3-point bucket of the game, and Milan take their first lead, 7 points to 6. Welves trying to find Manolopoulos in the corner. Pass is broken up. It will remain Dubai possession. 11 on the shot clock. Simon Gradin answers the 3-pointer of Milan with one of his own, the Argentinian big man. Only joined this team very recently. Certainly embracing what his coach has asked him to do so far. Lunate, oh, what a stroke. Remind you folks, this kid's 18 years of age. Sorry for calling him kid. I mean, he's 40 years younger than me, so I guess I get away with it. But the shooting stroke is something that develops over time. To have something that's so pure as that at his age is a joy to behold, as is the agility of 13, nearly 14 years of age, Bakari Doucouré. Puts the ball on the deck, crossover dribble, speed, agility, draws the foul. Swigo not happy with it. Doucouré will go to the line. Doucouré, 11 points, 16 rebounds. Victory over Mega Belgrade. And that was his first miss at the free throw line in the competition. Rebound goes to Dubai. They renew the shot clock, 14 seconds for them. Welves catch, jump shot is off the mark. Valiant with the defensive rebound. So a quick substitution there by Milan. Brian Angeletti replacing Luigi Swigo. Bear in mind, Swigo has racked up fouls in each of the first 2 games, so it's probably a smart move by Coach Catalani. And I have to say this, the coaches don't get enough plaudits shaping the careers of these young men. Great pass there from Ferrand. A little wraparound pass from Angeletti. Justifying the faith of his coach, putting him into the game easy, early with the slam dunk. You get back to the coaches, the likes of Rimats, Catalani. Very different coaching these youngsters versus taking on the finished product. As much teacher as coach. Although I have to say, in Lunate and there, Tomislav Vukovic, You don't teach them how to shoot the ball like that. They can just do it. Angeletti with his first three-point attempt of the finals. There's nothing but net. Milan take the lead once more. It's a whistle. It's an illegal screen that has been called. They've caught it on Doucouré. Doucouré, who fouled out in quick fashion in round one against Barcelona. There you see him leaning in. That's a good call by the referee. Vukovic, hungry. He set the bar for the all-time single game performance from three-point shooting. Made 9. Something that only been done 2 or 3 times before. 8 have been done 2 or 3 times before. No one's ever done 9. But Lenati has the ability to get there. And Omar Karem, well, he's got some ability as well. He didn't have the best game of his career in round one against Belgrade, but he made huge points, huge baskets. He made 7 points at the crucial time in the victory over Barcelona. And see how that confidence is carried over into this game. This is the confidence of this young man here, Manos Manolopoulos. We're going to see a lot of him in the future. Maybe relatively or comparatively short compared to the other players out on the floor. But Manolopoulos turns 18 on Monday. Sorry, Manos, we won't be celebrating your birthday when it's mine. You have to wait till you're on the way home. Goes to the line where he makes the first free throw. Goes to 6 points personal. And remains perfect whenever he has shot the ball in this game. Gets his team back within a deuce. Dubai 15, Milan 17. Midway through the first quarter. Milan able to move the ball around the outside comfortably. Garavaglia taking off on the cut to the basket. There's the foul there. Vukovic stepping across. On the inbounds. Karem finds Lunati. Well, what we could do is just clear the court, let Lunati and Vukovic just shoot until one of them misses, and that decides the winner. What a beautiful stroke Lunati has. 9 points for him. 3 of 3 beyond the arc. Gradin squares up. Tries to muscle his way against Garavaglia. He gets the miss. There's Angeletti with a big rebound. And in transition, Lunati with the pump fake and the drive, and does not get the foul. We've got Andy Welbez, who's gone down in some pain. I'd say there was a well, of course now Lunati's looking at the referee and saying, well, if that wasn't a foul, why is he on the floor in agony? I think it was Lunati protecting the ball with his body and his left leg. Maybe Welbez is a little bit winded. There's the fake. Lunati drives much to the left. Oh, I'm not sure. Didn't quite see the contact. See why the referee did not call a foul though. But Welbez is up and ready for action. Looking to receive the inbound pass from Vukovic, and he's being guarded now by Karem. Dubai in possession, trailing by 5. Welbez drives, drops off to Gradin. He's found a formidable force in Garavaglia in the low post, and then in transition, it is Guglielmo Yusuf with his first bucket of the game, and we get a timeout called from Coach Rimat and Dubai. They trail by 7. The rebound and the fast break opportunity converted by Milan, gives them a 7-point lead. Timeout Dubai. They trail 15 points to 22.
5. Fist 5. Fist 5. Boom. They switch. Head. Regular head. They will switch. They will switch. Okay, here 1-5. Tomo stay here. Gustav go for a. Gustav just clear here. Okay, and Tomo go screen. When they switch, after the switch, I razumijem? Do you understand? So after switch, Andy stay with their defensive 5, then you go for a goal screen.
Now, as you listen to the timeout from Coach Rimat in Dubai, you see the dignitaries in attendance here. So it's an important time for the officials, the referees, the administration. This is a practice to go on the big stage. Sold out Etihad Arena for the championship game on Sunday. Remarkable atmosphere in there on Friday night for the semi-finals. But back here, Andy Welves goes to the cup and gets fouled, and he will shoot free throws. They've called that on Lenati. That will be number 2 on him. We'll see if Coach Catalani wants to risk his best shooter, keep him in the game in the first quarter with 2 fouls. I would expect him to be substituted, but let's see. There's the horn. And here comes the sub. Lenati makes his way to the bench, and Matteo Ciccato, enigmatic point guard, enters the action. Lenati sits down with 9 points, but 2 fouls. And Ciccato takes over point guard duties, guarded by Vukovic. Guillermo Youssef comes to the board, tries to drop off to Garavaglia. Gets the ball back, shot clock winding down. Ciccato through, kicks the corner. Garavaglia. This is the jump shot, the hustle. This is what Milan does. They dive, they scrap, they scrape, and bodies fly everywhere. And eventually the ball ends up in the hands of Dubai, who show they are equal to the challenge for hustling for the loose ball. Welves kicks to Vukovic, he's open. You know what that means. Tomislav Vukovic. Never seen a shot he didn't like and didn't think he could make. He's 2 of 2 from deep. And Dubai are back within 2 points, 20-22. Karem misses from the same range. Momentum swings in favor of Dubai. Welves keeps the ball, drives, and gets fouled on the way to the rack. That'll be Angeletti, who is guilty of the infraction. Welves will go to the line and shoot 2 free throws. See the shot from Vukovic. Same with Vukovic and Lenati both. It's not just the ability to shoot the ball. You can teach a monkey how to shoot a basketball. It's the speed with which they can release it. So if they catch it feet set, the shot is away before a defender can react. There's certain strategies you can use. If you want to slow him down, you put a bigger player on him. You notice that Milan has got Diego Garavaglia trying to guard him because he's got some length. But if they get that separation and they get space, they almost put the points on the board before that shot has left their hands. Violation on the second free throw, so ball goes to Milan, keeping a 1-point lead. We're at the back end of the first quarter, just about 2 minutes left till the end of the period. 6-0 run for Dubai. Karem keeps firing away from deep, and that's why. He made a little burst of 7 points against Barcelona in game 2, and he really has maintained the momentum off the back of that. He goes to 5 points. The lead is 4. Vilcans finds Vukovic. Well, everybody in the stadium and probably hundreds of thousands around the world thought that was going to go to the bucket, and he wasn't far off. But then at the other end, there's a turnover. As Karem commits the cardinal sin in basketball, receives the pass and stands on the sideline. You know, as the joke goes over the years, the basketball court is the same. Every basketball court in the world is the same size and an official standing. And you've been practicing inside those lines throughout your career. This is Vilcans with the drive. Kicks, Welves, jab step. Draws the contact, gets the foul, gets the bucket. Andy Welves got Karem on his heels. And he plows to the basket. There, that jab step there gets Karem off balance. And there, Karem in trying to recover, commits the foul and sends the Spanish point guard to the line. Final minute of the first period. Dubai 23, Milan 25. Zwigo can't handle the pass. Karem tries to draw the charge, commits the blocking foul. That'll be his second. And there will be more free throws for Dubai. The young Gustav Vilcans will go to the stripe. Vilcans, another youngster, just 15 years of age, number 7. Didn't get any court time in the victory over Mega yesterday. And the young Latvian is very keen to show what he can do here in a game that has a lot riding on it. We're all square, 25 points apiece. Chicato guarded by Vukovic. Garavalia guarded by Nemaga. Excuse me, by Bandaka. And then Garavalia drives, doesn't get a foul call. And here comes Manolopoulos. You know what he's doing? Well, he goes down the court at a rate of knots, then pulls it back. Vukovic drives, tries to reverse layup. Luigi Zwigo says no. Omar Karem kicks the corner. Chicato drops to Garavalia. No foul called. A lot of physical body contact there. Credit Vilcans for standing tall. Manolopoulos to the rack. Drops off, and it's a turnover. Karem does not get the shot away in time. Well, an exciting first 10 minutes of action. Milan stretched out to a lead. Come back from the first scores from Dubai. But they've tied it up at the end of one. Dubai 25, EA7 Milan 25. Well, first quarter highlights. Manos Manolopoulos, who opened his account with the first bucket of the game. An important bucket because of the first foul on Achille Lunate. Milan had a lot of success early on going to Luigi Zwigo. Then they went back to tight. Started relying on the three-point shooting. I think that they could have a lot of success inside. Dubai clearly are prepared for the three-point shooting of Milan. Nothing you can do much about their fast breaking because this team really gets out and runs and converts. But Dubai have shown they've got some skills themselves. They've been fouled behind by 7 points. They've got back, and at the end of one, it's no small part thanks to the shooting of Tomislav Vukovic. We are all tied up at 25 points apiece. All right, look at the stats there. Dubai, 10 of 14 at the free throw line. That's the difference that's kept them in it because Milan have not shot a free throw yet. And why has Milan not shot a free throw? Well, I said there has been some contact. They've done they shoot a lot of jump shots. So in doing that, you're not drawing contact, where Dubai are penetrating to the basket. Coach Catalani, I think he might be considering trying to put the ball in the hands of Gigi Swigo some more. But what he really wants his team to knuckle down defensively. I think Swigo could be the key to this game for Milan. Played well when he stayed out of foul trouble. But of course, his team have become accustomed to not playing with him. He's a really formidable weapon. If they put the ball in his hands, good things will happen. Second quarter underway. Milan with possession, and they start with another 3-pointer. Diego Garavaglia, who's been hot as you like in the first two games, is now 0 of 6 shooting the basketball. Valves. Cross court, Manolopoulos misses the 3. Offensive rebound, the tuck. Anil Alyanak. Chicato down in the post. They move the ball. Karem shoots the 3. Well, this defensive strategy from Dubai is working out really well so far, because they're not taking away the threes of everybody at Milan. They're leaving them open from deep. And Milan are forcing a little bit. Meanwhile, Dubai is shooting the shots that work for them. And young Gustav Vilchans gets the first bucket of the game, field goal for him. He goes to 5 points. And Dubai take the lead once more. You see Swigo not really demanding the basketball. Chicato converts the runner. Chicato with his first points of the game. Valves. This is the 3, but the hustle play there from Vilchans keeps it alive, but it goes out of bounds. It will be Milan possession. Substitution for Milan. First opportunity for us to see Mattia Grassi, who had a huge bucket at the end of the game against Barcelona. Well, they played as an awesome unit against Barcelona. It has to be said, they were so impressive as a group. I'm not surprised after 3 days that maybe a little bit of fatigue kicks in. Donati misses the 3. Grassi, though, says, yeah, that was no fluke, the bucket I made to seal the victory against Barca. Milan by 2. And Vilchans, well, for somebody who didn't get any court time in game 2 and just a little in game 1, he has come out gangbusters here, drawing the foul. This time Garavaglia will send the young Latvian to the free throw line to shoot 2 more. Dubai now 10 of 15 at the free throw line. It's 15 free throws in 12 minutes. Make that 16, of which they've made 11. That'll keep you in a lot of games, that's for sure, especially when the opposition had not shot 1 free throw yet. Milan beats Swigo. Swigo is going to get the first free throw. And you see what they've got, the advantage you have in a player like Swigo. At 2 meters 20, you just throw the ball up in the air, he can go get it. Despite the efforts of Anil Alyanak, the foul is always on the cards. There's the slap down. Swigo's got great soft hands around the rim. Shoots from deep as well, although he hasn't made one so far in the finals. Swigo now 6 points, 4 rebounds, 2 blocks, and a free throw to come. Milan by 4, 33-29. Valves leads the attack for Dubai. Takes the screen from Decore. Chicato just does not want Vukovic to tuck the ball back there. Shot clock running down. Valves Well guarded by Garavaglia, has to step back and make the three. Andy Welves, what a bucket from him. Swigo wisely gives it back to his point guard so he can work down low. And there you see the bet. Well, he's got to make the shot. But that's exactly the kind of basketball that Milan can win with. Vukovic, oh! Well, Dubai playing like a team possessed. The reverse layup from Vukovic. Lunati tries to answer by going to Swigo. Can he get the ball up in the air? The answer is yes. And he's fouled on the way up. It was Decore. That will be his second. Alionak definitely gets away with a foul there. I think they're going to call that on Decore from behind. But the step back jump shot from Welves. And the nifty reverse layup from Tomislav Vukovic turns a 4-point deficit to a 1-point lead. Swigo misses the first free throw. Looking to tie things up with the second. 34 points for both teams here. Substitution. Rodrigo Chathramani replacing Gustav Vilchans. And how's about that for a finish there? Vukovic says, I'm not just a three-point shooter, Mr. Commentator. Nice pass downstairs. Decore gets to finish up the great pass from Welves. Welves now has 4 assists. Decore with his first field goal, he goes for 3 points. Grassi. Grassi, another 3-point weapon that Milan have at their disposal. He's made 2. We've already had 10 lead changes, and we're not even midway through the second quarter. Chatramani steps through, can't convert the hook shot. Transition opportunity. Garavaglia misses the 3-point shot. Swigo putting pressure on the ball handler Welves. I think the referee has called him for a foot on the baseline. Garavaglia, well, it's a foot on the line, long 2. Watch the feet underneath. Yeah, there you go. We can take your pick, travel or violation. Either way, Milan possession. Swigo in the post is the solution here. They get him down low. He moves it on. Lunati recovers from the pressure of Vukovic, and he makes his 4th 3-point bucket in the game. Welves, the spin, has his pass rejected. Swigo tries to get Grassi the lead for fast break, but stolen back by Alionak. Finds Welves. Dubai need to settle things down. There's no time to settle it down as Welves shoots the jump shot. Garavaglia with his 5th rebound, and he goes coast to coast for the layup. Diego Garavaglia with his first made shot of the game. Gives Milan a 6-point lead, and we've got a timeout that's been called by Dubai. Garavaglia with the rebound, and then this time he shows great composure. Anticipates the physical contact. What you love about that is he commits to making the bucket. Timeout Dubai. They trail 36 points to 42.
Doesn't matter this one, which one is better. Okay. Look, it starts from here. 4 men here, 5 men here. Okay. Okay, Simone, come here. Okay. Pass. Tomo. Receive the ball. Rodrigo will cut. He tried to put the ball on low post for Rodrigo against 22. If 22 is not on him, then just play regular motion. If 22 is on him, Okay, put the ball inside. Huh? You understand?
Let's go, come on.
Let's go.
Dubai on 3, 1, 2, 3.
See and pass.
Well, what you heard in that timeout there from Coach Remats is he wants Achille Lenati to get his third foul. That's all he wants. He's drawn up a play to try and get Lenati on the switch against his chosen offensive player. Milan with this switching defense, which is very much part of the modern game at the professional level at least. Teams switch on all screens. Let's see how Dubai can put that strategy into effect. There's the screen down. Good ball defense though, and Decore decides he's going to shoot the jump shot. And Grassi ends up with the steal. Good defense from Milan. Their defense is pesky. This team is not afraid to foul. You have to say that. And of course, the reason why they've won both their games so far is because they know the right solution, and Swigo is definitely that today. Gigi Swigo just gets his composure. Chatramani is off balance. He is going to go back to the free throw line. I've got to give credit again to Coach Catalani. He's recognized that Swigo has such a physical advantage just from his sheer height against Dubai. Although he still knows he's got those three-point shooters as a key weapon, so far today you can see he's got his eye on this young man here. Swigo gets the roll on the second free throw. He goes to 10 points personal. Second player to double figures in the game. Achille Lenati with 12. Was the first man to that point. Dubai facing the biggest deficit of the game, trailing by 8. Welves finds the ball in his hands with the shot clock running down, fading away. Shoots the air ball, and here comes Milan. Defensively, they are improving, and this is what they did against particularly Mega, where they were trailing at halftime. But what they did was they managed to get the pace of the game that suits them, and then they ground down the opposition. But what you got to do is not write off this Dubai team. They knuckle in defensively, and Vukovic gets spotted up in the corner. He gets the triple. He goes to 11 points. But then he picks up the foul. And that'd be 2 on Tomislav Vukovic. And he picks it up, trying to stop the giant that is Luigi Swigo. Welves with his 5th assist. Vukovic with his 3rd three-point shot. Milan, that's their 4th foul by Dubai. Turnover. Carter loses the handle. Manolopoulos, who's replaced Welves, feeds Vukovic. Vukovic goes to work up the dribble, and he tries to lay it over Swigo. Doesn't get it, but there, Decore. And the 13-year-old Bakari Decore, whether he was 13 or 14, it doesn't matter. He is very impressive. I had him as 14, but the graphics earlier on said he was 13, so we'll go with that. Showing that his double-double against Mega was no fluke. He gets the follow-up. And Dubai, from down 8, are within 3. Timeout called by Milan. They lead 44 points to 41.
Ve lo ribadisco, in transizione o l'area è libera o altrimenti la dovete liberare, muovendo la palla, non giocando di 1 contro 1. Non voglio vedere drag, dovete ribaltare per far riaprire l'area. È chiaro o no? Andiamo.
Andiamo, dai, adesso.
1, 2, 3. Guardiamo se Diego marca.
Well, you can hear the intensity in the voice of Coach Catalani. It's probably a little more heated than what he would have had in the first 2 days. You have to remember, and I know that these are young men, and people have been saying to me over the course of the last couple of days, you know, they're up to 18 years of age. They don't get tired, but they do, because they're chasing around other 18-year-olds. So it's not just physical fatigue, it's mental fatigue as well. So being able to stay focused for 3 games and possibly a 4th, it's a big test of character for all of these players. We see at the timeout how Milan reacts. They've led by as many as 8. Carem drops off to Cordellino. Ends up back in the hands of Carem, steps through, like the long 2-point shot. I like that. Not wedded to shooting the 3. Omar Carem goes to 7 points. Manolopoulos for Dubai. Doesn't really use the screen. He wants Vukovic, who comes out under close attention from Garavaglia. He goes to the basket. Oh, what a finish by the Croatian. Vukovic recognizes that in Garavaglia he's got a taller defender, more difficult to shoot the 3-point shot over, but he's not, if anything, a little bit slower. Oh, nice pass though internally. Milan respond right away. Vukovic using his quickness to get the 2-point score over Garavaglia. But then Milan go right back down the throat of the defense of Dubai, and Gigi Swigo goes to 12 points. Vukovic again. Gets the shot away. That's better defense there from Milan. And here come the Little Red Shoes in possession. Garavaglia, cross court, Cordellino, air ball from 3. Both teams are shooting well. Both teams shooting 50% behind the 3-point line, and that's why we've got such a high-scoring first half. Manolopoulos feeds the wing. Gradin kicks across. Chotramani. He misses the 3-point shot, but the rebound is gathered by Decore. Can he get it up in the air? The answer is yes. And Vukovic, guess who's open? But, well, you know, I was saying earlier on that Milan is a team that out-hustles everybody. I take that back because Dubai are out-hustling them. Carem by Cordellino. Back in the hands of Carem. Shot clock about to hit 5. Cordellino to the baseline. And in the corner, Mattia Grassi misses the 3-point shot. Dubai with an opportunity to get within 1 or tie it up right before the halftime break. Manolopoulos draws the foul. Milan have fouls to give. That's just the 2nd foul they've committed here in the 2nd period. Giovanni Cordellino. Man guilty as charged. Though his coach will be quite pleased in making that foul. Stops the clock. And now Dubai with a new 14-second shot clock. Manolopoulos inbounds. Vukovic, closely guarded by Yusuf. Switch onto him by Grassi, and then Grassi commits the foul. As Milan are going to use these fouls up that they've got to eat into the clock. Shot clock will be switched off for the final 12.3 seconds. And it's Vukovic again. Milan have a foul to give. They choose not to use it. And Vukovic with the step back 3. There's a whistle underneath, and I think they've called Yusuf, and you know it's Yusuf because he shrugs his shoulders as if to say, who, me? So he knew the foul was being called on him. Some illegal contact on the rebound. So instead of having the ball back, Milan will be on defense for the final 2.6 seconds of the first half. And those 2.6 seconds are used up by Rodrigo Mani, who missed the three-point shot. It was an open look as well. Yeah, Coach Remats shakes his hands in pleased with the effort, but a little bit disappointed with the outcome. But still, we've got a game on our hands here, and that is exactly what we anticipated and hoped for. Halftime at the Mubadala Arena, Dubai Basketball 45, EA7, Emporio Armani Milan 48. Well, we get the highlights on a game that has lived up to its billing. Both of these teams have got something running on it. Milan, victory sends them to the finals. Dubai, victory gives them the hope of going to the finals. We've got two teams that have been dueling away from beyond the three-point line. 14 made three-point baskets in the first half between these two sides. 6 by Dubai, 8 by Milan. Which is equated to a three-point lead for the Little Red Shoes of Milan. Dubai have kept it close because they've shot 3 times as many free throws as their opposition. And the answer that Milan have had as well is even without the free throw attempts, they're bigger, stronger players. Garavaglia and Swigo have kept the scoreboard ticking over for them. For Dubai, no surprise to see the scoring machine that is Tomislav Vukovic going to work. All right, look at the stats. Dubai 11 of 16 at the free throw line, just 4 of 5 for Milan. All translates to a 5-point lead. We're going to take a short break for the half. We'll catch you after you've seen some highlights. Dubai Basketball 45, EA7 Milan 48. It is halftime at the Mubadala Arena. Day 3, round 3 of the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. You see the stats in a tight game. Milan have led by as many as 8 points, 44-36, but Dubai have battled back. They were down by 7 early on and battled back to take the lead as well. So this game is swinging back and forth, although Milan have the slight edge. Important to note, Dubai are winning the battle of the backboards, +5 rebounding. That includes 8 offensive boards for Dubai. It's not just because Milan are missing shots. Dubai are going down and running down the loose ball, winning the battle of hustle. What they're not winning is the battle of the paint. There's this man here, Gigi Swigo. He's been a monster on the court so far. 12 points, 5 rebounds and 2 block shots for the 2'20" big man of Milan. What you like about the way Swigo has played is he's doing it where he is most effective. We know he can shoot the 3-point shot, but what he's doing, he's going down low, and they're challenging Dubai, saying, what can you do about him? The answer right now is, well, not so much. Although we have to say that the truth of the matter is, Dubai have battled with the weapons of their own, but Gigi Swigo say overdue a big game, and he certainly stepped up in the first half of this one. A reminder that victory for Milan would see them compete in the final on Sunday. They will take on Zalgiris. Meanwhile, Dubai, well, Tomislav Vukovic, who set the record for made threes in a game in round 2, has picked up right where he left off. Vukovic 13 points in the first half. Don't forget, coming up a 36-point career high in round 2. And it's not just been 3-point action for the young Croatian. He's also been taking the ball to the rack, although it has to be said, it's the 3-point shot that is his calling card. They'll need more of that from Vukovic in the second half if they want to keep this one interesting. Vukovic, just 17 years of age, played almost 18 of the first 20 minutes. The big issue there, playing with 2 fouls. They've got to the half with 2 fouls, so that's not so much of an issue now, but it's something that they should bear in mind. Coach Rimac will need to bear in mind, because in the same way that he was trying to target Achille Lunati, Milan could try to target him, and with the wealth of talent they have in the backcourt, they've got guards that could put him under pressure. Three minutes till the third quarter gets going. Fascinating to see what adjustments both coaches could make here. Milan don't have a lot of options in terms of depth. They've only got 10 players on the score sheet, as everybody else have 12. It's not as if there could be a major change. I expect them to try and get Swigo going early and often. They can keep making the most of that size advantage. That will go well for them. For Dubai, well, it's that scrapping and scrubbing. You have to ask yourself, if they played with this level of intensity in the first game against Barcelona, we had a very different story. Is there a 60-point turnaround that would have been possible? Not so sure, but we'll not find out. Just so you know, just to make it more complicated. So if Dubai was to win this game, Barcelona were to beat Mega, they would go to the finals despite having lost to Milan, because they're head-to-head. They've got a massive points advantage between those three teams, between Dubai, Milan, and Barcelona. If they end up on the same one-loss victory record, then Barcelona would go to the finals, unless they win by 60 points today, which I have to say is highly unlikely because they trail by 3 at the half. Final instructions from the coaches to the fives that are coming out on the court. Some adjustments that Milan were limited to. Dubai, they've got more options.
Okay, Ahmad.
They've got players who didn't see any court time in that first half.
Simon. Boom.
We've been accustomed to seeing.
Bakary. Boum. Dernier. Second, change l'angle au camp. Le 5 avec toi va rester ici. Il faut faire bon écran, pas faute offensive. Tu ne me jures. Donc, rozumiesz? Jab, like you're gonna go right. One dribble here, you will have a shot. If nothing, Andy, okay, and then we play. Bakary, you go down, it's Simon. If they switch here, maybe immediately, and be ready for fist 4 against you. 2 times, listen, Andy, 2 times they were mistaken, huh? In this short roll you can pass. Bakary on fist 4, you must stay down. You play behind us. Simon also see the next one.
One, 3, 1, 2, 3.
I have to confess, I think anything that the head coaches have to say that we can hear is way more interesting than what your commentator has to offer. So you hear Coach Rimatz has indeed made an adjustment. Diop Amath has not played a single minute. Will start the second half. Just for a bit of context, Amath is one of the highly touted players from Dubai coming into this one. We'll see what he can bring to the story. 15 years of age, the Senegalese guard. 2 meters 2. Got length to go with his athleticism. Third quarter underway. Milan paying close attention to Vukovic. That leaves Gradin open, which means with the big man shooting the 3-point shot, Gigi Swigo has no competition for the rebound, and Milan come away with the ball. Ciccato drives, kicks to the corner, and there, 4-3. Achille Lunati, leave him open at your peril. 5 of 6 3-point shooting for Lunati. He goes to 15 points now. Ciccato gets the assist. 14 assists Milan have in their 19 made field goals. And for context, Dubai have 5 assists. Shows how impressive this Milan team are at passing. We say passing is next to their 3-point shooting, their prime weapon. But that's a huge play there from Amath, because he draws the 3rd foul on Achille Lunati. Remember, at the end of the first half, Coach Rimatz was trying to get that 3rd foul, and he did that. He drew that up in the first play in the final moments at the halftime, and he's been rewarded. And Amath has immediate impact. Lunati now will need to be very careful. Milan is a team that are not afraid to foul. They average 27 fouls a game. Again, for context, Dubai right there with them on the shot there. Missed, rebound Lunati. Milan, secondary transition is with Achille Lunati. This one is off the mark. Something to bear in mind with the 3-point shooting, like Vukovic and Lunati. Everybody's aware that Vukovic set the record of 9 made threes yesterday. Whoa, you've got to get up on him. And Garavalia looks at his coach and says, "Coach, I didn't realize he could shoot that far." But you know it now. Vukovic, 4 made threes in the game so far. Lunati has 5. Garavaglia has 1. Diego Garavaglia made, after missing his first 8 shots, has made 2 in a row. He goes to 5 points personal. Milan by 4. Welves, crossover dribble, lays Swigo sweetly. Welves goes to 11 points. But quick as you like, Garavaglia goes the other way, but Amath with the rejection. Vukovic jab steps, Garavaglia recovers. Welves, the crossover dribble again, and the layup, and the deuce. Welves goes to 13. We are all square, 54 points apiece. Lunati feeds Swigo down low. Chicato feeds Cordolino in the corner, and he gets the 3 to drop. That's 11 made 3 points. Oh, that's a long 2 that's been called there by Cordolino, excuse me. Amath shoots the jump shot over Lunati. I think his coach would rather be gone to the basket. They're trying to get the 4th foul. Instead, Lunati, transition bucket opportunity, that is missed, and then it's Chicato who gets the offensive rebound and is fouled by Simon Gradin. Good ball movements. Lunati, only his 2nd, 3rd miss from deep. He's now 5 of 8. Like that for athleticism. One of your guards. Diop Amath with the rejection. Both teams with 2 block shots in the game so far. Chicato inbounds to Mbao. Played big minutes yesterday. Because the foul trouble that Swigo had, he gets his first action of the game. Chicato misses the long 2. Vukovic, always a threat. Misses the jump shot. Gradin gets the rebound. 9 offensive boards for Dubai. Milan normally will battle you tough on the backboards, but they're being out-hustled, outworked by the team from Dubai so far. Cordolino with the foul. 3 fouls on him. He's danger of 4, trying to keep Welves in front of him. Oh, nice pass, Welves. That's beautiful basketball. Leading the ball to where only Gradin could catch it. Simon Gradin goes to 5 points. Andy Welves leads all players with 7 assists. He's got every assist for Dubai. It's come from the hand of Welves. Turnover from Milan. Gives Dubai the opportunity to take the lead. Welves looking for assist number 7. Does not get it. Although he'll get it if Doucouré can make these 2 free throws. Fouled in the act of shooting by Fallow Mbao. Welves, great vision. There you see the foul. Mbao couldn't resist dropping that hand down. His first foul. About 17 years of age, Senegalese. Corey makes a pair. Dubai take the lead. Officially, we've had 11 lead changes now. They make that 12, but Garavaglia misses the jump shot. Dubai through Gradin. Oh, that's a nice finish by Gradin. Welves with his 9th assist. He's a lot for a double-double, that's for sure. 13 points, 9 gibbies from Welvez. Godin steps through. Karem misses the jump shot. Well, anybody who knows basketball knows the biggest cliche: live by the three, die by the three. And Milan, well, they've made a bunch of them. They've missed a couple in a row there. And Welvez, I think, is going to get free throws as Omar Karem commits the foul. Well, Welvez lost his footing, but he got fouled in doing so. He twisted a knee or on the way down. He's going to tie that shoe up. He's telling his coach, don't let the physio on the floor. As you don't know, if the medical team come on the court to give attention to a player, then they must leave the field of play. And Welvez says, oh wait, I got a couple of free throws I need to shoot first. Then coach can sub me out. So he stumbles more than into Karem. Don't know much about the foul, but that's his third. Trouble just becoming a little bit of an issue now for Milan. You've got Lenati, Cordellino, and now Omar Karem with 3 fouls. Dubai don't have anybody on 3. Yeah, indeed, you'll see Welvez take a trip to the bench. Got his free throws made. 15 points, 9 assists, 3 rebounds for the Spanish point guard, number 9 of Dubai. And he's given them their biggest lead of the game. Well, the foul has been called on Mattia Ciccato, a hooking foul. Manolopoulos is such a pesky defender. Ciccato trying to fight to get open. Does so illegally. And that's the 5th foul by Milan in this period. So it's free throws the rest of the way for any more defensive fouls by the team in red. Ciccato picks up his 2nd foul on that play as well. Radin going for the steal. Gets the ball back to Milan. Karem, guarded by Manolopoulos. Youssef. Screen across, screen down from Milan. And they get an open look for Angeletti, who gets his shot blocked, and then he misses the slam, but he grabs the rim. That shot will be waved off, and the ball will go back to Dubai. Somewhat fortuitous. The mistake, Angeletti wants the dunk, but gets his shot blocked. And then the second time he tries to elevate. It's back to Dubai. Momentum swings the way of the team from the UAE. And he continues to do so, and he does, because Amath with offensive rebound, number 10, make that 11 for Dubai. And he is fouled, and if it's Angeletti who commits the foul, that'll be his 2nd. So more free throws for Dubai. Number 23 and 24 free throws. Again, the context is right there in front of our eyes. Dubai now 18 of 23, 19 of 24 free throw shooting, while Milan are 4 of 5. Dubai relentless attack in the basket, and when Milan do it, good things happen. Omar Karem answers. This is the biggest deficit Milan have had to face in this finals weekend. Trailed by 8, now they trail by 6. Can they come from behind? Baseline drive, Youssef gets away with the travel. Garavaglia feeds Karem. That's a high screen. Teammate says, no, we've got to do something better than that. Well, they can get the touch pass. Garavaglia has time. misses the mid-range jump shot, and defensive ball by Vukovic. Doing some work on the glass now. That's his third rebound. Dubai +8 rebounding against Milan. That's a huge statistic. Steal from Karem. A rare mistake from Dubai. And then there's a whistle. And there's a foul. It's called by Simon Gradin. That's just his team's second foul in the period. With just 2.5 minutes left. Dubai can afford to be aggressive. Welves back in the action. Kind of flexing that ankle, making sure he's okay. Well, the man-to-man defense from Dubai is becoming ever more aggressive. Now they're picking up full court, which you would always do with Manolopoulos. Anyway, Angeletti takes a seat. Swigo back in the game. Still, for me, remains the most important piece of the puzzle for the team from Milan. Trail by 6. Swigo dumps down low to Garavaglia, and he dives to the basket. Ciccato finds Yusuf. Shot clock at 8. Foul in the act of shooting. And Yusuf answers the call. As Welves commits his second foul. From down 8, if Yusuf can make, well, he's a touch. Difficult one, that. Welves vertical, but he's walking forwards, and that's why he gets just the briefest of touches on the arm of Yusuf. He converts the three-point play and gets his team back within 3, 64-61. Dubai on top with the ball. Gradin to the basket. Misses the first, and then the offensive rebound. Gradin goes to 9 points. Misses the layup, but okay, if you want to criticize the rest of the Milan players, they're standing there looking. Go get the ball. Swigo's doing the defensive job. And again, there's only one player in there trying to rebound for Milan. And if you've watched their first 2 games against Mega and against Barcelona, they were gang rebounding. Everybody went after the basketball. Maybe that's a bit of fatigue. Welves throws it away. A rare mistake. Karem against Manolopoulos. And Karem wins. Omar Karem goes to double figures. He's got 11 points now. Welves spins, gets fouled. That'll be Yusuf. That'll be his second, and it'll be free throws, either in a shooting foul or because they're in the bonus. Makes no difference. Welves at the line, looking to add to his 15-point personal total. Welves, a rare mistake, missing the free throw. He's now 7 of 10. Misses the pair, but gets his own rebound, and then he's fouled by a stumbling Luigi Swigo. Welves will go back to the free throw line. He's the fastest to the ball, and there's Swigo. Well, he trips over his own man. And in doing that, he brings down Welves and sends him back to the line to shoot 2. Dubai starting to control the pace of this game. They slow Milan down, and you have to say, for the first time in these first 3 games, Milan got the look of a team that's got some fatigue. And there's another psychological error as Yusuf commits the turnover. Receives the ball on the wing. 1, 2, 3, well, 4, 5 steps. You take your pick. And you see a guy playing with odd-colored shoes. He better not get his footwork wrong because everyone in the stadium is looking at him. He commits the turnover. Vukovic, quiet in this third period. Can't be kept quiet for long, but good defense there. And then Chicato gets the layup. Ramani feeds Vukovic. Vukovic drives underneath the defender, who is Grassi, who commits the foul, and Vukovic will go to the line. Tomislav Vukovic continues to wreak havoc on the defense of Milan. This time it's Mattia Grassi who leans up against him with the body. And Vukovic, first trip to the free throw line in the game. Converts the first. Next pair. Back to a 4-point lead for Dubai. Trailed by as many as 8. 69-65. Just under 30, 29 seconds left in the third period. Milan being tested like they've not been tested at all so far. They came from down 2 points against Mega. This pressure here that they're suffering, something else. Dubai had an 8-point lead. They can commit their 4th foul in the period. Manolopoulos just rips into the arm of Karem. They had a foul to give, so no free throws are to be paid. Milan can hold for the last shot of the period. Achille Lenati entering the game with 3 fouls. You can better believe Coach Catalani would be quite happy if Lenati was the man to shoot the ball. He drives, he drops off. Grassi finds Lenati. That's great ball movement, but they're not rewarded with the points. And then in transition, Vukovic at the buzzer! Never right off the shot that's left the fingers of that young man. So after 3 quarters, Dubai with the lead and in control. Dubai 69, Milan 65. Well, third quarter highlights. What has been a fascinating matchup between 2 teams with something very much to play for. For Milan, the formula was straightforward and simple. Win, go to the finals. Dubai, the route is not so simple, but they certainly quite taken to the idea of winning every game they play. It's been a team effort. The lead scorers are Vukovic and Welves, but everybody's contributed. Great passing, great hustle, contributions all around, particularly rebounding. Dubai dominant on the backboards and dominant at the free throw line can now be reflected in the stat line. We look at the stats, forget the percentage, because when you've got this many extra attempts at the free throw line, Dubai 30 free throws they shot. Milan have shot 6. That's an approach to the game. That's not just the referees calling more fouls on one team than the other. Milan committed 10 more fouls than Dubai. Could it be fatigue? We don't know the answer to this. You know, this is something that 3 games in 3 days at any level is difficult. And Milan now have got 10 minutes to complete the job, is the best way to describe it. They've been so good in the first 2 rounds against Barcelona, and before that, Mega Belgrade. But now, Dubai, given them a challenge they've not had to face as yet. 4th quarter underway. Kylian Lenati at the point, nice pass. That's good play there. Credit that to Coach Catalani for drawing up something quite simple. Dubai overplaying, denying every passing lane. That leaves backdoor cuts available. Garavaglia makes the layup, gets his team within 2. Garavaglia goes to 7 points. He made 3 of his last 4 shots. And then it's a whistle. And that is a turnover. Lenati catches the ball. 1, 2, and there's the skip and the jump. He just takes off. Easy one for the referee. Before both teams with 9 turnovers now. Milan 19 assists, so they're committed to their passing game, but they've been crushed on the backboard. And whereas they got out-rebounded heavily against Barcelona, it did not hurt them. It's hurting them today because Dubai converting these rebounds into free throw attempts. A chance for more here as Alyanak with another offensive board. Goes to the way. Milan fouled in transition. Smart foul by Vukovic, although that will be his 3rd. But better for him to risk taking the foul than to allow Lenati to get inside off the dribble. Swigo way from the basket. Milan want him close down here like this, and that's why, because Gigi Swigo, he gets the ball around the bucket, he is going to put points on the board. He goes to 14, and it's an 8-point swing. Milan back level pegging with Dubai, 69 points each. Totramani, can he get the 4th on Lenati? Behind the back to Decore. He steps through, gets the travel has been called. Bakary, Decore. Watch the head fake. That's a difficult pass, but watch, he goes, the head fake, he steps up and then he changes pivot foot. Good call by the referee. Turnovers hurting Dubai here at the start of the 4th period. Grassi shoots the 3. We need to feed this man here. Gigi Swigo. Garavaglia in the corner. Karem drives, gets the shot away. Garavaglia offensive rebound, and the rebound goes back. Alyanak can't believe the whistle's been blown. But Milan showed the fighting spirit we've seen in the first 2 rounds. From down 8, they go ahead by 2, and after this timeout by Dubai, they will have a free throw to make it a 3-point lead. See Garavaglia with the hustle. 7 rebounds now for Diego Garavaglia, and a chance to go to 10-point personal total after the timeout. His team lead by 2.
Simone is a 5. Anil. Where is Anil? So Anil is 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. Okay, Bakary is out. I said. Okay. So here, the spacing will be different because we have, 3 shooters, and we try to play. See how they're gonna defend. Anil, you start from here, and then you go out. Okay, at the beginning you start here, that doesn't matter.
Focus, let's go, focus!
Secure the bucket, defensive rebound. This is a problem.
Right there. Let's go. Dubai on 3, 1, 2, 3. Dubai.
Dubai showing a terrific fighting spirit. Now they face the challenge from up 8 there now, down by 2. This game has seen some significant swings in favor of both sides. And we've got 8 minutes left, so certainly this game has got some twists aplenty. Diego Garavaglia missed his first 8 shots. He's made 4 of his last 5. He's gone to 10 points personal. Anil Alianak makes up for the foul that's just called the last time down the floor, drawing one on Luigi Swigo. That's his 3rd. You say Swigo has been prone to committing fouls in these Adidas NextGen finals. Excuse me, that's his 4th foul. So, reverting to type with a long way to go. Coach Catalani with a decision to make. He leaves Swigo out there. He's been the dominant big man today, that's for sure. Excuse me, well, it looked like Alianak, but it's not. It's Simon Gradin who's at the line and makes the free throws. Apologies to him for giving the foul the other way. Dubai trail by 2. Swigo lobs down. Garavaglia, great post-up position. The high-low basketball. Milan, maybe they'll recognize that they can have a lot of success if they go with the high-low action. Andy Welbez knows that Swigo can't go aggressively after his shot. He makes the layup, goes to 18 points personal. Alianak, this time there's no question about that foul. That'll be 2 on him. Sticks his hands in and just can't resist, keep it on pushing. And Grassi draws the foul. Welbez confirmation of his double-double, which was somewhat inevitable. 18 points, 10 dimes for him. Achille Lunati hasn't shot for a long time. He's 0 from 3 shooting the 2-point ball. Now Welbez. Vukovic. Shot clock winding down. Welbez goes for the jump shot. Is off, and here comes Garavaglia. Streaking coast to coast. Diego Garavaglia with the left-handed lay. Well, he missed his first 8 shots. He's now made 6 of his next 10 to go to 14 points. Welbez turns it over. And there's an unsportsmanlike foul called, and I think that's going to be a Rodrigo Totramani. And that will be 2 free throws and possession for Achille Lunati. Totramani frustrated. Unsportsmanlike is called because Lunati's ahead of him. I'm not sure if he chopped down or if he tripped him over. Either way, the ultimate price is paid. 2 free throws and possession for Milan. Yeah, you see Lunati comes up with the loose ball and Totramani's frustrated. I have to remind our audience from around the world who's watching us on our live streams and the people in the stadium, it's not the intention of the foul. Did he make a play on the basketball? And the answer is no. He just chopped on the arm, and that's where the unsportsmanlike foul is called, and that's why they have the 2 free throws and possession. They cannot convert the 3-point shot though. And Dubai respond. Tough defensive stop, and then Simon Gradin lays home to take his points total to 12. Dubai 74, Milan 78. Just under 6 minutes to go in regulation. Milan in possession with the lead. Garavaglia draws the foul. Vukovic commits his 4th foul. That's a big call. This game stays tight. Dubai will want Vukovic on the floor. Now he's at risk of fouling out. Garavaglia, what you like about that drive from Garavaglia, he puts the ball on the floor and he continues to make sure the referee sees the contact. Quite often a player will get bumped and they'll just pick the ball up. He kept going, and you've got to be really admiring of the effort from Garavaglia today. Don't forget, he missed his first 8 shots, and he's just plugged away. Leads his team in minutes played with 32. And now he's got 16 points along with 8 rebounds. And there's why Vukovic needs to be in the game, although he misses the 3. Milan by 6 points midway through the 4th quarter. Cordellino trying to post up. Karem feeds Lunati, who travels. Achille Lunati maybe a little bit in a hurry to try and get the shot away. And he catches it, and then ball doesn't hit the floor before he started taking his feet for a wander. Gradin, nice pass down low. And the slam comes from Bakary Doucouré. He goes to 9 points. Lunati drives in amongst the trees and he gets his shot blocked from behind by Gradin. They'll keep possession, 9 seconds on the shot clock. Gradin with the assist. Reminder, this kid Doucouré is just, I can call him a kid, he's only 14. Shows outstanding athleticism, 9.7 rebounds from Doucouré. But Milan have the lead. 4 points is that lead, and possession with 8 on the shot clock. Karem finds Lunati, step back 3. That one's off the mark. Offensive rebound, and look at this performance. Diego Garavaglia is stepping up once more, carrying his team to a 6-point lead. Welves drives. Foul is called if it's Karem. That will be his 4th. But only the 2nd team foul in this 4th period for Dubai. As we see again the offensive rebound, the hustle from Garavaglia. Can smell a double-double coming his way. That's his 9th rebound. Karem now, 4 fouls. Can he keep Welves out? Switches onto him with Cordellino. And a foul is drawn. Let's see who they've called this one on. They've called it on 25. That's Mattia Chicato. He's been quiet today, Chicato. Had a huge game in round 1 against Mega Super Belgrade. Fouled out against Barcelona today. He's got his normal 5 assists he gets every game. Just 4 points and now 3 fouls. And Andy Welves, safe to say, he has been the standout performer in this game so far. 20 points, 10 assists. Team, though, trail by 4. Lunati for Milan. Garavaglia, the hero in recent moments. He misses the shot. Loose ball, run down by Dubai. Welves, challenged by Garavaglia. Goes cross court, stolen away. Cordellino. Milan throw it away, right back. Now Dubai have a chance. Gradin steps through, doesn't convert. There's a whistle, and if it's Lunati, it'll be his 4th. And indeed it is, Achille Lunati. We are not doing Milan a disservice when we say they're being out-hustled, because they are. It's a statement of fact. maybe a fatigue thing as much as anything else. Gradin fouled in the act of shooting. Lenati gets him on the wrist. And I'm going to put it down to the intensity of the first two games that Milan have had to play. Just not as quick off the mark as they've been. And that's what's keeping Dubai alive, because they're converting those hustle plays into assists, into free throws, excuse me, of which they have now shot 36 free throws. Compare that to Milan's 11. And that's why they're within 2 points. Karem drives, gets around Gradin. The shot is rejected from behind. Simon Gradin says it's his turn to shine. 14 points, 9 rebounds, and now 3 blocks. 8 on the shot clock for Milan. Angeletti, defensive substitution. He sits so that Swigo can get in with his length and his offense. Garavaglia working off the dribble. Turnaround shot rejected by Gradin. And Gradin with a chance to finish over Swigo, which he does. And Coach Catalani and Milan call timeout because they're in trouble. Dubai have snatched momentum back. From down by 6, they've tied it up. We are all square, 82 points apiece. Questionable about the decision there from Garavaglia to shoot over the much longer arms of Gradin. And then in transition, Gradin, he knows Swigo's got 4 fouls. He takes it right at him. And he converts. Timeout on the floor. Dubai 82, Milan 82.
Generazione precedente, siamo andati dentro, hai fatto angolo per andare via perché ti stai...
Oh, Dubai team that just know when they're beaten. They were definitely beaten against Barcelona, but since then they have just battled and scrapped and scraped. And they are right back in it. Gradin with a double-double of his own, 16 points, 10 rebounds. Hustle, the pressure from Dubai. They want to keep momentum going their way. How does Milan respond after the timeout? The first play after the timeout that you've called is critical. Ball working side to side for Milan. Shot clock winding down. Lenati kicks to Garavaglia. He drives, he goes, he lays, he does not convert. Gets his own rebound, he misses, and again the battle from Dubai. Just defensive hustle there. Milan with the miss, Dubai with a chance. 82 points apiece. Vukovic can't take the lead. Swigo gets the rebound. He gets a double-double of his own now. The fourth play with a double-double. Third with the points and rebounds one. Karem goes for the home run 3. That is no good. Defensive rebound, Dubai. And we head into the final 2 minutes of regulation. We're into crunch time. And And we don't know which team is going to get the win. But we do know, about to say Dubai have got the lead back, but they haven't. Gradine. Free layup just won't drop through the bucket. Swigo down low. That could be the answer. And it is! Gigi Swigo converts the deuce, and they run to the bench, the Milan players, and Coach Catalani is saying, look, he's 2 meters 20, just give him the ball down low, let him go to work. Timeout called by Dubai. They battled back before, they'll need to do it again. 16 points for Gigi Swigo, 84 points for Milan. There's nothing that Dubai can do about that. Dubai 82, Milan 84.
Shed. Llama Spain, so they switch. 5 will stay here. Tomo. After the screen, Tomo comes here. Pass to Tomo. Tomo go on this side. Pass to Tomo. Okay? If 5 is with you, go for the screen. Napad. You understand? If they don't do this, only play goal screen. But if 5 stay, if Andy make a pass, Andy goes for the screen.
Vamos! Let's go! Vamos, Dubai on 3, 1, 2, 3. Dubai!
Right, you hear Coach Rematz trying to call up his player. And again, he's driving it into his players to anticipate the switching defense of Milan. Milan cannot afford to be aggressive defensively. They got 3 players on the court with 4 fouls: Karem, Swigo, and Lunati. Confirmation of Garavallia's double-double, 18 points, 10 boards. There's the switch. There's the second. Illegal screen has been called. Garavallia does not die on the screen set by Welves, trying to get Vukovic open. And that's a huge call there. Welves with his 3rd foul. You watch, he's leaning in. Garavallia is battling, and then Welves just leans out with that right hip. So now Milan with the lead. Time whittling away. But the lead is a slender one, just 2 points. There's Swigo down low. The defense sags back in to protect against him, and there's Swigo, the offensive rebound! And Gigi Swigo fulfills his destiny as the dominant big man in this game. Gives his team a 4-point lead, and it forces the miss. The change shot, Welves asking the referee for the foul, has to get back on defense. Because it's Milan by 4 and with possession, less than a minute left. Surely they go back to the big man once more. Lunati on the drive, in trouble, and that's a travel. Turnover by Lunati, number 3. That one could hurt. Milan, in the excitement of having the 4-point lead, not recognizing what got them there. It's been the Swigo way. Now, Dubai thrown a lifeline. And they take it. Doucouré thumps the air in joy as he gets to 11 points personal. Milan with the slenderest of leads. Got Swigo down low, instead it's Lunati working. The step back 3 for the game, does not go, and here comes Dubai. Doucouré, oh what hands by Lunati, he steps through, pokes the ball away. Bakary Doucouré was thinking slam dunk, now he's gonna have to think timeout. Milan will have 9.7 seconds of defense to play. Dubai, what do they do? They trail 84 points to 86.
Okay, so we start from here. Look, Tomo, inbounded. Rodrigo, good screen for Andy. Andy, hey Andy, you must receive the ball. 5 men is here. Okay, Simon. Rodrigo. Gustavio here. Now look, you must open to receive the ball. Doesn't matter. After, fake hand off. Immediately go high, but don't say, just stay and hands like this, not to call. And then we play for this play.
Okay, let's go.
We play for this play. If not, hey, listen, if not open up, play one-on-one and we get good space. Hey, for the wing guys.
Well, you can be sure the coach Rematch doesn't want to go to overtime. The lineup he's got on the floor now, he's got all 5 players are 3-point shooters. Driven up a couple of plays in the previous games to get the 3. And that's what he's going for here. Welves will receive the ball. And then we're going to see who gets open. Vukovic is the obvious weapon. The Chotramati, Mani, and Vilchans are all equally adept at shooting the deep ball. Welves spins, drives, falls, stumbles. That's the game. Because the ball is turned over and Milan get the stop when they needed it. Gigi Swigo doesn't get overly excited. He knows the job's not done. They've got another game to go because they're going to the finals. Just the 3rd time in the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague history to go to the final game. And they will play the championship against Žalgiris Kaunas. They get a stop to decide the outcome. Dubai, well, they were right there. They did not get the 3-point shot the coach Rematch had drawn up. Welves drives into the trouble. He wants the foul. He gets nothing as Karem and Swigo with 4 fouls just play big. And Swigo, well, he dived on that ball as if that was his lunch money. And he said he's not sharing his cheese sandwich with anyone. Swigo flops the ball as he gives his team the win. Gigi Swigo with a manly performance that books the ticket for Milan to go to the championship game. I love the fact he's not really celebrating because he wants it all. I tell you, young man, you can enjoy this moment just for a few seconds. The job is not done, but you should celebrate because that was a performance. Final score, Dubai 84, EA 7, Emporio Armani Milan 86. We're going to get some comments. First up, Coach Michele Catalani of Milan.
Coach, you just said that you knew that this was going to be this kind of game. Talk about the relief that you have that your guys were able to win this game.
Yeah, first of all, congratulations to Dubai because they played with great energy. We knew that would be a tough game because they played a great game yesterday with great energy, great confidence, and we was expecting this kind of game. We didn't play our best game, but good enough to win. I like so much our resilience in this kind of moment. So we reached the final. I think that we need to, of course, play better for tomorrow. But now we have to reset and to be ready for the final.
Montepaschi and Stella Azzurra, the only other Italian clubs to reach the final, to reach the championship game. What would it mean for this club to finally hoist the first trophy for an Italian club?
It's a great honor. We are very, very proud as a club, as a team, to be in the final. We will try to do our best to reach the title, but of course we are very proud to be here. This is the best level in Europe for the youth. Being here is reason to be proud. So we will try to use this proud to play a proud game tomorrow.
Good luck.
Yeah, a proud moment for Coach Catalani as well. He should be. Not the best performance from Milan, but sometimes you do what it takes to get the job done, and you follow your stars. And the star today was a man called Gigi Swigo.
Luigi, congratulations. You've had some ups and downs personally this whole tournament here. You had 2 big scores. Great game when it mattered most. Your thoughts about this victory?
I think the most important thing for us today was keep our defense very, very tough, because their offense, their number 8 is a great shooter. He shot from 9 feet to the rim, like he's crazy, and we had to put pressure on the ball and around the court when we get the ball, go around the court, play together, go take more assists, more pass, and I think that's it.
A long time ago when the season actually was in preparations, this was exactly where you wanted to be. Your thoughts about being in the championship game?
I think that we can get it. We are a good team. We are more than a team. We are a family, so we play as a family, not only as a team. So I think that tomorrow we can put on the court something that's special.
Let you over that. Congratulations. Good luck tomorrow.
Yeah, Gigi Swigo mentions that they are a family and a defensive family, and he says the defense would carry them. Well, just a statement there. We look at the numbers of Swigo: 18 points, 12 rebounds, a PIR of 30. But Dubai scored 25 points in the first, 20 in the second, 24 in the third, and a measly 15 points when it counted. And that's down to the defense of Milan. Dubai probably had a little more energy because they had a blowout defeat in round 1, so they didn't really get challenged because the game was over so early. And they came out and showed that in the first half. They took a lead by as many as 8 points in the third period, only for Milan to come streaking back. They powered their way, took a 6-point lead themselves, only for Dubai to do it again. The likes of Diego Garavaglia with a wonderful game. But Dubai maintained the energy with their young stars and some great interior passing against the passing masters that is Milan. Milan with 3 players in 4 foul trouble. And they managed to just gut it out. Sometimes this is where you hear the cliche, defense wins championship. That last 2 minutes of defense, when the game was tied up at 84 points, that was where Milan gets the victory. A lot of numbers against them. They won the rebounding battle in the 4th period. They were outshot at the free throw line by 36-11 and still managed to get the win. So the stage is set for them to go to the championship game. They are undefeated, 3 played, 3 won. Can't get any better than 100%, and they will take on Zalgiris no matter what happens in their final game today, because they play Overtime Elite, who have already lost 2 games. So the championship game will be set. We've still got a game to cover here, though. Next up in Group A, and it's going to be an interesting one. Barcelona versus Mega Super Belgrade. The loser has the wooden spoon. We'll catch you for that game very soon. From me, it's bye for now.
1, 2, 3.
Good morning. How are you? Good, good. I'm good for now. Thank you. I'm good.
We are back at the Mubadala Arena for the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague Finals in Abu Dhabi 2025. Group A is in the books, and so now we know who's going to the finals, but we've got a game to go. FC Barcelona against Mega Super Belgrade to decide second place in the group. Mega, well, they've lost 2 games so far. Barcelona dominant in the victory against Dubai in round 1, then defeated by Milan, who have topped the group, and then just played a doozy of a game against Dubai Basketball to qualify for the final. Look at the standings confirmation. Milan and Zalgiris have already qualified for the final. Barcelona victory here will confirm them in second. Although if they go down to Mega, then they have to get the calculators out to figure who finishes where. I am your lead commentator, Martin Henlin, and I am thrilled to be joined once again by 2-time EuroLeague champion and lifetime Anadolu Efes Istanbul player and captain, Dosh Balbay. And Dosh, as we look at this Mega team, what's happened to them so far?
Well, yeah, they've been struggling all tournament long, and this is not their character actually. But you know, it's just a tournament, and I guess they were not ready from the beginning, and they lost 2 games. But they're gonna play this game for their pride, you know, playing against a great team, Barcelona. So I'm sure they're gonna come up and play hard today.
Well, Ognjen Zentic, you see his stats here. He was the most-heralded player coming into this tournament. Is it a chance for him to have a breakout game?
Yeah, definitely. I think he's going to be consistent with what he's been doing, but you know, he's got to step up more, as well as Bako here. Those 2 guys are crucial for a Mega team, and they have to step up their game a little bit more today if they want to win.
Well, you know, you've lost. The pressure's off, so there's not, you know, not exactly playing for anything. But if they know they're coming up against a formidable Barcelona team that won their first game by 64 points. Good team play by Milan was what did for them. in the second game, so they've got something to prove here. Again, they will be a bridesmaid. They're not going to the wedding ceremony on Sunday. But what can we expect to see from Barcelona in this one?
Well, I really expect them to play tough. They have a deep roster. I'm sure they're going to use all of their players, but expect them to come out and play really hard against this mega team. They're going to use their strength and athleticism for sure. They're going to try to pound the ball from inside, and very experienced team, and they play these tournaments for a long time. So I expect them to come out and play really tough from the beginning.
So size is what seems to make a difference with this group here. They are huge in the paint, starting with Sayan Keita, the big man.
Yeah, I mean he's been showing great skills throughout the tournament, and as you see, at the age of 17, he's already shown great promise. Excited to watch him today as well.
He leads that team in performance index rating of 19.5. And Daniel Gonzalez, we're going to highlight him because he's going to have to deal with the guards of Mega, particularly Ognjen Zazentic. He had a career high game in the defeat to Milan. What can we expect to see from him?
I mean, I think it's going to start with his defense. He's gonna make himself, really available on the defensive side, especially just show his toughness and get a stop against great mega players.
So teams go to the benches. We'll have the introductions for both crews. This is the last game for both of these players in the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague competition for this year. And those, I suppose, even though there's not anything riding on this
Number
game,
7,
it's important for these young men
Vuk
to have the opportunity to play all three games.
Number 8,
This
Luka
is a platform where they need to show
13,
themselves.
Nikola
They've been working all season long in order to
14,
be here. And this is the best exposure they could get.
Number 15,
As I said before, these games are followed by
Number 21,
everybody all over the world. So
Number 22,
these are the great games, and you don't want to skip a day. Every time you get on the court, you want to show what you're made of, and this is a great platform to show it.
Well, we've seen some outstanding basketball already today, where we've had
FC Barcelona.
Milan qualify
At number
for
1,
the
Abdurrahman
finals.
Kone. Number 5, Paul
And now
Pena.
Barcelona, a
Number
team
6,
that are much heralded coming in here. This team is big,
Number 7, Mohamed
physical,
Keita.
and angry. They've been the best rebounding team by some way in this group. And I guess rebounding will be important for them to get going again today.
For sure, rebounding is the key. If they manage to get the rebounds, I'm sure that they're going to run and try to get easy baskets, but they got to make him feel in the inside, really in the paint, and dominate from the paint.
What they lack in three-point shooting, they make up for in their prowess around the rim. And for also players like Matthew Grujic had a really disappointing game against Milan yesterday. I guess the player regular for the men's team, he's got something to prove to come back out here.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, it's a great test for him as well. We'll see how strong he is mentally as well. And just forget the day you can have a bad day, but it's important how you bounce back from after a bad day. So we'll see his toughness in this game. It's going to be a great test for Grujic.
And a question for you about the coaches. We just saw a glimpse of Coach Marin of Barcelona, Coach Vida Savljevic. How do you get your players up for a game there's nothing riding on it? Do you just try to relax a little bit, let them go? I mean, what do? Do you check your starting lineup up?
Well, you don't really change anything. You got to have the same discipline whether you play for something or not. This is, it's all about habits. So keep doing what you've been doing all season long and believe in your work. And come out to this game to win. You play each game to win it, whether it's an exhibition game or finals in the next generation, doesn't matter. So they have to have same mentality going into each game.
And I guess for both of these clubs, it's a system, isn't it? So the players, as you say, it's a habit that they've got to develop.
It is. It's just the culture of each team. That's why they should not change anything in the lineup, anything with the minutes. Obviously, the coaches can be more fair with the minutes, but again, they gotta go out there to play to win it no matter what.
Well, Barcelona looking to close on a high. And Mega looking to get their first victory in a competition where many expected them to be competing for a spot in the finals. teams have done their work, and the referees out on the floor. Crew chief for this game is Shaulus Rassis. As always, the referees are under scrutiny. You see the great and the good of the officiating crew above the scoring table now. And so those the officials here, we say that, you know, there's many of these are top level of referees, but they know they're being reviewed and watched by the senior management. Do you think they feel any pressure?
Well, definitely. You know, being watched puts you in a tough spot sometimes. But if you really believe in yourself and believe that you're doing the right thing, it shouldn't be a problem. You know, you shouldn't think twice when you call on, you know, for a foul or for anything you do on the court. If you believe in yourself and you're doing the right thing, you shouldn't worry about anything else.
Well, you know, with social media now, every call, every whistle a referee blows is scrutinized.
You cannot make you cannot make everybody happy. So just believe the right thing and do the right thing. You should be fine.
Vidi da odigramo iz pesnice, ti da odeš u short roll, ostupni dribling, potraži ga dolu u short rollu pa da otvorimo neki, da izbaciš ili da odeš do kraja na kucanje, jel okej? Ej, otvorimo neki lagan šut. Ako bude bio u dropu, vidjet ćemo da forsiramo Španca iz 5-0 i da dobre blokove pravimo i samo hrabro, samo na obruč.
Coaches to their players will soon get this one underway. Less than a minute until players step out on the court. Coach Marine talking to his starting five. First start for the giant Abdurrahmani Kone. Some very important performances. Important for Barcelona to get off to a good start, Doge.
Well, yeah, you got to set the tone from the beginning for each team. So I expect them to come play hard from the beginning. You know, these kind of games, whoever sets the tone early, I think, gives a strong message to the opponent. So it's really important to come out playing hard.
Well, starting five will step out on the floor. We should be just about ready to get things going. This is second game in Group B, the final game of Group B. Round 3, game 3 of the Adidas Next Generation EuroLeague. Next Gen, as we call it to its friends. Abu Dhabi Finals 2025. We're at the Mubadala Arena. Both of these teams stepping out on the floor in unfamiliar colours. Away strips for both these teams. Not the familiar pink of Mega or the blue and garnet, Blaugrana of Barcelona. It'll be Petar Stojic and Abdurrahmani Kone with the jump ball.
Again, we will see Bako coming from the bench.
And the ball is controlled by Mega. Straight away, it is Zezentic at the point guard. Good ball movement from Mega. We haven't seen much of that in the first couple of games. Passing has been their problem. Normally, a team you expect from Belgrade to pass the ball a lot. But the first shot is missed, and here comes Barcelona. Will they inevitably pound the ball inside? And indeed they do. It's Kone goes to the rack.
Yeah, as we expected, they just put the ball inside and use the presence and the strength of Kona. I really want to see the matchup Kona and Bako in the next couple of minutes. If Mega Bigs get them foul trouble.
Well, Stojic commits the foul. Kona misses the first free throw of the game. Just 30 seconds in, but no points as yet.
Little shimmy didn't work right now.
The pressure's on him. Good double team, but that leaves an open look.
Good try.
Stoic goes to the rack. Normally it's the other way around. Barcelona trying to get the slam dunk, but there, Stoic takes it hard to the cup.
These are important. That's how you set the tone. You know, going to the basket strong. It's great for a big man to go up there for a dunk.
Petar Stoic started the first game, and now he starts the third game and gets the first points on the board. Stoic only averaging 1 point a game, but he's doubled his competition average there in the first action of this one. Foul is committed out on the wing, and that is Luka Ilic. Gets in trouble. Let me mention that Daniel Gonzalez is not to have much of an exterior threat. Noticeable that Grujic is on the bench at the start of this one. Mo Keita has been really impressive. He's the least big of the bigs of Barcelona, but he's certainly got incredible athleticism.
Definitely. I mean, he's all over the floor, playing great defense, and offensively, he's just a great slasher. He can take the shots, and, you know, great contributor.
Miss from Mega leads to a fast break opportunity. Ball goes out of bounds. Barcelona in possession. Early in, just 2 points apiece by both teams. Barcelona in possession. And it's the other Gonzalez, Mikel, who feeds Pena. And then they end up with the big man Kona, but he has it ripped away. Ilic with the help. Mega. Well, had a fast break opportunity.
Sloppy play.
But a bit of hustle at the end of it.
Well, yeah, these guys are, you know, especially on the Mega side, they really want this game, and they show their toughness from the beginning with 2 early fouls, but they're smart fouls actually, just to set the tone. They're diving for the ball here.
In the scheme of things for this Barcelona team, this is about a smaller lineup, as you will see from them. The 2 Gonzalez and Pena out there on the floor, and then Keita, we say the power forward, and then Kona. This Coach Marini wants to see what his smaller lineup can do.
Yeah, definitely, and then we'll probably see the Bone coming in, make the lineup a little taller. But for now, seems like it's working for Barcelona.
Right, they take their first lead of the game, 4 points to 2. Stoic takes it at Kona. That's a big hunk of meat to get.
Oh yeah, I mean, you can't really push him.
You go back to your playing days. Who were the real monsters in the paint you came up against? I mean, you know, the real wide bodies.
I mean, there's so many, but I guess that big fellow, short Sonny, this.
Baby Shaq.
Oh, Baby Shaq. Yeah, I mean.
How was that played? I love watching him.
Oh yeah.
I was grateful I never had to play with him.
Incredible.
I guess if he set a pick and roll, you got screened.
I mean, yeah, usually I don't get screened, but just to get around him, it takes a couple minutes.
Yeah, well, this is a unique style of play. A player like Kona, who's so big, and then we'll see that when Batchko comes out on the floor for Mega. These are throwback players that operate pretty much exclusively around the rim. Although contrasting, Kona is a finisher. Paul Pena commits his first foul of the game. Nikola Karalic has been playing really well for Mega, albeit in defeat. Inbounds the ball. Steal away by Kona. Here comes Barca. And it's Gonzalez, Mikel. Down low. Here comes Keita down in the paint. Working around the perimeter. Shot clock under 10. There's the lob. There's the big man. There's the bucket.
Very good read.
Well, I guess there's not much you can do when they're that much bigger than you. I mean, they're working around the outside. You've got 4 guys on the perimeter and then just lob it upstairs.
It's tough, especially when they switch. They create mismatches, and Kone is just doing a great job just sealing in the paint. But I guess switching doesn't work so far for Mega.
And do they really have... I mean, that switch that just happened there, it wasn't really a screen and roll. They ran the screen to get the switch.
Exactly. I mean, you try to avoid the switch as much as you can. It should be the last option right now, with especially Kone in the game. You should not switch easily before even getting the contact. So you should fight to get over the screen.
Isn't it part of the modern game, though? You've got teams that, like Coach Obradovic with Belgrade, who switch everything. But then again, they're much more aggressive on the basketball to begin with. That felt like a soft switch for me. Kona with a great start to this one.
Well, yeah, definitely. After the switch, you got to have that ball pressure, because there's a mismatch inside. If you don't do that ball pressure, they're going to just lob it to the big guy and finish it easily. So if you switch it, if you end up switching with creating a mismatch, you got to have that ball pressure.
I think it's the thought process is Cezentic misses the jump shot.
This is his game, though. He's going to take that shot all game long.
Inside. It's this time you go under instead of over. Same result.
Another M1. That's another thing you got to emphasize on the guys, especially in the youth. If you're making a foul, you gotta really send a message with that foul. It shouldn't be an M1, especially around the basket. If you're gonna make a foul, make the right play, legal play, but make the foul really hard so it doesn't go in.
Well, we've got our first timeout of the game. Mega started brightly, but they've fallen behind in a hurry. Timeout called by Mega Belgrade. They trail by 11 points to 2. Barca are on top.
Slow start by Mega. They struggled in the last 2 games, and it seems like they still keeping the same habits from this tournament. Really started really slow, and they already in bonus with the fouls. Some of their fouls were smart, but the last 2 fouls that they made ended up with N1. So early bonus. Now every foul from now on will be awarded free throw.
Barcelona have shown that if you give them the opportunity, they can dominate you, winning the first game by 64 points. But this is what Doge has been talking about, the inside play from Barcelona. First Mo Keita and then Abdurrahmane Kona. I mean, what do you do against a player as big as that? Well, you said you got to be more aggressive on the ball, so the pass is more difficult to make.
Definitely. That's if you're gonna switch, that's the first thing you need to do. And then, obviously, Mega is trying to get it from the front, but it doesn't work. They just lob it up. You got to have that help side defense on the other side. It's just about the communication. It's a collective work on the defensive side.
3-point play converted, but then Cezentic. I was pondering this in their game with Milan the other day. What you've got a scorer like Cezentic at this level? Tell me about that.
Well, it's great job by Barcelona just sharing the ball, finding the open guy. They don't rush it. They just wait for the time to come. And Mega has to do a better job just rotating. They're just lacking of rotation, lacking of communication so far, which they had an issue the whole tournament. Oh, great move.
Well, we talk about one big man in Kona. Now we're looking at Batchko and his unique style of play. How's about that for a finish?
Amazing finish, with the footwork, taking his time underneath the basket. Beautiful finish. Oh, that's...
Well, you mentioned, is that called M1?
Yeah, I guess it's with the continuation. I wouldn't mind giving it to him, but again, it's just let's see again. Yep. I would call it. It's just the continuation.
Well, it's the modern game, isn't it? Where the whistle blows, you gather the ball and throw it to the rim.
Yeah.
That's beautiful pass from
Amazing.
Keita. As I said, of the big, he's the Mo Keita, number 7 at Barcelona, probably gets the least recognition.
Oh yeah.
Of the big men at Barcelona, but he's such a talented young man.
He, as I said, he's everywhere on the court. He's doing whatever his team needs it. And, great defensive player. Offensively, he's just a great contributor. He takes his shots, a good slasher. So whatever the Barcelona team needs, he's there.
Well, Barcelona extend their lead 16-7. Mega trying to work around the perimeter, not really moving the defense around from Barcelona. They're just all standing in position. You get a shot at the buzzer. Keita, Seyon Keita. Oh, he's a fabulous big man to me. What a prospect he is for the future.
Wow.
And then the guards, the Gonzalez brothers, they're not brothers, but I love to say that because they've got the same surname. You know, the exterior players of Barcelona are really doing a job so far in this one.
Well, yeah, definitely. They're just constantly attacking Mega's defense, and Mega is still lacking concentration on the defensive side, especially. On the other hand, Srzentic and Karalic trying to keep him in the game with their offensive skills, but it's all about individual skills. They gotta do a better job sharing the ball, moving the ball.
Mikel Gonzalez commits the foul on Karalic as he drives down the lane. He'll have free throws. Just getting back, you mentioned Ognjen Srzentic. You've got a player who's such a good scorer on a team like Mega. The temptation is just to step back and put everything through him. But you want to get some out of an offense. So what do you do with him?
Well, you gotta stick with the game plan. Obviously, Srzentic is a big threat, on the offensive side. But you just gotta wait till the game, it comes to you. You can't really force everything. Starting with Srzentic, you just gotta wait till your time comes. But that's not the problem. The defense is the huge problem for Mega right now.
Well, I think it seems like there is an element of them being deflated. What we've got to, they've fallen behind early. Vachko's doing his best to keep them competitive.
Skilled big man. Great finisher around the rim. This is what they need.
Good aggressive defense on
That's
the ball.
it. Active hands, aggressive pressure. Try to steal some balls.
Well, this is what Milan did against Barcelona. They were aggressive on
That's
the ball.
it.
They moved the ball. They passed the ball exceptionally well. Constant movement and a big bucket there. Usikic.
Good finish. Took the contact and still was able to finish it. But this is the continuation too. This is N1. Now, very similar to the other play. Again, he gets the ball, feels the contact and throws it up.
Well, Debone, is a fantastic athlete. Perhaps he's waiting for him to try and drive around him, and he's licking his chops with the block shot.
Yes.
But instead, he gives up the M1. Free throw is not converted, and here comes Barca on the break once more. Urumuna not able to handle the pass, somewhat behind him from Gonzalez. Turnover by Barcelona. I mean, we're seeing already that, as dominant as Barcelona's been at the start of this game, they've got weaknesses as a group, haven't they, this team?
Well, yeah, of course, each team has its own weaknesses, but Barcelona, sometimes they just get careless with the ball. They don't know the value of the ball, really. But, it happens in the youth, so you got to accept the fact that, this happens. Again, Bako just keep dominating inside.
Again, you've got shot blockers galore on this Barcelona team, and he's got no fear down there. He's really shown his whole array of offensive moves.
Again, he's super skilled and he can use his body very well. Just pound them from inside. It's a great skill.
And a foul is committed there by the number 24 of Barcelona. His first. Well, it looked like when they were down by 11 points to 2, it looked like Mega were going to crumble and fall, but they battled back into this one.
This is the reaction you want to see from Mega Team. You know, they have that culture. They will never probably give up. But last 2 games, they didn't show it really. They were kind of getting away from their character. But so far, it's a great reaction. Let's see if they can come back on this game.
Well, Pavel Bachko has already shown he can put some points on the board. Just trying to see if they can get Agnes Zentic going. If you've got 2 players going offensively, then you can do some damage. And as you say, their defense continues to improve. We could have a game on our hands. Zentic takes a substitution, and Vuk Danilovic, baby-faced assassin as I call him, 21 points off the bench against Milan.
Yeah, yes, he was one of those guys who stood up for his team and, you know, tried to keep him in the game. He had a great game, but they ended up losing it.
Ouch! I guess the zone defense didn't work.
Well, when you have the ball inside the paint, I guess once you put the ball inside there, it's going to be either dunk or foul. So we just saw one of his insane athleticism with the dunk.
Wow, how's about this? The zone defense, that's how you beat it.
Once he gets the ball inside, it's done.
So when you were winning dunk competitions, were the guys out there jumping as high as that?
Well, I competed in 2011. Everybody thought I won it, but I actually didn't even make the finals. It was just a misunderstanding. But yeah, I just
you were laying it up?
Yeah, well, no, it's just the judges, you know, just gave me 45 out of 50 from jumping over a guy, 6'3", 6'4" guy, jumping over a guy and dunk it. They just give me 45 out of 50, so I couldn't make the final.
Well, Mohamed Dabone, more unique style of basket we got from him there. There's a mismatch. Bachko down low. Can't get the conversion.
It's a great contribution by Dabone. As soon as he came in, he made a difference, especially in the paint. But also, you know, he showed us some skills from outside of the arc. He can shoot the ball.
That's because this man here, Butievas, barely played in the defeat to Milan. He's the star player in game 1. But he's shown he's got that range as the power forward.
It's important to be ready, you know, for each game. So he just came in and showed that he was ready to play. That's really important for coaches to see.
Transition opportunity for Barcelona once more. Dabone, and as you talked about, those soft hands.
Yeah, if he gets the ball, especially around the rim, he's got really soft hands. He can finish it up. He can finish it up with the dunk. So all overall, great player.
Bachko showing some range himself. Doesn't get the roll. But a battle inside. Musakic with the offensive rebound. I suppose if you're Mega, what's an acceptable margin to feel like you can still keep going? I mean, they're down by 10 right now.
Well, it's never too much for Mega. You know, they're down by 10, but it doesn't matter. They have a capacity of coming back from any point. So they will keep fighting. I don't think they're going to give up quick, especially losing 2 games back-to-back. This is for their pride. So.
Well, the missed jump shot there from Dabone comes off the legs of Musakic. So we'll have baseline possession for Barcelona. With just 13 seconds left on the quarter clock. Steal, opportunity for Mega. Close out the period with momentum. Danilovic for 3, off the mark. And Dabone gets up the rebound, brings that one home. And a bright start from Barcelona in the first period, Dosh.
Yeah, I mean, especially big guys dominating from the rebounding aspect of the game. Barcelona is doing a great job. I think they got 11 rebounds already, out-rebounding Mega by 9.
Well, after one quarter, it's a 10-point lead, 29-19 in favor of Barcelona. And they started out attacking the basket, pounding the ball inside through Keita and Kona. You said they got 11 rebounds already, but Mega fought back, didn't lay down. So in terms of an adjustment now, if you're
Well,
Mega, what are we going to do?
So you see in the highlights, most of the baskets that the Barcelona found was around the basket, around the rim. So they got to do a better job not to let Barcelona players get into the paint this much easy. They got to have a better job, doing a better job of jumping to the ball, communicating on defense. All of these shots were in the paint.
Offensively, they've not been bad. You know, they're making shots, so this is very much about the defense for them. And the zone defense, do you think they're going to go back and try that again, or was it just... You know, you talk about switching defense, how much it's actually more difficult than straight up man-to-man. Is the same to be said about zone defense? It's just as hard to play?
Well, yeah, I've seen them doing it in the previous tournaments as well. Against my team, they try some tricky defenses as well, including the zone. But I don't know if the zone defense is going to really work for a Barcelona team. They really have strength from the paint, and once they have the Bone, especially in the paint with the soft touch, he'll probably finish everything he gets in the paint. So it's going to be hard to contain in the zone.
And great to see one of the 25 all-time legends. It's a mouthful to say, top 25 of 25 years. El Chacho in the house. I bet you've had a few battles against him in your time.
Oh, yeah, so many times. Great friend of mine. Always love playing against him.
Great to see that the players that have been voted the top 25 all-time by our fans are in attendance for not just for the EuroLeague Final Four, but also out here for the Next Gen finals. We've got El Chacho Sergio Rodriguez in here. Today we had Kyle Hines in the house. Watched Milan yesterday. I suppose Rodriguez has got split loyalties. Played many years for Milan, but of course, national team for Spain as well. So he's here in support of Barcelona. Second quarter underway, and Barcelona go right back to where they finished, attacking the paint.
Did he just pick up his fourth foul?
Yeah, 4 fouls as quick as that. Good spot.
Wow.
Well, there's not much you can do if Ilesh gets his first start of the tournament. 4 fouls, and we're a minute and a half into the second quarter, and Barcelona punish them right away. I guess, you know, one of the points, if you're Barcelona, if you're Mega, is to get back to, is just to play hard, if nothing else, and just let good things happen, which is where, I suppose, you pick up 4 fouls.
Well, yeah, they try to send a message early, but some of the fouls that they did was not really smart fouls, so they ended up getting a bonus early. And right now, it's been only 50 seconds, and they already picked up their 3rd foul. So it's going to be tough.
Isolation play from Barcelona, but Musakic with a tough defense against Gutierrez.
I really see different lineups on the Mega team. They try different things, obviously trying to get back in this game.
Well, looping rejection from Debona, but I think that may be his 3rd foul as he gets the rejection, the block shot, but then
picked up his 3rd early, so we'll probably not see him in till second half.
Well, there's a teaching moment for Coach Marin as well. I know we've touched on this before, but you know, it's always good to go back to this. You know, the balance you've got at this level is coaching versus teaching. You know, where do you find that?
Well, yeah, definitely. I believe teaching point is more important at this age level. You know, it's more about teaching them the little details that makes a huge difference in the game. So what Coach was doing there, it was great. Tricks, it makes a big difference.
Well, ball out of bounds, goes back to Mega. Trailing by 11, 31 points, 20. Barcelona have the lead. Danilovic on the drive, and he converts. Tough finish by the guard. And here comes Barcelona once more. Lubinek Working off the dribble. They get inside the corner. Good ball handling skills there from the big man, Doge.
Yeah, he can really, once he gets the ball in the paint, wow. He's taking his time. Yeah, I mean, he's
taking. Make 2 points.
Well, yeah, they're just taking their time. You know, nobody's coming for double team. Nobody is helping. So Barcelona is just playing freely in the paint.
Yeah, Barcelona dominating this game.
Great pass. Good hustle, though.
Yeah, Marcemba Guille was a real star in the first game.
He was.
And then didn't play a single minute in the second. I guess when you've got a team as deep as that, not everybody can get some court time.
Well, yeah, you know, you got to use all your players, especially these kind of tournaments. You know, you got to see them, what they do, and give them opportunity to show themselves to the world. So you got to be ready. You just got to stay ready.
Danilovic wants to foul, gets nothing except a chance to hustle back on defense. Pavlo Bachko gets partial block shot, and it will go back. Possession to Barcelona. Klubenet with the fake pass, fooling nobody. Barcelona retain possession. 16 on the shot clock. Coach Vidosavljevic pleading with his players to get tougher on the defensive end. They only trail by 11, so you know Barcelona feels that they're dominating the game, but they're not breaking it open.
Well, yeah, Mega manages to stay in the game, but again, they got to do a better job defensively. This Barcelona team is very versatile. Look, Kone just dominates in the paint. It's
well, Pavlo Bachko gets from almost steal to guaranteed on the highlight reel of Abdurrahman Kone.
It's too much.
Well, the thing that's a little bit disappointing here is Bachko. Okay, he gets beaten, but when Kone gets the ball, there's not a teammate in sight trying to help.
Nobody.
I wouldn't be in a hurry to go down there to help, or at least stick a hand in or something.
Yeah.
Kone converts to three-point play. He goes to 8 points personal, leading scorer in the game. Barcelona lead by 14 points, 36-22. Karalic on the drive again. He's had success with that, although Grujic shuts the door on him this time. Bachko for three.
Great rebound. Great rebound by
Guille. He started the game one. Didn't play at all yesterday in game two, but you see the sort of athleticism he has at the guard stroke small forward position. Barcelona looking to go inside once more. Good hands by Bachko.
Great job by Bachko. Just a lazy pass by Kone. He should try to finish it. Once he gets in the paint, nobody's going to stop him. So rather than passing, he should go for a basket.
So you think a power dribble, go to the rack?
That's it. Because they don't really collapse inside. We didn't see any collapsing by Mega so far. So with one dribble, you can really go for power layup.
Well, there's a foul. I think it's Zentic should have been given it. Luka Klubenet going to the free throw line. Zentic, 5 points so far. Buckets come for the number 25, Vid Krunic. 11-point lead for Barcelona. Soft hands from Kone.
Again, we're talking about help side defense. There's nobody to bump him. He's just rolling to the basket and gets it easy. Layup.
Zentic showing his range there.
mean, Barcelona is controlling the pace, but look, it's just 10 points. You know, Mega teams just can come back with 2 stops. It's but again, defense is the biggest issue. There's no help defense. There's no jump into the ball.
Foul in transition. Nikola Karalic drawing the foul on Kona. Well, one way to stop the bigs is to get them in foul trouble, right? Daboni's got 3.
Exactly. You just got to attack him, though. You just got to attack him. You can't go sideways. This is a great move. And as soon as he realized he was going to get fouled, he just threw the ball up there and got 2 shots.
Well, you said they need to play some defense. Coach Vidosavljevic is telling his team that that's exactly what he wants from them. And we talk about it, the fatigue, not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue seems to be the order of the day now.
Yeah, especially with these kids, it's not easy losing 2 games. You know, coming here with the big expectations and now playing for no purpose. It's not easy. I understand, but that's not an excuse. You know, they shouldn't stop you from playing hard or play defense. There's no excuse not to play defense.
Well, you know, one of the first things you said when in the first game we did, Barcelona and Dubai, was that the most important thing you'd say to the young players is to enjoy yourself. Because you love playing basketball, so to get the enjoyment, you get enjoyment out of playing hard. You don't get enjoyment out of being lazy and sloppy.
That's it. I mean, you know, next generation tournaments, finals. There's so many kids who wants to compete in these finals and tournaments. You know, and it's not easy to be here. All these guys deserve to be here, so might as well. You know, you playing for the championship, obviously, but only one team will win. You just gotta do your best and enjoy it. That's the key.
Well, Pluvinet is having a time of it. So easy for him to get to the basket. More points. Although Barcelona, they led by 10 points at the end of the first. 4 minutes left in the second period. It's only 11, so they're not streaking away from Mega. But they've got to play better defense than this, surely. No help, no pressure on the ball. And Luke Pluvinet says, wow, it's harder than this in practice.
Yeah, it was an easy layup. You just got to get back in front of him. You know, you got to try a little harder.
Danilovic on the drive. Kicks to Karalic. Danilovic against Pena. That's a good matchup for Danilovic. Although he can't convert the 3. Offensive rebound by Musakic. He tries some 3. Off the mark. And the smallest guy on the court, Paul Pena, gets the defensive rebound. And here comes Bartha. Pena kicks out to the wing. And Gonzalez drops inside Mo Keita. Well defended this time by Meg. You can see they can do it.
They can definitely do it. They just got to want it. It's the most important thing. If they want to win this game, they got to win it by playing defense. That's it. And they have a capability of converting these baskets once they get stops. So they still in the game with 8 points.
Well, the timeout is called by Barcelona. Looked like they were going to have an easy time of it. And this is why I said to you I would never want to be a coach, because they show when they play good defense, then they convert a bucket at the other end. That's almost like a 5-point swing. 2 points you didn't concede, plus the 3 points that you've made. Can they build on this? Is this something that you just drive home in the timeout? What do you say to these players now?
All they need to do, just continue to do what they did in the last defense. Active hands, helping each other, communicating, getting stops, and converting on the other side. Because if you do 2 of these, you're back in the game. And the momentum will change. So they just got to believe in the work that they've been putting all year long. This is just, you know, it's all about the momentum. Believe in yourself, believe in your teammates.
Well, Coach Marine drawing up in his timeout. His lead has been as many as 13. It's 14 rather. It's down to 8. 43-35. No surprise to see the shooting percentages. Barcelona currently 17 of 24 on 2-point shooting. Mega not too bad, 9 of 16 from 2. And the 3-point shooting is never going to be a big worry for Barcelona. They're 1 of 3. They don't shoot a lot of threes. Meanwhile, Mega 3 of 11. So if they can start making some threes, things could get better for them. But they've got to get that rebounding game going as well. They're minus 12 on the backboard.
Yeah, they got to do a better job, especially guards. Just come down and help the big guys to get rebounds, secure the rebounds, especially defensive end. All 5 guys need to box out and go for the rebound. That's one thing that these guys are sometimes doing a mistake. They just go for the ball. No, you box out first and then you go for the ball. That's a mistake that these young guys are doing. Now we see some zone defense by Mega.
Well, certainly more effort than they did the first time round.
Ooh.
Well, you know, when they played the zone defense the first time, we ended up the Boney with the easy slam because they just stayed wide open, simple interior passing. This time, though, you see how much energy is involved to play zone defense. You've got to move to the space, you've got to jump in front of passes, and there they get the steal.
All 5 guys on Mega, they move together now on defense. They communicate much better. They're using their hands actively. That makes a huge difference now. And it seems like they're going to continue to play zone because it worked out in the last one. I'm sure they're going to keep it.
Well, it's good time to test it. Easy bucket there for Zazentic. And so they get a couple of players going on offense that could make this game interesting. Let's see if they stick with the zone. Indeed they do.
Yeah, see. Great job though. Barcelona playing with the short lineup, even though they managed to put the ball in the paint. Once you put the ball in the paint, it opens up everything in the zone.
Yeah, you find the seams. Find the gap, penetrating kick. Backman Mokeda with the steal. And created the basket, the slam dunk last time down. And at the second time of asking, gets the offensive rebound off his own miss. And he'll go to the free throw line. Yeah, this is the thing. If I was the coach, I'd be so frustrated because Mega have shown flashes of good effort, but then they go back to being lazy.
Well, again, but one turnover lead to a bad defense. You know, you can't be lazy with the ball, not take care of the ball on the offensive end. It's just a lazy pass to turnover, lead to turnover, and defensively you're lacking after that. It's just, you know, habits.
And that point you made is important about blocking out. Not seeing much of that from Mega. Timeout called by the team from Belgrade. They trail 45 points to 37.
Polako, 2 bacanja, igramo, ne može da se skloniš sa lopte, jel važi, sad je petorka gde si na 1, smo se razumeli? Gledaj ovde, odigraj mi ovde obične rogove, nemoj da staješ iz rogova, idi brže u bok, više u bok, znači iz ovoga, napadni malo ovde širinu više, širinu pa dubinu, ovaj neka ode, ovaj drugi neka katuje, jel važi? I nastavak je vrti posle iz toga. Ajmo, nemoj da padamo, ej.
Well, another legend in the building. This time, former head coach of Spain, Sergio Scariolo. And, what's apart the best coaches? Guys like Scariolo, who obviously took Spain to World Championships. I mean, what is it? How do you get that response out of the players like yourself? You know, these are premium players. What is it they do that makes you think, oh yeah, he's got that right?
I mean, their resume just speaks by itself. You know, it's just incredible coaches, incredible person. It's just you know what they've done with the national team as well. They really became a legend now. It's not easy to win championships, and once you achieve it, you know you're already a legend.
But this is something that you're seeking to achieve working with the Turkish national team. Talk us a little bit about your role there.
Well, definitely. You know, with the Turkish national team as well, we have always huge goals. Our history is really good with the World Championships and European Championships. We just gotta build up a new generations coming up. We have a couple guys with a huge upside, so we just gotta keep working. You know, it's just building habits. It's building a culture. So we gotta bring that old culture back to Turkish national team as well.
I guess it's the other thing is getting a loyalty to the flag, if you like. You know, once they get to the States and they get off internationally, suddenly they forget a little bit of their heritage.
Well, definitely. You know, playing for your country is a huge pride. So you got to have that pride. If you're healthy and feeling good, and you get invited. You know, it's a huge pride to be wearing your national team jersey, especially in Turkey. It's huge. So, you know, I will always be proud of wearing that jersey. You know, I played more than 200 games for the Turkish national team, and any kid should feel the same. It's huge playing for your country.
But also, this is where your role becomes important, because you make the effort to show the young players that they are important to Turkey as well as the other way around. And that's where you get that national pride.
Oh, definitely, definitely. I mean, it works either way. I mean, both way. You know, you deserve to be there. You get invited, and you should be proud to be wearing the national team jersey and be there, represent your country in the international tournaments. It's huge for both sides. It's win-win.
Well, win-win for these two teams on the court right now. Barcelona with an 8-point lead, looking to extend with the offensive rebounding, and that's what happens for them. I think that's it's Mo Keita. Sung his praises.
Rebounding, though, it's been an issue for Mega in the first half. Let's see if they can fix it in the second half, coming out of a locker room.
Jamilovic tries to dump it down low. Mo Keita breaks up the pass. They get a steal. A little surge here right at the end of the first half. Well, you know, you talk about blocking out, and the fact that Mega players aren't doing it. In my experience, the best rebounders are often the best at blocking out, because that's how they get the rebound. They block out, the ball comes to you.
Doesn't matter how tall you are, you know, it's all about, you know, go block your guy out and then know where the ball is going to bounce. Those two things. Don't worry about your height, size, doesn't matter.
Oh, pressure defense by Barcelona, but Cezentic springs free, tries to draw the foul, and fumbles the ball out of bounds. And that must be so frustrating as a coach for Mega, because they're good, they're bad, they're good, they're bad.
Well, yeah, that's the consistency. You know, they're just not being constant, especially doing lazy plays on the offensive side, turning the ball over, not taking care of the ball. That just affects their rhythm.
Well, we got a timeout called. Ognjen Cezentic with 14 points personal, leads all players in scoring, but currently his team trail by 10, 49 points to 39. Barcelona on top. Well, what is Barcelona trying to get out of this last 24 seconds, though?
You know, if I were them, you know, try to put the ball inside again, just pound them inside. Maybe Mega will come up with some kind of zone defense again, but take your time, you know, use the time wisely, and try to put the ball inside. If they come for double team or help, just kick it out and extra passes till you find the open shots. Because if you're just patient a little bit, Mega is going to give up playing defense. You know, they haven't shown any continuation on the defensive side, really.
Con balón más aquí, ¿vale? Si no es zona, vamos a jugar.
Well, timeout called by Barcelona. We'll see how well they manage to use that. They can basically hold for the last shot of the first half. There's 24 seconds on the shot clock, 24.1 on the game clock. Well, even the agents are in attendance here. You mentioned that the coaches are here. The agents are in force as well.
Well, I've been telling you that this game has been watched by the whole world. You know, agents, scouts, GMs, you know, coaches, everybody's here. So, and they're watching us on YouTube as well. So, super important for players to get the best exposure.
Barcelona looking to get a good final shot of the first time they get. End of the first half. The shot clock didn't match the game clock, but the time runs out. No change to the score. Referees are hesitant now. They're holding things up because now they're putting 1.9 seconds on the clock. Well, that was a shot clock. So now I think a little bit of confusion here. They up, they're down, they're in, they're out. Well, Well, the highlights are rolling, but we've had another second put back on the clock. And so now halftime proper gets underway. It is a 10-point lead for Barcelona. That's the lead they had at the end of the first quarter. So no extend of the lead, and Mega not able to eat into it. Halftime at the Mubadala Arena, FC Barcelona 49, Mega Super Belgrade 39. And after a small mix-up at the scoring table, we'll give you the highlights from the first half. And Dosh, what are your thoughts on that first 20 minutes?
Again, Barcelona came out and determined, put the ball inside and tried to pound it in from the paint. And they done a great job. And unfortunately, Mega couldn't find an answer for, especially on the defensive end. Kone having the ball inside, Dabone getting the ball in the paint and finishing it. So Mega has to do a better job defensively, just helping in the defense in the paint.
It's big boy, little boy at moments on the court, but Mega have got their own scoring weapon of their own in Ognan Zazentic, 14 points for him.
Well, yeah, he's one of those guys, trying to keep Mega in the game along with Bako, but so far it's not really working.
Well, he's made 16 points overall, but some of the role players Barcelona stepping up as well. Luke Plubinet. Adjustments for Mega, well, they got to play harder, that's for sure. For Barcelona, well, they've made some mistakes, 11 turnovers for Barcelona, so I guess their coach can tell them to take better care of the basketball.
Definitely, they got to take care of the ball better, but they're doing a great job sharing the ball.
Well, we'll take a quick look at the stats. And that rebounding number you talk about there, 24 rebounds to Barcelona, 9 for Mega. They're dominating on the glass. And the three-point shots of Mega, 3 of 12. If they could make some threes in the second half, maybe this one gets interesting. But right now, before we take a break, Barcelona 49, Mega 39. It is halftime at the Mubadala Arena. This is the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague Finals of 2025. Group A action. FC Barcelona 49, Mega Super Belgrade 39. Barcelona led by 10 points at the half. At the end of the first quarter, they still lead by 10 after 2 quarters. So Mega, who have not really shown their best face in this whole tournament, very much in this one, and it'd be a massive boost for them if they could finish on a high with a victory. But to do that, they're going to have to start improving their defense and improving their rebounding. I'm Martin Henlon, your lead commentator, and I'm being ably supported by Turkish basketball legend Dosh Balbay. And Dosh, we're going to look at some of the key players, starting with Ognjen Zentic of Mega.
Yeah, super talented player. Once he gets going, you know, he can easily score 15, 20 points in 5-10 minutes, and he showed it in the first half. Great job by him, just scoring 16 points in a short period of time. Super talented 3-level player. 16
points for him, also playing right on 18 minutes, so they need him to bring the offensive heat. He's got to keep making those jumpers from deep to soften up the Barcelona defense, because the truth is they're not getting second chance opportunities. They've got to make the bucket with that first shot.
Definitely. Rebound wise, you know, Mega has been struggling, but again, it comes down to their defense. They received 49 points in the first half, which is too much for Mega. If they want to win this game, they got to keep him under 65, 70 points now in the second half.
Well, they conceded 29 points the first, 20 points in the second. A lot of those first quarter points came from the hands of this man here, Abdulrahmane Kona. Tell me about him, Dosh.
Physical guy, you know, super, you know, soft hands, great finisher around the rim. You know, he used his skills and physical ability in the paint and just dominated the first half.
Well, the way he attacks the basket, and when he gets a rebound, it stays rebounded, and he punished the bigs of Mega over and over again. Kona, 10 points, the only Barcelona player in double figures. 3 rebounds, played just 7 minutes, didn't play at all in the second period. And you see a reflection of his stats, his numbers there. You would expect him to be back out here in the second half. And I guess for Mega, it's the start of the third period will be important for them.
Yes, what we said from the beginning, you know, they got to set the tone from the beginning. Just play hard. They got to make, they got to use their fouls a little bit wisely, you know. They got to be smart, no shooting fouls, no N1s. So they got to be tough, using their hands actively. Let's see if they can find the solution to just collapse in the paint and stop Barcelona big guys.
Well, they have yet to lead in this game. Something that would be great for them to get back into. It's going to have to be done with defense. We'll talk about energy as well, the effort. They were up and down. Consistency is something as a coach that you beg for from referees. And I'm guessing Coach Vidas Savljevic is begging for that from this Mega team in the second period.
Yes, time to time they show some great character, you know, getting stops and converting on the other hand in the offense. But as you said, consistency is the key. They got to keep doing it for a while to if they want to lead this game.
Well, we're almost at the end of the first half. Just under 3 minutes left till they get underway once more. This is Group A in the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague Finals. This is the 23rd edition of the Adidas Next Generation EuroLeague. Seen some great champions over the years. We're going to have possibly a new one on the roster if Milan can keep on going. They will compete in the final on Sunday against Žalgiris Kaunas, that has already topped Group B. Fans more in attendance today than we've seen, which is interesting. The day 3, or maybe it's because it's Saturday.
Yeah, it's the weekend, so.
See, I lose track of time. I don't even know what day of the week it is, what time it is.
Same here.
I can't even get anybody to shake hands with me, so I don't know what I'm doing.
I tricked you this morning too.
Yes, you did. Fortunately, that won't get posted on my social media handle. Right, so shooting around, relaxed. You know, now the pressure's sort of off. Mega, you think they want to finish on a high. And I guess it's about self-belief as much of anything now.
Yes, they got to play for their pride. The tradition of Mega, you know, they've always been a high-level team out of Serbia. I expect some reaction by Mega team.
Well, we'll see confirmation of the game played earlier. Dubai Basketball 84, EA7 Milan 86, which will send Milan to the top of Group A. 3 games played, 3 games won. Can't do any better than 100%. They will compete in the final against Zalgiris, who play overtime elite today. So even if they lose to the 4th place team, they cannot be caught by Inset Paris or Real Madrid. So the final is set for tomorrow. Got 2 interesting games this afternoon, though. And we see the players receiving final instructions from Barcelona. I guess your coach, Marine, those should go back with the same 5 that started the game.
Yeah, definitely try to initiate the offense through Kone, put the ball inside and see how Mega reacts, if they make any adjustments or not. And they're doing a great job sharing the ball. Let's see if we can keep pounding them inside.
It's as close to a small lineup as we get from Barcelona. 3 relatively smaller players. Mo Keita, the number 7 power forward. And for Mega, there is a change to the starting lineup. Pavle Bachko gets the start over Petar Stojic. And also Nikola Basilevic will start, as well as Vukasin Musakic, who played well in the first half, the number 14 of Mega. 3rd quarter underway. Mega Belgrade with the first possession, and the foul is committed straight away from Daniel Gonzalez of Barcelona.
As soon as the officials see 2 hands on a player, they just call foul.
Yeah, it's something that I have to admit I don't complain. There's a lot of the rule changes I complain about because I'm a little bit old school.
Yeah.
But hands on, well, hands on. That's a drop the mic moment for the commentator as Nikola Karalic gets fouled in the act of shooting. He gets the first score of the half. And that's 2 fouls in a hurry for Barcelona. At the time, Daniel Gonzalez commits it. Karalic completes the 3-point play. Now we'll see.
This is it. More aggressive now. Try to double team. Now they're showing some reaction on defense. Better communication on the defense end, but again.
Well, foul is called underneath Pavle Bachko. At least he's making the effort to try to stop Kone from catching the ball.
Right. But again, it was a great seal by Kone in the paint. But Bachko just had to foul him in order to stop him. It's not easy to contain him.
And as you said, you know, you've got a player that big. It's not just getting him out of position, but if you've got to get around him, that's a long journey to get around from one side to the other.
It really is.
Aggressive man-to-man defense from Mega. And they come up with the steal. Karalic finds Bachko, and they convert it to 5-0 run to start the game. Now against Dubai yesterday, they were losing by 20 points. They went to some full court pressure that reaped dividends. They just didn't sustain the effort, but right here, inside the first minute, they lose the battle of the boards once more.
But good job starting the second half by Mega. You can tell they're more aggressive on defense. They're trying to, move together. And offensively, they just share the ball and get some easy baskets. Let's see if they can keep doing it.
Barcelona with a 10-point lead, you wouldn't expect them to come out overly confident. So, they've committed 2 fouls, given up 5 points, and now back-to-back turnovers. They haven't even got a decent shot away yet. And see, Coach Vilasavljevic of Mega, he is up and animated As Ognjen Cesentic brings the ball up the court and has his pocket picked. Mikel Gonzalez.
Yeah, again, you cannot have these turnovers. We talk about consistency. You know, you find the rhythm, you're doing a couple things good, and then you can't have this easy turnover in the half court.
Footwork, the dance from Bachko, but he can't convert, and then he commits the foul after the missed shot. For Bachko, is that his third?
They call on Ozlowicz.
Oh, well, in that case, he gets out of jail. Now, Kona says, you got your pivots, I got my pivots too. But he gets his shot blocked. There's that man, Cater again. No, Mo Cater. What a player he could be in the future.
Yeah, everywhere. He's everywhere. He's doing all the little details, all these intangible things. Again, look at the help defense. He's there. If there wasn't a foul, it was a steal by him.
Well, the steal would show, but a lot of the things that players like Mohamed Cater does don't show up in the stat sheet. It's where he puts himself on the court.
Look at the hustle, look at the finish.
I think he said to me, when it comes to rebounding, you just need to put yourself where the ball's going to come off the rim.
Yeah, I mean, he's got long arms. He's athletic, so he probably has more advantage than most of the guys on this court right now.
See the battle under the basket, Kona against Bachko again.
Wow.
And this time Bachko knows he's got him at his mercy.
Pounded him like there's nobody behind him.
So if you're Mega, do you think about double teaming if he gets the ball down this deep?
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't leave him with Bachko or any other guy in the paint. I'll definitely come down and help. Let him just pass the ball.
Especially somebody as important as Bachko, who now has 3 fouls.
Look at it again. Keita.
You see the body language there on the weak side of Vukasin Musakic? He just raised his arms. It's almost as what am I supposed to do with him?
Yes, watch him laugh. I mean, it's just great seal. Just the awareness, you know. You see your guys lacking on defense, just get him behind you, open your arms, seal him.
You just put the ball up in the air.
That's it. He'll get it.
Let him go get it.
Yeah, he'll get it.
Okay, relatively small for the modern day big man at just 2 meters 2.
He's got a big heart, huge heart, you know, really his size. Obviously he's got long arms, athletic, but it's not going to be an issue going forward.
Mali born, just 16 years of age, doesn't turn 17 until June.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So he's not finished growing either.
Oh no, he's not.
This is the reason I love the Next Gen tournament, because you see them and they come back next year, they're 3 centimeters taller, 20 kilos heavier.
Yep.
Barcelona raising the intensity on the defensive end. Bachko, 0 for 2, 1 from 3. That's first triple of the game. First triple of the second half for either side. Mega within 6. Barcelona being challenged. How do they respond? Through Mikel Gonzalez. And no offensive rebound for once. If they score here, perhaps a timeout.
Great defense. Great hands. It's just maybe there was a contact on the hand, but
I agree with you. That's great defense, and there's nothing you can do. On another day, that is called nothing. But today, referee calls it foul. Free throws to come. Momentum continues for Karalic. I think you're 100% right, by the way. I say I agree with you. That was the one foul. But that's okay. That's the human nature of officiating. What I like about this is it reinforces the fact you've got 3 referees and they get most of the calls right.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Not every call.
Definitely.
Now it's easy for me to say neither one of us have got any skin in the game, but if you're the head coach on the side, you must be ready to spit blood now.
Well, yeah, it's different when you're coaching, but right now it's easy to speak. But we all make mistakes. Yeah.
And
that's an easy mistake.
Well, that is one that sometimes could be born out of the frustration because he knows he's just had a call go against him. And then
yes, it might affect him. Yeah, definitely. He just loses concentration. Just a second. This is what happens. That's why this game is so beautiful. You know, 1 second you just lose your concentration, and that leads to a mistake.
Mega trail by 10 at the half. With an 8-2 run to start the game, but that's a big whistle. Pavle Bachko has picked up his 4th foul.
You talk about these guys, you know, how they improve and, you know, still growing at the age of 16, 17. But the most important thing seen out of these guys is the maturity. You know, it's very important. Each game, each day, you know, they're being more mature. They're getting more experience, and they play in the right way. So it's these kind of tournaments, all these games, international games, it's crucial for them to be more mature and understand the game.
That's a great point made there. Bachko sits down with 4 fouls, and he's going to have to mature himself a little bit now, ponder that situation.
Yeah, he was doing great offensively and defensively. But again, as soon as he, you know, sit down with the foul trouble, again, this paint is wide open for Barcelona.
That zone defense that did well at the end of the first half picked apart their great interior passing from Barca. Advantage, well defended, can't get the 3-point shot away. Shot clock hits 5. Karalic likes to drive to the basket, gets it stolen. And Miguel Gonzalez hands
Great
off
pass.
to Kona, and how's about that for soft hands?
Great awareness by Gonzalez and lead it up to Kona. And yeah, soft hands for a big guy. It's super important.
Yeah, Daniel Gonzalez now with 4 assists, the leading passer in the game. Barcelona lead by 8.
Look at Kona on the defensive pick and roll.
3 points from Vasiljevic, sails wide. And then is that a foul you need to make if you're Musakic?
No way. I mean, I'll just sit him down right now. You're in bonus. You don't want to make this foul. You don't really. He called timeout probably just for this. And
he just sticks his hand in there.
Yeah. You don't want to do it. You're in bonus. You got to be more aware. This is where, you know, the teaching point comes in. You know, you got to, especially in the timeout, you got to let him know. You got to let him know this is not the right thing to do, and not to repeat the same mistake again. These really makes difference in the game.
Well, timeout called, we believe, by Mega. Barcelona have their lead eaten into 59-51. They're ahead. As Coach Vidas Sablevic talks to his team, I think one of the points I would make there, that foul missed by Musakic, okay, he's lost his man. That's when you talk to each other. You yell for help, right? You say, hey, help me, I'll be... You know, you talk to one of the other players, say, I'll get yours, you go get mine.
That's it. It comes down to communication, you know, collective effort and communication. If you don't have communication, as we see that one paint is wide open, nobody helps each other. Barcelona just walks in the paint and gets easy baskets.
Ti si na jedan, igramo jedan strana. Igramo jedan strana. Ajmo.
We see that 2 points, you know, they're 19. Barcelona is 19 out of 29. It's a huge, you know, it's a big percentage. It's just all layups you see in the highlights. All paint and great pass, wide open, nobody helps.
That's the interior passing against that zone defense. We're looking at Daniel Gonzalez, who's been really impressive. 2 steals for breakaway layups.
Great unselfish play. And you're a big guy, one of the first runners. It's incredible. Now Kone is resting and Dabone is in.
Barcelona champions 9 years ago, 2016. They won't be able to add to that this year, that's for sure. For many of these young players, we will see back 2026. Opportunity, Mega, they cut their 10-point deficit down to 4. Now they're back down by 9. They need a bucket here. Zazentic drives, whips it to the top of the key. Danilovic well defended, and well, talk me through that foul there.
Well, yeah, well, it was innocent foul, I would say. They were trying so hard to rotate, but there was 2 seconds left, so you got to be aware of the shot clock as well. 2 seconds left, there's not much to do, and you shouldn't really foul that. I mean, I know he was innocent, not try to foul it there, but you got to be more aware of the shot clock.
Yeah, well, Daniel Gonzalez has had a couple of steals. Maybe you think he's going to go and get the third, but you're right, with the shot clock running down and the best shooter catching the ball. I like the way Danilovic caught the ball, felt the contact, and immediately went into his shooting action to make sure he got the free throws. But his team's in the bonus already. Both teams have already committed 5 fouls midway through the third period. Barcelona by 7, 60-53. Mohamed Daboni in the game with 3 fouls. Doesn't have the beef that Kona does, but has the soft hands.
What a finish. It's not easy. This shot is not easy, but he makes it look so easy, you know, with long arms. Soft touch.
Well, the difference is Kona would have tried to barrel his way to the basket. Daboni is trying to create the space so he can use that length.
Definitely. 2 different players, but again.
Well, Danilovic answers the 2 with a 3.
Both big guys of Barcelona, super skilled, super young guys, huge upside, great feature.
The lob can't convert. The Stojic did a good job of staying with Daboni that time, as Gonzalez tried to lob it upstairs for him.
See, this is great help. Just put your hands up. You know, it's a great help side defense. One mistake he made was just putting his hands down, as you see here. Don't put your hands down. Just keep your hands up. It's not foul. Great help. You're already there. You did your job. But
frustration for Butievas. But credit also Nikola Karalic to find that pass. Just drop the ball off underneath. There, Coach Marine speaking to the referee saying he was up in the air. And they're like, nope, his hands were up. We're not up in the air. And he makes the contact and the foul is called.
It was a great call. I think it's just coach was trying to get into head of the referees. It's one of the tricks, I guess.
Well, especially as the lead, which was as big as 14 points in the first half. And there's the full court pressure I mentioned that they used against Dubai. Barcelona not confident handling this basketball now.
Yeah, sloppy plays, especially passes. I see 4 or 5 bad passes back to back. This is the 6th one that lead to a turnover. I mean, he can't be careless with the ball. You see how important passing is in basketball. You really underestimate passing, but it's a skill as well.
Oh, very much so. That was the 15th turnover from Barcelona, but Mega not able to capitalize as they missed the open 3. And Barca deficit down to 4 points. Shot clock under 5. Daboni again. Wow. Talk about that length. That's what you call length. You can't coach against that one.
Right.
Daboni goes to 10 points. So between Daboni and Konak, they've got 22 points. And if you add in the 10 points from Mo Keita, their big men have come up with 32 points between them. But Nikola Karalic continues to put up numbers for Mega. He goes to 14. And it's still just a 4-point lead for Barcelona. And I guess the more it goes on like this, the more confident that Mega will become.
Definitely. They're just working the game right now, slowly coming back. But if they keep doing the right thing, they have a big chance.
And starting to battle on the backboard.
Right,
Danilovic snags the rebound, and here they come. Looking for something in transition.
You said guards have to come down and get rebounds, and Danilo is doing a great job helping his teammates.
Oh, soft finish by Stojic. The pass was excellent. You talk about the quality, skill of passing. That was a beautiful pass from Danilovic to Stojic. But he fades away from the basket instead of leaning in.
Right.
Rubenet thinks about the 3. Gonzalez doesn't think about it. He shoots it, and then,
You got to clear that rebound. You got to get that goal.
Well, Musakic had the ball in his hands.
Gave it away.
And he gifts it to Butievas. Who comes to stop Suzentic. Oh, nice play.
Nice.
Well, you said he's a gifted offensive player. A good example of that then, as he moves on to 18 points. His first points of the third quarter. Cuts the deficit to 4 once more. Mega go back into a man-to-man defense. Bluvenet puts it up. Misses. Didn't know if it was a pass or a layup. Danilovic misses his layup, but there a stop.
Not meant to be.
Well,
I don't know what to say on that. Two wide open layups.
The first one I could accept because he was being chased. The second one, Stojic has got to recognize that there's nobody around him. Take your time, big fella, and lay it home. And then, how often does that happen? You miss an easy one at one end, and then you give up a bucket at the other, and it's a 4-point swing.
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of basketball. You just got to be able to convert those and get stops on defense.
Danilovic gets frustrated. He asks for the foul. Referee tells him to hustle back on defense instead, which he eventually does. Final minute of the third period. Barcelona not going to get a walk in the park. They want the alley-oop. Mega were ready for that. So instead, Plubanet says, I'll shoot the three instead. Debone can't get the rebound because of a good, well, sort of a good block out by Karalic.
Yes,
he stood in the right place.
Yes, he
Let's
was.
put it
He
that
was
way.
there, yeah.
And that's all you can ask, I suppose.
Yeah, look, he tried at least.
But look, it's a perfect example when you talk about with blocking out. It's like the shot goes, forget
Exact-
the ball,
exact-
go find the defender, the man, and then just lean back into him.
That's it. Just trying to keep him away from the basket, away from the ball.
Danilovic likes the look of the three, doesn't get the magical bounce. And so Barcelona will hold for the final shot of the third period. They lead by 6. Seon Keita down low. Kicks it, and it is going to end the period on a low note for Barcelona. Well, it certainly got interesting in that third period.
Well, 16 turnovers by Barcelona. Again, in the third quarter, they were super careless with the ball. They didn't really take care of the ball, and lazy passes that that led Mega to cut the deficit to 6 points.
Well, there we go. After 3 quarters, FC Barcelona 68, Mega Belgrade 62. Third quarter highlights. Now, an important point, Barcelona scored 29 points in the first, 20 in the second, 19 in the third. Their offense is going down. Meanwhile, Mega, 19, 20, 23. It's going in the opposite direction. Momentum is a really important part of the game.
It really is. Now they got to keep building on it in the fourth quarter. If Mega wants to come back and stay in this game, they just got to keep believing it and work the game for 40 minutes.
Well, so does that, you tell me if I'm wrong here. So the bench for Mega now, if they can hold Barcelona under 19 points and improve on 23, surely they've got a recipe to win this game.
Yeah, definitely. They have everything they needed. But they just gotta, get stops and convert it on their hands. They're doing a good job. They just gotta give a little bit more effort. Everything looks good for Mega right now. That 6-point deficit, it's not much. It's just 2 stops. We have a game here.
And I guess they want this game to be as ugly as possible because that third period was pretty rough. But the good thing is, if they can get this down to the individual scoring talents, the likes of Zazentic, and their 3-point percentages can go up, because that's the really thing that's really hurting. The 29% from 3, 5 of 17. They've actually shot 7 more free throws than Barcelona. So if they can stay aggressive, then that minus 19 rebounding won't hurt them so much.
Yes, rebounding is an issue for Mega, but other than that, they're doing okay. I think they're still in the game, and they have a big chance to come back and win this game.
Well, let's see what happens. Fourth quarter is underway. Barcelona leading by 6. Seon Keita, 1-on-1 in the low post, feeds Luke Plubanet. Plubanet has 11 points, and you can add 2 assists to his tally as he puts it upstairs where there isn't a Mega player to do anything about it. Seon Keita, he goes to 11 points personal. Wow, it's the quietest 11 points you've ever seen, isn't it?
It is, really.
We're talking about Kona and Debone.
Yes, exactly. This is the third guy Barcelona has as a big guy, and imagine all of your big guys are contributing. We really miss Keita, but he's a great player as well. 9 minutes, 11 points.
Yeah, so I was talking about the other 3 bigs, but you had him in as well. You got 10 points from Mo Keita, 12 points from Kona, 11 points from Seon Keita, And then the Bone is in there. He's putting up. Where's the Bone? He's got 10 points. Well, you got 40-something points out of your bigs.
Yes, most of them are in the paint, and you see the 3-point percentage. They're 1 out of 8, so they only shooting 8 threes all game long. And you know, Mega has to be aware of this and find a solution for stopping their bigs and the paint scored.
Danilovic with the double scoop, and then Sam Keita says, "You can forget trying to get an offensive rebound around me." Fouled in transition, George Vignato.
I mean, if I were Mega right now, I would just force them shoot threes, and if they beat us, if they beat me by threes, I would be okay with that. But right now, Barcelona made only 1 3 and shoot 8 times. So let him shoot threes and see if he can beat us.
So you say we let him shoot threes. What do they do now to make that force them into shooting threes?
Well, everybody pack back in the paint. Just pack back, just 1 step away from your guy, and help each other on the paint. Have the help side a little bit, over-exaggerate the help side, jump to the ball, and these kind of little details just to make Barcelona think twice when they try to pass the ball inside.
So if they were to do that, would that help them rebounding as well? Because suddenly you'd have 5 defenders in the paint when they shoot the ball.
Exactly. They can just pack back in there, and it's going to help the rebounds because the guards will be there around the paint as well.
But you've got to keep putting points on the board. Vuk Danilovic misses the jump shot. He's now 1 of 6 from 2-point range. And then another turnover, this time Sam Keita. I suppose one of the issues I have with the big men of Barcelona is when they pass the ball around, they're great. When they try to beat you off the dribble, that's where the problems seem to have. Why don't they just pass over the top of these smaller players?
Well, yeah, they're trying to have some zoom actions, some screen away actions, but yeah, bigs are just forcing it too much sometimes. While they're not wrong, you know, somebody come to stop them, but nobody comes usually. But again, as you said, it's inside-out game. If you pass the ball inside and there's a guy behind you, don't force it. Pass it out, set the screen, and play the pick and roll. It's just continuation again.
It's a 4-0 run to start the third period. Make that 6-0 as the offensive rebounding breaks it out to a 12-point lead. That time, Omaruna with the offensive stick back, but they had 2 offensive boards on that play. I make that 17 offensive rebounds that they've had in this game. There, you see there's 2. Timeout called by Mega. They had them close, down by 6, but it's a 6-0 run to start the third period. Barcelona 74, Mega Belgrade 62.
I mean, don't get me wrong, when I said pack back in there, when Barcelona gets the ball in the paint, so you still be aggressive on defense, pressure the ball, but as soon as your guy releases the ball or passes the ball, just jump. Everybody, all 5 guys jumps to the ball. And once they put the ball inside, again, all 5 guys jumps to the ball and just try to bother him. So a little more risk, take the risk to make threes.
Also picked up a cheap fouls start of the period. They're down by 12, so that they're by no means completely out of this. I guess if you're looking at the clock, just under 8 minutes left. If your coach is starting to think of game management here, they'll want it to be 5 points with 5 minutes left. Obviously, what you'd like to be is up by 20 points, but they only need to lead 1 time.
That's it.
So how do you chip away at this?
Don't rush things. Yeah, I definitely understand. Like, it's not going to come right away with 1 stop. You got to do constantly, just step by step. Take 1 step at a time. Cut the deficit to 5. Cut the deficit to 2, and then at the end, just believe in it and just work the game. Work the game for the next 7 minutes. Don't try to rush things.
Well, Cezentic is the only one who can rush things on offense. He's the leading scorer with 18 points. He had 16 in the first half. Just 2 here in the second as Vasiljevic draws the foul from Luke Pluvinet.
If he went for layup, I don't know if it would be 2 shots, but rather pass the ball.
This is one of those changes in the rule, isn't it? If you catch the ball into your gather step, then you got a chance of getting 2 free throws, although he was behind the backboard.
Right, but you can still try to throw it up there to, get N1 or maybe get 2 shots.
Kalinic misses the 3.
Ooh, that's it. That's no communication
Vignato
here.
thinks about it twice and gets the foul. I think he looked like he was like, I really don't want to shoot this, coach.
Right.
But sometimes there's a benefit. Even though you'll see yourself, you're going to be in trouble. You know you're going to get your shot blocked, but shoot it anyway because you might draw a foul.
Yeah, definitely. What he did was wrong, but he thought twice, for sure, before shooting it.
A little bit Celine Dion on us. But his heart will go on as he stands to the free throw line. George Gnyato started the game against Dubai. And he goes 1 of 2 at the free throw line. The second one was a violation as a Mega player steps in. They're by no means out of this game, though. 74-63, Barcelona ahead. There's a slightly nervous look on the face of Coach Marin. And he must feel if these guys can just play solid defense. They've only conceded 1 point in the first 3 minutes of the fourth period. And you can see, well, Barcelona, it's clearly the right strategy. They are turning down open three-point shots, looking to get something at the basket. But now with the shot clock running down, they got no choice. And they get an offensive rebound. We've said that so many times today. The lob, the turnover. 17 throwaways now by Barcelona. That time, Daniel Gonzalez. Yeah, you talk about they force it a little bit. I mean, you've got an 11-point lead, so you're not overly upset. They're doing the right thing, but the execution could be better.
Yes, 17 turnovers is, I think, too much already, but they still managed to stay up by 10 points, 11 points right now. But again, you can't be careless with the ball.
6-1 run to start the fourth period.
They can really cause you the game. But both sides, I guess, they don't want it. They're just making these easy turnovers, unforced turnovers, I would call.
Yeah, Basilevic trying to get the hero pass to the corner for a three.
Keep it simple.
No look passes are difficult to execute at the best of times.
Keep it simple. Sometimes the pass that you don't do is the best pass. Just keep your dribble alive.
Barcelona in possession. Matthew Grujicic finds Butievas. And those two players, Grujicic and Butievas, were both outstanding in game one. They've struggled since, but they connect. And Butievas gets the basket. He goes to 9 points. And another big.
Stay down.
Oh, well, Gnyato. Last time he went to the basket, he figured I'd get a foul. This time he got good to him, and they gang blocked his shot. But then Basilevic ends up with the loose ball, and he'll go to the free throw line. Again, it shows the benefit of attacking the basket, even though there are shot blockers down there.
Definitely, and as soon as he saw the foul, he threw the ball up and almost got the end one. But that's what I was saying. After you get called foul, don't just leave the ball on the ground. Throw it up there, just have it. Maybe you have a chance to make the basket. So he almost got the M1.
Well, can't disagree with that, especially if Basilevic makes both free throws, which he does. The deficit comes down to
the pressure
11.
right now.
There's that full court pressure. Barcelona, they are not confident against the press.
These passes are just been the problem. They're not sticking the passes, just lazy passes, soft passes. This is not going to work, especially against Mega's defense. But they somehow managed to get the ball to the other side of the court.
Here's a question for you, Coach. Right, so my team is built around this whole crew of bigs, and you want to prepare for full court defense, but you haven't got a team that can play full court pressure. So how do you work on it in practice?
Well, you got to find a way to work on it. You have 15 guys, just find the right formation, and you just got to stick with your plan. I mean, you can definitely find a way. You have enough players. I know your team is super tall and athletic, but it doesn't matter. You got to find a way to work on it in practice. You have all this time.
I remember in my old playing days, sometimes they make us play 5-on-7, so 7 defenders.
Whatever it takes.
And then because we're a big, slow team. Well, we had a layup at the other end. Ognin Cezentic moving to 20 points off another turnover from Barcelona, but they come back the other way, draw the foul, but you'll take this foul because it stops them giving an easy basket, right?
Definitely. I mean, these are good fouls. And it's not 2 shots, so I'll take that. Your question, answer to your question, sometimes also with my teams I play no dribble games, big against small guards. So that also makes a huge difference, awareness of big guys, how to move without the ball for guards, So it's great. No dribble games against big and guards. It helps.
Abdulrahmani Kona announces his presence back on the court.
Where he left off, he just keep doing his thing.
Well, and I have to say to you, and I'm sure the fans around the world that are watching this is the sort of insight into the mind of a coach that is important to understand. What do you do? How do you change these players? No dribble offense. So the guards, you've got to pass over the bigs or something like that. It's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta know how to.
Never happened in a game though.
But it's funny. What happens is it's a no dribble game, but sometimes big guys, especially, they go for pick and roll. So it's a no dribble game, but it's a habit. So big guys go for a pick and roll, but you can't dribble the ball. So you have to tell your big guys, hey, there's no pick and roll in this play because there's no dribble. So it's just building different habits and teach them how to move without the ball.
And also, you teach them how to think the game.
Oh, definitely.
Well,
spacing.
Barcelona have to think right now. They've got 5 seconds. The shot clock running down. Gonzalez against Bachko. The deep three. It is money in the bank.
Tough shot, but he had to shoot it. Shot clock was winding down.
It wasn't by choice.
Right.
He's thinking the game. He knows the clock.
Definitely.
They matched their biggest lead of the game. 14 points, 81-67. And then Musakic will go to the free throw line because that is going to be the 5th team foul by Barcelona in the 4th period. But you got to give credit to Barcelona. Their offense had dried up in the 3rd period a little bit. They were only up by 6 points, but they've started this 4th period on a 13-5 run. Musakic must have looked at Gonzalez and said, okay, I can muscle up against you because those bigs, Kona's on the other side of the court.
Yeah.
Well, Vukasin Musakic, 6 points so far. Misses a pair of free throws have hurt him today. Now 2 of 7. And the bundle of energy that is Samagie feeds Kona.
That's it. They finally come to double team, but the deficit is 13 points right now. Force them to shoot 3. I'll take that. That's exactly what they were supposed to do all game long. Better late than never, I guess.
Karlic drops off to Basilovic and says, I'm not shooting that one. But instead he finds Cezentic. And that's a shot that Ognjen Cezentic, you like to see him take. It's a little bit of frustration. It must be, you're the scorer. You've got 20 points. There's a pretty decent scorer watching the game on the sideline. I don't know, I think you get nervous if one of the greatest scorers in the history of the EuroLeague.
Yeah, another legend here watching the youth. It's important showing the support from all these former players, coaches, current coaches, GMs. It's really important for these guys. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, you might get nervous, you're still young.
Oh!
What a finish.
Well, Karlic says, put that on my social feed quickly before he gets mad and does it back to me.
He will send a message to the Colo. Like, did you see that? This is what you're doing.
Look, it's an 11-point lead now for Barcelona. Make that 14 as Buttigievas gets back to deep. You talked about El Chacho earlier, but Nando, I mean, tell me a little bit about the legend that was Nando De Colo.
One of the highest IQ basketball players ever played this game in Europe. Very smart guy. He's, he knows what he's doing on the court, gets involved with his teammates. He's been a legend for French national team and all the teams that he played for. Incredible player, made a huge impact in the game.
Former champion in the EuroLeague and MVP of both the regular season and of the championships. De Colo. One of the things I've always liked about his game is the ability to bring his teammates into it, to draw them in. Mega are drawing their team into it as well. That 14-point deficit is down to 9 as Musakic gets the breakaway layup. Maybe Barcelona are getting a little bit tired. They call a timeout. They led by 14. It's a 5-0 run. As Nikola Karlic with the alley-oop slam. And he celebrates like he's been doing that all game long. Timeout on the floor. Barcelona 84, Mega Belgrade 75. Yeah, get back to that point you say about the legends. It's great that they're all out in force this at the Final Four.
It's amazing for them to be present here in Abu Dhabi, and especially supporting the youth here coming on a weekend. It shows how much they love and care about basketball and this EuroLeague next generation. It's crucial for the organization as well.
Maybe Ognjes Zezic will end up being one of that next generation. 20 points, leading scorer in the game. Has made every 2-point shot that he's taken so far. 2 of 6 from 3. But you think about great scoring small forwards in Serbian history, the likes of Bojan Bogdanovic, who's here again. This is what's so good for these next generation players. They model themselves.
Oh, for sure.
On the legends.
For sure. They see their role model watching them, it's really important for them. They hoping to be one of them, grow up like them and play in the EuroLeague, hopefully in the NBA. These are the dreams for the youth.
Approaching the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter. VA goes inside at the shot clock, which has expired. Well, Mega decided to put some pressure on the basketball, forcing Barcelona into mistakes. Of the Barcelona timeout, they do not get the outcome that they want.
Well, at least they use the shot clock to 24 seconds, which might help them, but again, they got to get stopped here.
Zezic feeds back. Batchko gets it back. Somebody's open off the double team. Batchko with the shot clock running down.
Good defense. Great defense.
But Zezic gets the shot away.
That's beautiful.
That's a smart play by Zezic as well, because he can hear everybody counting down. But he's very aware of the shot clock. The pump fake. He gets the defender in the air. And he's
footwork, great balance on the shot. It's just, great player with the great sense of the shot clock as well. Took his time and was able to finish it in the last second.
A stop here. Things get interesting. They're down by 7.
Travel.
And a turnover. Well, 22 turnovers by Barcelona.
I don't know why I just got away from putting the ball inside. They tried different things lately, but they got to keep it.
Is that the defense, though? Is this?
Well, defense, yeah, definitely. You got to give credit to Mega. They increased the intensity on defense, but Barcelona is just getting away from what they've been doing. That was a crucial 3 that missed by Batchko.
Zilovic, you got to know who your scorers are now, and that's the scorer you've got. Well, suddenly they're rebounding as well. Wish you could have done this 38 minutes ago instead of with just 1 minute left. Karalic drives.
Great pass.
And the score, they're within 5. And a timeout is called.
What a pass.
Oh no, it's not a timeout, it's substitutions. So in the final 2 minutes, the clock stops on every score, right? So?
Yep, you have subs last 2 minutes. And Barcelona is using it.
Mega does not have any fouls to give.
The ball is now in.
So they got to play straight up defense. One more stop though, and who knows? Did they charge extra for overtime? No, they don't. Barcelona feeling the pressure. This is the closest game they've been in. Plubanet heaves the 3. It's an air ball.
Good stop.
This ball will go back to Mega. Now, if you're Coach Vidisavljevic, do you call a timeout and draw something up, or do you just let them go?
I think they found a good rhythm right now. Just let them play, let them figure themselves out. But I think they found a good rhythm. They just keep it up. No timeout.
Down by 5 points, Mega. They do not have to have a 3. They'd like a 3, but a 2-point bucket would put them within a single score. You need to get it pretty quick, though. How quickly do you go here? Or just take the shot you can get?
You just got to take your time. I mean, you got enough time. You got to find the best shot, though.
Kalinic thinks he's the best shot.
Which was not really best shot. But they at least shared the ball, moved the ball from side to side, but couldn't convert it.
Well, this is one of the things you talk about, how the players have to be able to think the game, I suppose. You got to recognize who are the scoring weapons on the court. Primary is Suzentic. Then it's Danilovic. It is Karalic if he's going to the basket, because that's where he's 5 of 6 on 2-point shooting. But instead he spots up in the corner, tries to shoot a 3-point shot. They've not shot it well.
Right. It was a contested shot as well. It wasn't a wide open shot. They could just maybe try to put the ball to Bachko and in and out to create more open shots, but they just rather take the contested shot, which wasn't a good shot.
Well, timeout is called as Pena makes 1 of 2 free throws. This game's not, I mean, we've seen stranger things happen. 11 seconds left in the game. Barcelona 85, Mega 79. Timeout called by the team from Serbia.
S one strane tamo, nek izvede Karol.
I suppose one reason that you call timeout if you're Mega is you can advance the ball into the front court and still keep the full 11 seconds.
You need a quick 3 in this situation.
Just another free throws
Strzi.
are something to keep a measure of here. Barcelona made 12 of 17. Look at that 3-point percentage. Barcelona don't care about that 3-point percentage being down at 20 in the 20s.
Ako preuzmu
But Mega,
Bačko, glede Karala ovde Bačka. Na zicar, ako je sad. Ako ne, Strzi, ti izvodiš. Ti izvodiš, Strzi. Digni je. Ako damo, odmah pravi mali faul.
Talking about Bachko and Kona. You're not sure about what lineup that Barcelona will put out on the floor.
I think they're going to put the ball to Bachko and maybe have a stagger for Suzentic, or let's see.
Well, they definitely would rather a 3-point bucket now. Down by 2 threes. So they need a score and then a steal. If not a steal, a foul. And I guess you probably want to foul one of the bigs if that happens. Here, Danilovic comes to the ball. Suzentic catches it. 2 side dribbles. Beautiful look. And a score! But Barcelona get the ball in quickly. Well, just like we drew it up, coach.
No, it was a great execution. They found the right guy at the end. You know, Suzentic loves to take these shots, and he was able to convert it. Now it's a 3-point game with 5 seconds left. Barcelona is shooting 2. But it was a great reaction coming out of a timeout.
And again, I like the fundamental skills there by Ognjen Suzentic. He catches the ball. He's able to go. He's right-handed. He's able to take 2 left-handed dribbles to get his feet set to shoot it. He's not wedded to going right, so he's able to go against the scouting report, commits the foul, and make that 3 on him. Now, Daniel Gonzalez, 4 of 6 at the free throw line today. 5.5 seconds left. He probably needs 1 of these to assure of the win. He makes the first. If he makes 2, well, let's just see. I think Belgrade are out of timeouts. So you want to get it down the court in a hurry, but it's been a much better second half from Mega. And if anything, you would just say they lost their way in the first quarter. If they played the first quarter the way they played this fourth.
Last 2 minutes of the game. The way they play last 2 minutes of the game with the aggressivity, sharing the ball, they could definitely have a different outcome, but they kind of did it too late.
Well, indeed, it is too late, because Barcelona, with that horn, have sealed the victory. They were dominant in the first half. They intimidated, that's the only way to describe that, with 16 offensive rebounds in the game. And for both of these teams, their journey in the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals comes to a close. With a victory for Barcelona, they managed to get enough offense at the start of the fourth quarter that they could ride it to the W. And for Mega, something we won't say very often, they come to the finals and go home with 3 defeats. While players exchange handshakes, And the final score is confirmed. FC Barcelona 87, Mega Super Belgrade 82. While players assemble at half court, I guess,
you know, one of the better players on Barcelona team, Grujic, only played 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, and Barcelona still managed to win this game.
Yeah, and I suppose this is the issue. This is the final game of the season. If you're the head coach, do you roll out your senior guys, or do you let the youngsters get a run so you get them back next year?
Well,
Grujic, we will not see back. He's 18.
Yes, it depends. Also, maybe they try to save him because he also plays with the senior team as well. So it might be a smart move. Just you know, this game wasn't as important as the other ones, to save him for the senior team, for the future of this young guy. And obviously, this is his last one, but he has a bright future ahead of him. And that might be a smart move just to keep him out of the lineup a little bit more.
And a nice touch there from the Barcelona players. Some of the senior players, of course, will not be coming back. This is their last appearance for Barcelona. And you see the family hugs are all around, show of emotion. Some of these youngsters they'd have been involved with for 6-7 years. So, you know, Daniel Gonzalez, for one, is one of those players to conclude his career here. As we look at the stats, 3-point percentage and rebounding is what's let Mega down today, Doge.
Yeah, definitely we can say the rebounding was a huge issue for Mega, and you know, 3-point percentage as well. It's just, you know, that Barcelona wasn't a great 3-point team, but they
Let's
pounded
get
inside.
some comments from the head coach of Barcelona.
Coach, this wasn't exactly the final result that you wanted, but maybe what's the biggest thing that you think your team learned from this tournament?
The team needs to understand, and the guys, that every single opportunity that you have, you need to do the most of you. You know, try to do your best. Try to be as hard as you can. Try to compete together. Try to stay on the game till the very last moment, you know. And I think we did it most of the minutes of the tournament, but we did not do it all the tournament. So that's what makes you struggle sometimes, and that's what forces you to not get the result that we wanted.
I'll let you go with that. Thanks a lot. Appreciate your time.
Coach Marine reflecting on the teaching moment. Players are going to look to do their very best every time they step out on the floor. Don't be satisfied with an average performance when you can do a great one. They finish with the victory, though. We're going to hear some comments from one of their senior players, Arturas Butievas. 12 points, 7 rebounds.
Arturas, this wasn't exactly the final result that you guys wanted, but maybe what do you think that that the team took from this experience sort of at the end of your season?
I think it's an amazing experience here. I'm happy for the team. It was our last game together, and I'm really, how to say, with my team, you know? I'm really happy for my team that we won.
It's been wonderful watching you this all season, so take care, man.
Yeah, a way to close out his career at the Adidas Next Generation Europe. Arturas Butievas. We'll see him again in his professional guise, but today he leads the Barcelona team in PIR. 12 points, 7 rebounds. His team get the win. Well, the highlights give us an opportunity to reflect for a final time on the performance from both of these teams. Disappointment for Mega. They've lost all 3 games. They showed flashes, as did Barcelona, particularly when they attacked the basket. Well,
yeah, definitely you see a bunch of these highlights that Barcelona has. They found the easy baskets under in the paint, around the basket. and Mega tried to come back, but it was too late. It was too late because they had an issue with the rebounding all game long. That caused them a game. Again, defensively, collective effort wasn't there all game.
Mega not at their best this year, but they will reload. They will be better. They'll come back stronger, and I'm sure that Barcelona will come back seeking to break that 10-year hiatus since they've won a championship. Confirmation of what that does to the standings. Barcelona finished second in Group B, that single defeat at the hands of Milan, who march on to the finals where they will go up against Zalgiris Kaunas from Group B. Look at the fixtures coming up next. You've got Real Madrid and Incept Paris, which will be a fascinating game in of itself, although it will not influence who will reach the end. Well, it's been a pleasure to do the Group A games with you. My name is Martin Henland, ably joined by Dosh Balbai, who will stick around for the Group B games. From me, it's bye for now.
Welcome back to the Mubadala Arena in Abu Dhabi on the final day of group action at the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. With Group A now concluded, we turn our attentions to the final two games in Group B, beginning with a rematch of last year's championship game as Real Madrid take on Inset Paris, an all-time classic of a game between these two in Berlin last year. Madrid winners by just 1 point in overtime to claim their fourth title in 5 editions. They came here aiming for an epic three-peat. Inset arrived looking to go the one extra step, but remarkably, it's already not possible for either to advance to tomorrow's final. Instead, it's Žalgiris who'll take on Milan in the championship game. The Italians having edged Dubai this morning to win Group A with a perfect 3-0 record. Žalgiris already guaranteed Group B winners before their final game against Overtime Elite, having beaten both Madrid and Inset here over the last couple of days. An incredible achievement for both group winners. Milan reaching their first ever championship game, just the third ever for an Italian club, and Žalgiris back to the title decider for the first time in 14 years and doing it as a wildcard team here in Abu Dhabi. Well, we had very good reason to pick this one, to have back-to-back EuroLeague champion and former Efes captain Doğuş Balbay alongside myself, Tim Long. Madrid back-to-back champions, Inset pushing them to their limits in one of the greatest games in this competition's 23-year history last year. But Doğuş, now they play only for pride and development in the final game.
Yeah, obviously both teams came here with a big expectation to win this tournament, but unfortunately this game, it really doesn't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen to make the final. But again, yeah, they're gonna play for their pride. They came here for a purpose, so they're gonna show why they're here, why they deserve to be here. I expect to be a tough game today for both sides.
A look at a couple of key players for Paris. Cameron Windu, who's playing around 20.5 minutes a game, 12.5 points, 6.5 rebounds, and Maïssa Faye, only 8 points here against Žalgiris, but hit the three that forced overtime, and then yesterday exploded for all career highs of 19 points, 13 offensive rebounds, 13 total rebounds, 5 assists, and a 28 PIR for him. We'll see if he can carry that on here today, one of the younger players. And we'll have a look at Real Madrid as well. Lost their standout stars from last year's success. Hugo Gonzalez, the MVP, Demin Bosniakovic, Diane were all part of that team, have left as well. But still, this roster, Doğuş, and the players we'll look at, regarded as one of the most talented here in this ANG tournament.
Definitely, very deep roster, very athletic team. They know really how to play. Tough team. Both sides. You know, Inset as well. But you see Jimenez here. His final averages are 15 points a game with 31 minutes playing. Great player. We'll see if he can keep up and reach out to his averages this game as well.
He's had a tough time shooting the ball, but excellent energy and hustle yesterday. 4 offensive rebounds, 3 steals, a couple of blocks, and 8 fouls drawn. Was a Madrid player that did not give up on the dream. And Sidi Goy, phenomenal in both games. Yesterday, career highs of 19 points, 13 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds. Madrid +7 in his 24 minutes on court in a 1-point defeat. And the day before, 18 points and career highs of 4 blocks and a 28 PIR. The 17-year-old Senegalese centre has perhaps been Madrid's best player here, along with Ignacio Campoy.
Definitely, I can say that, especially Goy, he's having a great tournament here. And his presence inside the paint is really unmatchable, with his block and shot ability, finishing around the rim, attacking off the dribble. He's a unique player with his modern energy.
Inset being introduced first, 1-1. On game day 1, they fought back from 10 down the final 4 minutes against Žalgiris and forced overtime. Had the lead with 2 minutes of the extra period to play, but conceded an 8-1 run to lose the game. And that late lapse from their usually stubborn defense effectively cost them their chance of returning to the championship game. Žalgiris confirmed as group winners before Inset's retaliation yesterday when they fired 110 points to beat OTE by 35, a game in which they grabbed 21 offensive rebounds and got to the line to shoot 73% on 37 free throw attempts. And Madrid 1-1 as well. Shook off a slow start to beat OTE by 14 the first game, committed 22 turnovers but dominated the interior with 31 twos at 63%. Also shot 60% from 2 in qualifying for these finals, but yesterday held to only 43% on the inside by Žalgiris. agonizingly as well, shooting only 52% at the foul line, 11 missed free throws in a game they lost by just 1 point that cost them their chance of going back to the championship game. Žalgiris, in contrast, 80% at the line, made 4 more than Madrid despite 3 fewer attempts. Tough numbers to take, Doash, given it ended their dreams of that epic three-peat.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, one of the keys would be for Madrid team to take care of the ball. You know, they got to do a good job taking care of the ball. Each ball, you know, each position has its own value, so they're going to be more careful creating for each other and find open shots.
We saw the 2 head coaches there, Javier Juarez, the man who had taken Real Madrid to the previous 2 titles, and Francois Perronet. A tough start for him on the inset bench, having taken over this year from long-time man in charge Lamine Kebe. The starting 5 for INSEP, key players for them as well. Uga Yimga Makori, 15.5 points, 12.5 rebounds a game for the number 2, and Naton Solimon, just 16 years of age as well, has been superb so far. 17 points, 9 boards against Žalgiris, 17 points, a career high 4 blocks against OTE. And for Real Madrid, Declan Duru, the glue guy, is in there, along with Kaiser, who starts but doesn't play long minutes. We've talked about Jimenez already, and Goy, and the main creative force, Adrians Anjevs, who set a new career high of 9 assists with 0 turnovers against Žalgiris here. But like most of his teammates, his shooting was limited by that Žalgiris defense.
Yes, that's one thing that he needs to improve, and they need to improve outside shooting behind the arc. But again, 9 assists with no turnovers it's a great stat. But you can never stop improving yourself.
Javier Juarez having to try to mould effectively a new group to go all the way this year has just fallen short in that regard. Huge names, generational names really, to lose in one batch of players. The stars last year, Hugo Gonzalez, Igor Demin, Mitar Bosniakovic and Ismaila Dian, all graduating towards the senior stage. It's a younger team for Madrid, and they will learn from this disappointment here in Abu Dhabi. And you can bet, Doash, they'll be back.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. These both teams, Madrid and INSEP, they have a great culture, and you know, especially Madrid winning this tournament so many times, you know, they're going to come back stronger. They like to be in these tournaments, and they have great experience. So you know, I wouldn't be surprised come in and play in the final in the next couple of years.
They are 2 of the most famed academies in the world game, last year capturing lightning in a bottle to create ANGE finals magic in Berlin. Many players remaining on both sides from that incredible championship game that Real won by 1 in overtime. For INSEP, Jonas Boulefard had 23 points, 13 rebounds in that defeat. Yimga Makori and Naton Solimon, only 15 years of age last year, also scored in double figures. A year older, they dreamt of the trophy this year, but it is not to be.
Un point de vigilance quand on est en défense. Les mecs, quand vous descendez, souvent que vous descendez sur le corner, la balle elle va à l'opposé, vous bougez avec la balle, et il va se passer des choses, de temps en temps vous allez pouvoir switcher, vous allez voir ce que vous allez pouvoir faire, ok? Il faut juste bouger avec la balle, vous verrez ce que vous avez à faire. C'est bon pour tout le monde? Ouais, on commence avec Yanis, Nathan, Hugo, Cameron et Noah. Ouais, on commence avec un 5 flash. Le box out les gars, le box out les gars.
As they say, lightning does not strike the same place twice, and this year neither the reigning champions Madrid nor last year's runners-up INSEP can go any further. Both stunned by Žalgiris over the last couple of days, but full of incredible talent. They can yet put on a show here in Abu Dhabi. Of course, winning is part of the culture of these 2 academies, and a mentality they want to instill in these young players, Doash. But it's all about development by playing against the very best on the continent of Europe, and this is certainly that.
Yes, it's a great platform here in Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. Great platform to get exposed and show yourself, show your skills to the whole world. You know, we see in the stands here a bunch of NBA guys and you know, GM scouts watching, a bunch of legends, former players come in and supporting the youth. So it can't get any better. You know, doesn't matter if you're playing for the championship game or not. You still got to come out there and show your best. And this is why you play in the basketball. This is you know, you got to come out and have fun here.
This is the shiniest window in the junior game. And these young talents will look to show what they've got again with so many important people in the stands here in Abu Dhabi. Sidi Goy certainly has done that. Huge improvements from him this year. He was the second youngest player on the team at last year's finals. Let's see if the centre can dominate again. It'll be a different test against a very athletic and lengthy INSEP side. Here we go then, a rematch of last year's championship game at the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. And Madrid will start with the ball. Duru, who is a part of that defeat, a big part of it, a part of that victory last year rather, now suffering defeat this year. Lots of Madrid players were hoping for that fairy tale three-peat, none more so than Amadou Traoré, who celebrates his 18th birthday tomorrow. Would have been his final appearance on the ANG circuit. He's on the bench. Here comes INSEP with their trademark quick attack, but not beyond the baseline as Cameron Windu look to go coast to coast.
It's a good recovery, good block. But again, Madrid started, sharing the ball, taking their time on offense. They just couldn't convert it. Now they got to get stopped on the defensive side.
Yanni Zala free inside for the simple layup. Within 19 minutes with 4 assists a game. Hasn't been a big scorer, but he got 3 in the paint. Here's Goy off to Anjets. Skips it out far side. Duru didn't want to take the open 3. Jimenez, his shot's been off at this tournament. He goes inside and misses from there as well.
Jimenez is a big key of this Madrid team.
And that's a big finish from Yimga Makori, floating and throwing it down.
Lack of concentration on the defensive side by Madrid. They're having a miscommunication, not picking up their guys. But here's the guy, Goy.
He's been impeccable, forces it in. 7 of 12 from the field in the first game, 5 of 6 from the field in the other game. Madrid's first score takes a minute and a half. Solimon, it's recovered by Yimga Makori. Up fake, footwork, fade and finish from him. Yimga Makori right at it, has 4 points already.
He's going to be aggressive. He's one of the key guy for INSEP's offense, and he'll keep putting pressure on the Madrid defense.
Still only 16 years of age, as is Naton Solimon. Young players, young stars for INSEP, but experienced stars, having also been key at the ages of 15 last year. And there's that free route to the rim for Yimga Makori. Certainly made it count. Now the shot clock's down to the final second here. And it's a turnover with the player picking up the ball in the backcourt.
They were not aware of it. I think Jimenez should have shot the ball, but he decided to pass back to his teammate. I guess he was not aware of the shot clock.
Tough start for Javier Juarez's Madrid. Duru, disruptive, looking to lead the break as well. Declan Duru just ploughed through Yanis Alar, who's called for the contact.
Did you give a yellow card on that?
Ooh, wow. Duru, one of the older players for Madrid and one of the stronger players as well. One of 3 18-year-olds on the Madrid team. This will be his last game on the ANGE stage. And such an important part of the championship win last year. He's not one for big numbers, but he plays important stretches, great energy and defense. We've seen that already here. Played 25 minutes against Žalgiris yesterday, and Madrid were +3 in his time on court in that defeat. Makori to Nathan Solimon. Allah, 3-point shot for him. He's already got a 2. Wrong side of the rim this time on the outside, but offensive rebounds part of INSEP's game. They grab one with Kwaku Ergu. Makori, who has shown his outside shot over the last couple of days, and that time gets onto the interior again. That's 6 points for him on perfect 2-point shooting. He's averaging 15.5 a game, as well as 12.5 rebounds. A huge double-double of 16 points, 16 boards yesterday against OTE. Those two players, Yimga Makori and Nathan Solimon, are the 2 crown jewels of this INSEP team. An academy now, and still have plenty of room to develop. It's an academy that's produced so many incredible superstars, and they're looking to add their names to that list. Tony Parker, Boris Diaw, Evan Fournier, what a game he had yesterday, all coming through the INSEP academy.
So many good names, you know, legends, and hoping that, you know, these young guys in the future, they can be like their big brothers and their role models. This is their only goal, and this is a, you know, step forward, achieving their dreams.
It has been for so many already. And Jeffs inside to Goy, grabbed it underneath and called for a travel, as INSEP got 3 players around here.
We always say for the big guys, you know, you catch the ball high, try not to bring it down, because there's going to be, you know, 6-8 hands around you, so you can't bring the ball down as a big guy.
Here's Goy again, putting it on the floor. These are being pushed past towards the baseline, but they're forced back out high to Goy. Certainly caught that one high. Did CD Gord. Elevating and levitating on the ANGE stage.
Very nice move. Good execution here. Incredible.
Superb athleticism from the 2'7" Senegalese center.
This is for sure something that they taught in practice or before the game. This is a great execution by Goy.
We've talked about him improving his free throw shooting at this tournament as well. Only 50% before these finals. Now 13 of 18 over these 3 days. He's swinging around the perimeter into the baseline INSEP. Flash towards the basket and the finish, but the whistle and the turnover first. Goy, the focal point for Madrid. Anjev's the main creator, gets into the lane. A little short on the shot. Solimon, INSEP love to run whenever they can. Madrid have to run to get back behind the ball and do so admirably.
It's a good foul. This is the first foul they commit, but it's not a shooting foul.
The 16-year-old Fabian Kaiser, who started all 3 games, but he's not played long minutes. Only 4 minutes the first game, 12 minutes yesterday. He was their leading scorer in qualifying. Yimga Makori checks out on a game-high 6 points. Maisa Fai, who was excellent yesterday, he comes in for the first time. Allah is taking plenty of shots. This is his second on the outside. Offensive rebound again. That's their 3rd already. From the elbow, it's Boulefar, whose shot's been off. He's their best shooter. The man who had 23 points in last year's championship game against Real Madrid. And Goy! It's Declan Duru. The flying freight train down the ANG track and to the rack. said, he doesn't get many big stat lines. He gets his big play with the lane open. Declan Duru right to the goal.
Strong finish by Duru. You know, he's got to keep doing this more. He's got to get into the paint and try to finish it with the dunk every time. He's capable of doing it. I know the lane was open this time, but he's got to do this more often each
Je vous
game.
répète, hein, vous n'allez pas vous rassurer avec le jeu offensif avec ce que vous faites. Faut réagir, hein.
We've seen two huge highlight reel dunks now for Madrid to take the lead after their slow start, 9-8. At the midway point of the period, Sergio Scariolo, one of a number of VIPs in the house here. Imagine there'll be many watching the championship game tomorrow. Alar glances off the glass. Yanis Alar taken 4 shots now. Hasn't been a key scorer for Inter through the course of this tournament.
He's taking more responsibility right now, beginning of the game. I think they really need his scoring ability as well. He creates for his teammates, but he can be a little more unselfish sometimes to look for his own shot.
Goy's up to 7 points, now the top scorer in the game. 3 of 3 on the inside, with an and 1 as well. Two teams trading blows and trading leads. Alar, it's another shot, the 3 for him this time, so he's 2 of 2 on the inside, 0 of 3 on the outside. Madrid looking to push the pace, and Jets waiting for the cavalry to arrive. Campoy back to Duru, and slow it down and play in the half court. 2 assists already for Anjevs off the back of his career high 9 without a turnover yesterday. Spins into the lane. Patience and composure in the paint. Goy couldn't grab the rebound, but if he's not going to get it, Campoy will. The master of the rebound at this tournament, Campoy. He turns it over, though, to Solimon. Alar again. This time passes on. 5. And banked in. Moving away from the basket by Windu. First score for Cameron Windu. It's a tough shot.
It's a great awareness, you know. As soon as he feel the contact, he went for a shot and got the N1. It's just being aware of the situation he was in.
These two teams so far both doing well on the interior and both failing to hit a 3 so far. They have struggled on the outside through the course of the season, both Madrid and INSEP. INSEP 6 of 9 from 2, Madrid 4 of 7 from 2 so far. Anjevs going right the way through again, and we're neck and neck at 13. He's growing in confidence.
Yeah, he's not afraid of getting block shots by INSEP big guys. He's just going to go in there, mix things up. If he can't finish it, he'll probably find his teammates with open guys. He's a smart point guard.
Goy, the center who's not afraid to put the ball on the floor, and his opponent in the spin cycle as he scores against Kwaku Ergu for another and 1 opportunity, and an opportunity to hit double figures in the first period. What a move.
This is one of his best strengths, I think. When he catches the ball in the nail, he goes for one-on-one. You know, he's a great ball handler as well. Great footwork in the paint, and soft touch with the finish. He's been doing it last couple of games. Just get the ball in the nail and finish it.
His first miss of any type in the game. He's on 9 points and 2 rebounds in the first 7 minutes. Boulifar, quick bounce pass. Turned over, though, to Duru, who is well stationed on defense. Number 11 is Bjelic for Madrid, recently in. Had a big first game and then was not too involved yesterday. Anjevs going to work again with the ball in his hands, looking for the wraparound pass. 4 turnovers apiece now. 5-3 for the 3. That was off. He had an excellent shooting performance yesterday, much improved. But he had struggled on the outside through qualifying, and until that overtime forcing 3 at the end of game day 1, here's Goy. Again looking to put it on the floor and puts a foul on his opponent this time.
It gets to the line. He was aware of that they were in bonus. So again, he's trying to create off the dribble. He's capable of doing it.
17 years of age, Goy made 3 senior EuroLeague appearances this season. Got his first EuroLeague points from the foul line. And that part of his game continues to improve. He's now the main man at centre for Madrid, having been a backup last year at this level. And this is certainly a player that's going to continue to graduate towards that senior stage next season.
Definitely, it's a huge experience for him, you know, competing in these tournaments for a long time. And each game, each minute he plays here is an experience for him. So it's a learning point.
Amadou Traoré in for Goy at centre. Goy goes to the bench on 11 points. Inset commit their 5th turnover. Francois Perronet taking over from Lamine Kebe this year, after Lamine Kebe had been in charge of the academy for the previous 8 years. Inset winning their 2nd ANGE championship in 2017, and then going back to the championship game last year under the previous coach. Bjelic, Campoy in the corner. Duru, 3-point shot. Picked up by Kwaku Ergu. Inset now 0 of 4 on the outside, and Madrid 0 of 2. That's Gerenard, the 17-year-old guard. 5. It's going to be another 3. If anybody can do it, it's Boulefard, but it's off. So both teams still 0 for on the outside. Bjelic. Duru. Guarded by Kwaku Ergu. Duru determined to attack in isolation, showing that incredible hustle and energy and power, but not converting after he got to the goal.
Look, there was 3 guys on the Real Madrid offensive guys just trying to get the offensive rebound. 3 guys going it.
Look at that, that's the shot, isn't it?
Yep.
It's like a white wall mid-air, 3 jerseys side by side. Inset scored 110 points yesterday, held to only 13 in the first 9 minutes here by Madrid. Boulefard to 5, it's another 3 for him, and that one perfect from Maïssa Faye. There's only 2 of 13 in qualifying, and then hit that game-tying shot on game day 1 here for his first 3 of this tournament. Then yesterday hit 3 of them, so Faye improving, starting to feel it more.
Again, his first miss was a bad miss, but he's not shy of taking the second shot and making it.
Tough shot for Traoré, who has to retreat quickly, doesn't get back quick enough, but he does in the end trap Kwaku Ergu on the baseline and commit a foul. Madrid had that and 1 more foul to give. It's going to be the last ANGE game for Amadou Traoré, who's playing remarkably at his 7th event in this tournament. It's a 3-time champion. That's Gerenard, fouled by Frolov.
And that's a smart foul. They're in bonus now. They got to be aware of that situation. And 3 seconds left to the first quarter. Let's see if Inset can come up with something in 3 seconds.
looking for the lead for a tough period here in the first. Long range 2. Rims out to Madrid by 1 at the end of 1. 17-16 over inset, with Sidi Goy dominating 11 of Madrid's 17 points on perfect field goal shooting for Goy. But this one remains close. We've seen a number of lead changes already. It went down to the wire in the championship game last season. Overtime with Madrid winning by 1. It's a 1-point margin in Los Blancos' favour again. Yinga Makori, the early leader in scoring 6 points on perfect 3 of 3 shooting on the interior, including that big throwdown. It was a decent start on the offensive end for Inset, but then Madrid found their feet, came back, and were able to open up their own 4-point lead, having trailed by 4. A low-scoring first period, Dosh.
Well, yeah, I expect, this defense from both sides. They come out and play tough on both ends. But again, this is going to be a close game. Both teams are really balanced. We see on the stats as well, rebounding-wise, assist and turnover ratios, they're really similar in the first quarter. And I expect this to continue in the following quarters as well.
Both teams have knocked down 6 twos so far, but we've only seen 1 converted 3 in the game. Inset 1 of 6. Madrid only taking a couple of outside shots, going 0 of 2, but they've got to the line more regularly, largely down to Sidi Goy's ability to attract fouls. Duru 2 of 2 at the line, Goy 3 of 4. Whereas Inset have only taken the 1 free throw attempt so far. Safai, the man with the only 3 in the game thus far. Boulefard will inbound. A player who shot 53% from 3 at the finals in Berlin last year. Was drafted back in by Inset for these finals after not playing in qualifying. He made a move to try to go all the way, a step further than last year, and lift that 3rd ANGE trophy, but it wasn't the case. And how about not the case either on that reverse dunk attempt as Amadou Traore gets in the way. Andjevs leaping into the passing lane, Masgerenat. But look at this, it's Kwaku Ergu going down the baseline, trying to finish on the reverse, and Traore slamming the defensive door in his face.
Great help by Traore.
Andjevs guarded by the lengthy Kwaku Ergu. Putting the head fakes and the step through move and the footwork on him and drawing contact again, showing that confidence. Adrian Andjevs against a very good defender.
Yeah, great defender. He did a good job seeing it from off guard, but just last second, stay down. Don't jump. You don't need to jump. You already have the advantage of the height and everything, size, length. Stay down. You don't have to jump.
Now Kwaku Ergu, who says he really enjoys playing defense. For him, it's all about defense being a mentality to go with his quality, but he picks up his 3rd foul already in this game. So Kwaku Ergu goes to the bench. Madrid by 3. Boulefard will take a 3. And that one's off as well for him.
He's also trying to find his rhythm. Or rhythm is a couple threes.
Frolov, one of 2 16-year-olds for Madrid, but will turn it over. He's only got 6 minutes a game here in Abu Dhabi. Sixth turnover for Madrid. That's an issue they'll want to sort out. Had 22 of them in the first game. It's a 3 for Yinga Makori, who's got 9 points in as many minutes on court. He started to find his outside shot. With a couple of threes yesterday. Bjelic Shot clock winding down, final 4 seconds. Tough shot from Bilic with a hand in his face. We saw on Thursday against OTE, he had 15 points, Bilic. And then yesterday only played 13 minutes, but he's certainly got the talent.
Definitely, he's one of those shooters that Madrid has, and they need him on the court if they want to find some score behind the arc. He's doing a great job following through and getting his footwork right before the shot. He's a great shooter. He can create his own shot as well.
Bilic, a Serbian talent for Madrid. Different philosophies in terms of INSEP being a French academy. Of course, all French players on the INSEP team. For Madrid, you've got Spaniard, Latvian, French, German, Serbian, Russian, Senegalese and Malis amongst the 12 players.
Yeah, that's one thing we see also with Barcelona and other Spanish team having multiple foreigners. I mean, it's just, you know, it's a global game. You know, passports really doesn't play on the court. You know, whoever deserves it, they be on the roster and get minutes for these big teams.
Baseline inbound still with 10 seconds on the shot clock. It's Bilic again, sidestep three-point shot this time over everything. Still Madrid ball, only 6 to shoot now.
It was a good look, but he just rushed a little bit.
Bilic, a bronze medalist with Serbia. Last year's under-16 Euros. Oh, tough finish on the turn. Amadou Traore getting the finger roll to fall after he was trapped towards the baseline. Madrid by 4, which in the scope of this game is a large lead. It's been the largest lead for either team. Boulefard moves it on. Masgerenart right on the mark on the outside. One of INSEP's younger players.
Great job moving the ball by INSEP. They really share the ball, take their time and find the right shot.
Both teams improving on the perimeter. 1 of 3. Madrid getting their first not too long ago with Bilic. Now 3 of 9 for INSEP. We've had a couple in quick succession. Bilic again with the shot clock winding down. Takes it onto the interior. Boulefard. The rebound. INSEP with an opportunity to take the lead from that 4-point deficit. Only the first foul on Madrid in this period. Drawn by Yimga Makori, who's been their key player so far. Haven't seen too much of Nathan Solimon yet. He's had 17 points in both games so far. Solimon scoreless and shotless so far here. Yimga Makori's got 9 points, 2 assists. 5, 1 of 3 on the outside now. Masgerenart was part of the French team to win gold at that under-16 Euros last year. Yimga Makori short on that 3. And they're taking plenty of them in set. That's 11 3-point attempts, 13 2-point attempts.
Yes, I think that's the game plan for Madrid right now, just to play zone defense, pack back in there and shoot contested threes. And obviously Madrid knows that INSEP has the length and strength in the paint, so they try not to let him get the ball inside and make him shoot threes.
INSEP 1 foul to give in this second quarter. High towards Duru, too high. And a turnover. It's the 7th for Madrid. 7 in 14 minutes, too many. Something that Javier Juarez will want to see them improve.
Definitely, you got to take care of the ball. These kind of games, especially when it's super close, you got to take care of the ball. You can't throw lazy passes.
Solimon misses his first shot. Anjev's 5 points, 3 assists so far, but also a couple of those turnovers. Swivel towards the foul line, way off right. Amadou Traoré telegraphed it superbly and put it back in.
Yep. He's doing the dirty work. He's still under the basket, just grabbing the rebound and finishing it up. Great job following it.
With a big block shot already, Amadou Traoré, and 3 rebounds. All of them have been on INSEP's backboard. See Yimga Makori leaping up towards that one. Determined, despite the fact they can't win the championship now, to get some payback on Real Madrid after the heartbreak they suffered against Los Blancos last year. Traoré, guarded by Solimon. Going baseline but travelling. It's turnover number 8. You don't see too many big centres putting the ball on the floor. We saw Goy able to do it, Traoré turning it over that time.
Yes, both big guys though. Traoré he can really improve himself as well, getting the ball, putting the ball down. But still, they're super young and they're still improving. That's one thing that maybe he can put in is to get his game and improve.
Well, Jimenez is only Madrid's second of the second period. Yimga Makori not shy to shoot, and he knocks it down on the quick release that time. 11 points. He is 5 of 6 from the field, including a 3.
He came out really determined, you know. In the last shot he took, he knew that he was going to take that shot, even if it was a contested shot. It was a tough shot, but he managed to make it.
Bjelic has missed his last couple of threes, and there's a foul as Amadou Traoré battles away on the boards again. No personal foul trouble for Madrid at all. INSEP do have a bit. They've got Ogu on 3 fouls already, Cameron Windu and indeed Maz Gerenot both on 2. Solimon to Yimga Makori. Fai going in isolation into the lane, spinning in a pack, floater, and a turnover.
One extra step there. It was a good move, but he wasn't able to get it. I think he took one extra step in the reverse. Oh yeah, he held the ball early.
We expected this to be a high-pressured matchup between these two, perhaps even the group decider, to see who would go to tomorrow's championship game. Instead, the players able to try things without pressure, and that whoever wins here,
great job by
no difference.
Just clean up the glass, doing all the dirty work, get his 4th offensive rebound, if I'm not wrong.
In 8 minutes.
Yes. It's a skill. It's a skill.
He's only played 15.5 minutes a game, Traoré, as the backup to Goy, having previously been backup to Diane, who's now moved to the seniors, but he makes the most of his minutes on court.
Again, INSEP is showing some zone defense here just to start with in the baselines, but I think after the first pass, they just go into a man-to-man. This is one thing that I think they've been working on it. They show zone here. And after the first pass, they just go back to man-to-man.
Andres inbounding to Garcia Plata, who's come in for the first time. And straight away takes and makes a shot, Garcia Plata.
Tough finish.
Averaged 11 points in qualifying in just 18 minutes. Played a smaller role here at the finals. Alar. Madrid by 3, 3.5 to play in the first half. Yimga Makori, their leader with 11. Andrev's all over him. Briefly drew the double from Duru. And they heave and hope. That's off Duru. The rebound. Good defense from Madrid that time. Duru down, having taken a whack to the jaw.
Oh, that's the foul you don't want to give, you know. It's going to be 2 shots, I think. It's just unnecessary reach.
He's feeling it. Duru, a young man, not easy to knock down. One of the toughest players on this Madrid team. A real fighter. He's got 2 steals and a block already in this game. A huge runway dunk as well. Wants to pick himself back up. Trying to shake off the cobwebs and go to the line for a pair. Madrid have taken 11 free throw attempts now with 1 more to come. They've hit 8 of them. INSEP still with only 1 free throw in the game. First miss for Duru, who hit his previous 2. And the tip for Traore, so that'll be a 2.
It's amazing hustle. This is his 5th offensive rebound, 6 points in almost 9 minutes.
And a block as well.
Incredible job by Traore as soon as he got subbed in instead of Goye.
Madrid really stiffening their defense, but that time don't get any points off the back of it, with Garcia Plata attacking, having the ball knocked away, and he got the final touch. Great quick hands on defense from 5.
Good hands, really.
5 for Madrid here is the largest lead for either team in the game. We've had 6 lead changes already. Alar tight in the corner, but hitting the target. His first 3 after he'd missed 3 in a row to start, but he's got 7 points now. Adding a 3 to a couple of 2s. These 2 teams are capable of being high-scoring teams. We saw that with INSEP yesterday, 110 points. Love to get up and down at a high pace. Real Madrid always capable of putting points on the board. And you said yesterday, Doris, that the key to beating Madrid was holding their offensive output down, as your select team did in qualifying, and then as Žalgiris did yesterday. This is low scoring for 17.5 minutes in.
Yes, so far I think INSEP is doing a great job playing defense. They just got to do a little better job on the rebounds, because they're out-rebounded by 6 rebounds. Again, this Madrid team has so many weapons on the offensive side, so you got to keep him, you know. Yesterday they keep him under 70 points. When we played against Madrid, we keep him under 60 points, so that's the only key. Just keep playing defense on him, being tough, and don't let him get easy baskets or open shots, which INSEP is so far doing a great job on switching on the. It's a bad foul.
That was a great illustration of it. That half-court offense from Madrid. No room to breathe. In the end, a little bit too much defensive pressure, the foul, but you can see INSEP all over Madrid. Madrid leading by just 2, 31-29, as they go to the benches with 2 minutes of the first half to play. Windu a bit banged up here. 3 early fouls, so his role has been limited. Now an injury concern for him. Of course, the byproduct of that defensive intensity and pressure that we've talked about from INSEP is the foul count. 12 fouls for them. Madrid taking 14 free throw attempts so far. And as we've seen with the overtime elite here, you have to find the right balance. That's difficult to do.
It is, really. I mean, you gotta foul them till you get the bonus, but after you get the bonus, you gotta be a little more careful with the decisions to make a foul, because some of these fouls that we just see from Hindu, like it's just unnecessary foul, diving for the ball. Of course, you wanna steal the ball, but you're in bonus, so you don't want to risk it so much. That's why you just send him to the free throw line and get easy free throws for Madrid. But it's a learning point for the kids as well. That's one thing that maybe their coaches can help them in the long run.
Garcia Plata splitting the pair, so Madrid have taken 16 free throws and only 1 for inset so far. 3 fouls for 2 of the key inset players, Windu and Kwaku Ugu. A couple more on 2 fouls. But they're holding Madrid down, just 32 points. Solimon's yet to get going. Yimga Makori certainly has. He'll take it at Traore, showing no fear against the strong centre, but missing a shot. His first miss on the interior in the game.
See, I'm talking about this. They didn't call foul, but you got to be more careful. You're in bonus. Don't reach for the ball. Just stay in front of the ball. Be solid. There's a minute and a half left. You don't want to foul in the half court. Good defense. Good defense. Hands back. That's it.
Yeah, great defense from Yimga Makori, using his length. And then doing so down the floor as well with his stride and his lead. And Duru got him from behind.
Great job by Yimga Makori. It's incredible. I mean, you can't do better than that. You just stay in front of the ball, contest the shot, and look, he's just running. Fill the lane, go for a dunk. It's great. Because he knows that if he goes for a layup, it's going to be swatted by Duru. Duru is behind him. He knows it.
Duru, a defensive ace with a couple of steals and a block already. That time the foul. Yimga Makori at the line for the first time. He's now the game's top scorer with 12 points, 3 assists as well. Just 1 turnover and 5 of 7 shooting from the field.
Yeah, from the get-go, I mean, from the jump ball, you could see how much he wants this game. You know, as soon as he gets the ball, he has something in his mind that he's going to do. He showed his shooting ability from outside of the arc. You know, a couple dunks. So far, he's been great.
One of the players who that championship game defeat would have hurt the most last year. Oh, the composure after the quick jump of the passing lane from Solimon created his own space for the simple finish. Solimon's first score. 10th turnover for Madrid, an Insepa level. Jimenez. Trapped, trying to find a way out, just about did. Right through the middle again, but with a travel Duru to make it 11 turnovers.
Yeah, that's one thing we talk about it before the game. How important taking care of the ball. And Madrid, I think, struggling to take care of the ball so far. With 11 turnovers already before the first half.
And that, in large part, is down to that defensive pressure of Inset. Their length and athleticism forcing Madrid errors. There's a turnover of their own. That's their 8th. Transition offense. Duru switching the shot and hitting every inch of the iron before getting it to drop. And just in the nick of time as well to give Madrid a slender lead at the main break. Declan Duru up to 6 points. Off the feed from Garcia Plata.
Good pass by Garcia.
Composure at a fast pace for Madrid. And they take the lead into the halftime locker room, 34-32 over Inset Paris. It is pretty much as tight as it was in the championship game last year. In the first half, in which both periods have been edged by Madrid by 1 point. 17-16 in the first, 17-16 in the second, to equate to that 2-point lead at half-time. Imka Makori, the top scorer with 12 points, 3 assists for INSEP. We saw that big shot from Bielic. The big stat line for them has come from Sidi Goy with his 11 points, coming just 8 minutes on court. But it's been, for two teams who can't make the championship game this year, an entertaining watch and a well-contested game so far.
Well, definitely, I think both teams, they're doing a great job playing defense with active hands, helping each other, you know. Again, rebounds, though, Madrid is doing a much better job rebounding the ball, which I expect INSEP doing a better job on the rebounds because they have the length and athleticism, so they got to do a better job on that. But other than that, I think it's a very balanced game for both teams. It's just going to come down to, you know, taking care of the ball and playing defense throughout the game.
Yeah, the +3 in offensive rebounds for Madrid, making amends for having 3 extra turnovers through the course of the 20 minutes. So the possession count categories evened up in that regard. Both shooting it well on the interior. The big weapon for INSEP has been an improvement in their outside shooting with 4 threes, as well as the platform from which they've launched their offense off the back of that defense and those Madrid turnovers. But the big weapon for Madrid has been getting to the foul line, where they've only made 9 of 16, but got there for 13 more attempts than INSEP so far, with INSEP committing 12 fouls over the first 2 periods of play. This one touch tight. Largest lead has been 5 at the break. It's Real Madrid 34, INSEP Paris 32 here at the ANGE Finals in Abu Dhabi. Welcome back to the Mubadala Arena in Abu Dhabi. Players emerging from the locker rooms, ready for the start of the second half. INSEP down 2. Their largest lead has been 4. Madrid's largest lead has been 5. It is as tight and as intense, but not as high stakes as the last time they met on this stage. The two teams that went to the championship game last year in Berlin, edged by a point in overtime by Madrid. They were both hoping to go back there this year, but neither can. So they're playing for pride at the finish of Group B here, with Žalgiris having already won this group. Will face Milan in the championship game here tomorrow. In this one, Madrid 34, INSEP 32. Both teams doing okay on the interior. Better three-point shooting for INSEP. More trips to the foul line, though, for Real Madrid, which sees them ahead with 7 extra points coming from the stripe. They want to limit those 11 turnovers in the second half, but they're making up for that by grabbing 3 extra offensive rebounds through the course of the game. We'll have a look at some key players for either team. Yimga Makori, right at it from the start, has played 18 minutes, got 12 points, 3 assists, just 1 turnover in that time. 5 of 7 shooting for him, and he set the tone early on, Doğuş Balbay.
Definitely, it's a great contribution by Yimge, and he's, inside and out. He's doing both. Whatever his team needs, he shows some great ability to shoot the ball and also get into the lane and finish it with the dunk. So doing a great job so far for INSEP and keeping them in the game.
Players on this INSEP team have suffered lots of heartbreak, which will toughen them going forward into their senior careers. Not just the championship game defeat for the likes of Yimga Makori and 7 of his teammates here in this competition last year, but lots of them played and struggled at last year's Under-17 World Cup as well, when they were expected to be a contender with France, but they went out at the quarter-final stage. And Yimga Makori averaged 15.5 points, 6.5 rebounds in that tournament, but didn't go as far as he wanted to. So he's playing with a real fire in his belly here. The 16-year-old, 12 points, 3 assists so far. And on the other side of the floor, Sidi Goy continues to bring his very best, albeit in only 8 dominant minutes so far for Madrid in this game.
Yeah, he's one of my favorite players. The way he plays, high energy guy with great motor, good finish around the rim. He can put the ball on the floor and create his own shot. Just an incredible athlete here, as you see.
This is a fantastic highlight reel package for just 8 minutes of action. 4 of 4 from the field, 3 of 4 at the line. We're seeing how he can do it right up around the rim, but also right down on the deck. Maybe aside from the 3-point shot, he's got everything else.
Well, I'm sure he's super young. At the age of 17, he's got a lot of room to improve. So that's one thing maybe he can improve. Maybe if he can improve his shot, he can get to the next level much easier.
Talked about how he's improved his free throw shooting. That continues to be the case. 3 of 4 here, having gone 12 of 17 the previous 2 days, and only 50% before that in his ANGE career. Sidi Goy determined to take his game to the next level, continues to do so. A career-high 18 points the first game here, and then he beat that yesterday with a new high of 19 points. A double-double in which he grabbed 13 rebounds and 5 offensive rebounds, doing his damage in limited time here. In contrast, Yimga Makori playing more than anybody else for INSEP, so showing his incredible engine, having averaged long minutes through the course of the tournament, then playing 18 of the first 20 minutes here. Nathan Solimon, a quiet 13 minutes for him, only 2 shots and 1 score, having scored 17 points in both of the previous games. He will hope to erupt in the second half. This is the final group day on the 3rd straight day of action here at the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals in Abu Dhabi. Earlier on, that was the key result to start. Dubai 84, Milan 86. It secured Milan top spot in Group A. that had lost that game. Barcelona could have finished top with a win over Mega, but Milan got it done early. Barca's win only counting for them finishing second in that group with a 2-1 record. Milan perfect as they go to the championship game tomorrow against Žalgiris, who are guaranteed that spot after beating both of last year's finalists Madrid and Inset over the first 2 days. So Žalgiris, we expect, might take it a little bit easier against Overtime Elite in the final group game, which is still to come after the second half of this one. Very difficult, I'm sure, as you know, Doish, as a coach, to get your players playing 4 straight days, and for the players as well to manage their energy. So for Žalgiris, that's an advantage perhaps to rotate a bit today.
Yeah, I definitely agree. Going into the final game especially, this game will be a great opportunity for them to see the whole roster. Maybe they can play, give fair minutes to 12 guys and see how they handle it and be ready for the final, hopefully without no injuries.
On met la balle en bas ici, ouais, le big man en haut descend, et le mec de l'opposé, il va ouvrir l'angle de passe. Ouais, on en a trouvé une très bonne là. Et quoi, il y en a une qui est restée en bas, ouais, vous l'avez ça. L'autre chose, s'ils sont sur le Mao mais qu'on drive, parce qu'ils ont l'envergure et tout ça, pensez à faire un roll kick out s'il n'y a pas l'espace. Ouais, les 5 du départ, on y va les gars. On switch.
Francois Perronet will be delighted with the mentality shown by his Inset team, shaking off that disappointment and not being able to make the championship game. They've been right at it physically in this one, determined to get some payback on Madrid, who wrecked their dreams of a first championship in 7 years at this event last year. Madrid having to shake off their own disappointments of missing out on the opportunity to secure the first three-peat in this competition in nearly 2 decades, after Cesca did it previously in 2006. That was the aim for Los Blancos here. Instead, it's the underdog Žalgiris who go to the championship game tomorrow from a group we expected perhaps they would only be the 3rd or 4th place team in. What an excellent Group B it has been, with 3 of the 6 teams to ever have won multiple championships in this competition in the same group. Žalgiris have just been a great team to watch, built in the same kind of way the Žalgiris senior teams in seasons gone by. Almost more than a sum of their parts, a true team.
So going into the second, when I look at the assist and turnover ratios of Madrid, they got to do a better job sharing the ball on the offensive side. They only have 5 assists and 11 turnovers. They got to do a better job sharing the ball and find the open shots on the offensive end.
This Campoy, we're not seeing as much of him. Inside, right back at it, Sidi Goy, 5 of 5, has 13 points in around 8 minutes. Oh, trying to put Goy on a poster was Windu. And a 10-foot tall foul.
It's a good contest. I mean, I don't know if it's foul, but again, Goy is not scared of jumping for that. It's a great defensive effort.
Met at the rim was Windu by Goy, who wasn't happy with the call. Windu had 3 fouls in the first half, so his impact limited, as did Kwaku Ergu, who's back in for Inset. Kwaku Ergu, a key player for them, only played 9 minutes of the first half. He was the MVP of the Belgrade qualifying tournament. Jets. Back out, Goy wasn't going to take the 3. Duran, little burst baseline, able to balance it as well. Nice pass. They find the open shooter on the trail off left though.
We keep seeing the zone defense by Madrid. The most important thing here is just the communication and pointing at each other. Who picks who?
Solimon, with the hesitation, draws the contact. Second foul on Duru. First Madrid player to pick up a second. But their second team foul in just over a minute of the second half. McCoy grabbing the loose ball off the miss from Solimon. So 3 fouls on Javier Juarez's Madrid early on in the third quarter. Allah, plenty of shots from him today, and they are dropping. 10 points for Yanis Allah.
What a performance by him so far. I mean, we haven't seen it much this tournament, but he's doing a great job looking for his own shot today, as well as creating for his teammates, but he was able to knock down two threes already.
Instead having taken the lead from 5 down, but Madrid back ahead in the blink of an eye. Lots of lead changes here. 8 lead changes already in the game.
Again, Madrid is trying to be aggressive, but they already have 4 fouls in less than 2 minutes going into the third quarter. Despite of playing zone, they managed to do 4 fouls.
Puts them in a really difficult spot the rest of this period. Any further defensive fouls sending Inset to the line. 5 fouls the limit here in European basketball. Shot off the mark for Kwaku Ergu. And back up, hitting every inch of the iron as he ends up on his backside beyond the baseline and converts again. Yanis Allah with 12 points. The Houdini finish. Too heavy on the and one. They'll get it back again. Madrid at the foul limit already. And Inset looking to pile on the pressure. Now evening up that offensive rebounding count that Madrid were dominating in the first half as well. And stark contrast. Inset with plenty of fouls to use. That was their first in the period.
Hoindu just picked up his 4th foul.
Yeah, however,
stay in the game.
Personal foul trouble for Cameron Windu. 4 fouls in just 16 minutes. The team plenty of leeway in that regard. He's in the passing lane. He checks the rear view mirror and he soars and scores. Napton Solimon.
Yeah, we talk about the turnovers of Madrid again. One unforced turnover, just gifting it away. Again, second one was coming, but got gifted a foul. He got lucky. I see a lack of concentration by Jimenez a little bit.
Feels like the pendulum has swung Inset Harris's way over the first 2.5 minutes of the third quarter. It's only a 2-point lead, but they've almost evened up the offensive rebounding count that Javier Juarez's Madrid had the advantage in at half-time, and now Real have 5 more turnovers than Inset, and they're at the foul limit here. Goy. Did he turn it over? No, final touch off Inset. Campoy, the number 12, who's been a star for Madrid the last 2 games. Here's the heave at the end of the shot clock. Doesn't go for Kaiser. We've not seen much of Campoy on game day 3. Played 15 minutes, but 0 points.
Yeah, he's been great rebounds. Last 2 games, especially helping on the rebounds as well. But today, he hasn't showed his skills yet.
First 2 games averaged 11.5 points, 14 rebounds, 4.5 offensive rebounds, 4.5 assists as well. Incep tie their largest lead at 4 points. Jimenez misses, and now a chance for the out-and-out largest lead in this game if they get a score here. It's an 11-5 third period already for Incep. Yimga Makori off the mark for 3. Ignacio Campoy trying to squeeze through a gap that was barely there, and Incep commit their 3rd foul. Points for Yimga Makori, 4 assists, which is the highest tally for either team in the game right now as well. Not usually a part of his game. Another chance for Incep to make it the out-and-out largest lead. Tough shot against Goy.
Oh, he got 5 fouls. If what's on, yeah. I felt like he wanted to just get out of there. I don't know why. Hundu just picked up his 5. I don't know if it was necessary move, but that's what it is.
5 fouls in 18 minutes. Cameron Windu only 1 of 3 from the field, 2 of 3 at the line. Fouls out on 4 points, 3 rebounds. A player we expected to be a key player for Incep. He fouled out yesterday as well in 15.5 minutes. We talked about that with a couple of the overtime elite players fouling out in back-to-back games.
Yeah, we mentioned this before. You know, you got to be aware of it. You can do it once, but again, with a short period of time, getting 5 fouls like that, it shouldn't be really acceptable. But that's one thing that young guys can improve and learn from their mistakes, but not a couple times in a row.
Logic in picking him as a key player today was because he might be fresh after only playing 15.5 minutes yesterday, but Windu's race is run at this tournament. It's a goaltend.
Great job again. Yimga just putting pressure on the defense and attacking strong to the basket and get the finish.
So a game high 14 points for Yimga Makori now. 5 of 6 on the inside. And this the largest lead of the game. Incep up by 6 on Madrid. Around the midway point of the 3rd period. They've won this quarter 13-5 so far.
Normal. Venga, coño, venga, vamos. Mira, dejamos de cambiar tiros. Hemos tirado 4 tiros a tablero y todos cambiando, que me metan tapón. Un poquito más activos aquí, dejar puerta, más puerta atrás, venga. Vamos.
Madrid has to show some reaction right now coming out of a timeout, especially when Hindu got the foul trouble, and with 5 fouls he's sitting on the bench. They got to put more pressure on especially inside with Goy. Just put the ball inside and let him create from there.
We've not really seen that too much in the second half. After everything was going through Goy in the first. 1 basket early on, nothing since half-time. 8-0 run for Incep right now. Amjev shot clock to 2. Little jab step defense not biting on the bait, forces the miss. Now a chance for Incep to pour forward. Yimga Makori to add to his tally, 16 points, and gets his reward for running the floor fast.
What a run, yeah. Just fill up the lane, run and get easy basket. As soon as they cleared them out, you see 5 guys just running the lanes.
10-point unanswered run. Goy will try and end it. He misses. Well challenged by Solimon. They have the bit between their teeth right now. Incep slow it down to play 5-on-5. Yimga Makori couldn't see the rim, so they'll play till the final few seconds of the shot clock. Yimga Makori did get a good look but missed the three.
He's feeling it right now. You know, he's going to take that shot. He's one guy that he's carrying this team, and one of the reasons they're up by 8 points right now is Yimga.
Tough shooting day so far for Anjevs. Again, 1 of 7 from the field. His 3 assists coming with 2 turnovers as well. 5, bit of room to pull the trigger, missed the target. Into a packed paint, Traore trying to wrestle down the rebound, then show a bit of composure, but the defensive ceiling put up by Kwaku Urgu to stop Fabian Kaiser.
Great defense by INSEP team. They just came down the paint and make everything harder for this Madrid team here. You see how they help each other. They really want this game.
The first block of the game, they've got 6 steals here, and they've forced Madrid into 13 turnovers. Yimga Makori would have been a huge shot if it went. It didn't. The lead remains at single digits as it has been throughout. Kwaku Urgu has been a key player. He's only got 2 points, played 16 minutes, but back in having sat out for a while in the first half because he picked up 3 fouls. He's been the best plus-minus player in the game. INSEP plus 11 with him on the court. Madrid needs something, they get nothing. Chance for a double-digit lead again. A free path towards the paint, and the finish from Masgerenart, and the first 10-point lead here for INSEP.
He's been a great contributor in the third quarter. You know, being a great facilitator, creating for his teammates, looking for his own shot. He's been the difference maker so far.
5 points, 3 assists, 0 turnovers for Masgerenart, who's playing more and more on this INSEP team now. Here he is again. Madrid can't buy a bucket here in the second half. A 12-0 INSEP run, a 17-5 third period. And they're looking to add to those tallies. Corner 3 from the far side off. Boulifar trying to save it, came back to Anjevs. Quick release down the floor for him. Nice second pass, and Campoy wouldn't drop. He'll go to the line for 2 instead to try and stop the rock.
Yeah, they really sent in a message. There's no easy baskets here and making hard fouls here. It's a good play by INSEP.
You know, we talked in the first half about managing the balance between defensive pressure and foul count. Well, they've done that superbly here in the second half, haven't they? These are the first free throws of the quarter for Real Madrid.
Yeah, definitely they're doing a much better job using their fouls wisely and send them to the free throw line.
After Madrid took 16 free throws in the first half. INSEP continue to force turnovers. Challenge shots and do it without committing sloppy fouls this time.
Great pass.
Push shot mid-range. Yimga Makori couldn't quite grab the rebound, but they do get possession with 14 on the shot clock still. And INSEP now lead the offensive rebounding count as well. Madrid were +3 the first half in that regard. Boulifar passed up the 3. Kwaku Urgu, the swivel, the tight defense, and the rebound for Traore. Anjevs through the defense like moths to a flame, stepping through Garcia Plata, and the tip for Traore. The hustle from him again. That's 6 offensive rebounds. 6 is the gap, approaching the final minute of the third. Masgerenart, another shot for him. He's right at it, 7 points, 3 assists, 3 rebounds now.
Amazing job. Really, I'm really impressed with the way he plays, young guy. He's doing everything right so far in the third quarter.
He played 10 minutes a game in qualifying, only 9 minutes in the first game here. free three knocked down by Garcia Plata. And Real are looking to roar back. They've halved that deficit down to 5 points inside the final minute of the third period. They're looking to put a silver lining on what has been a dark cloud of a quarter for Los Blancos. Seconds to play in the third. Madrid 46, INSEP 51.
Sur les switches en défense. Quand ils vont aller devant, là, il faut que le mec sur la balle mette ses mains, que la passe au soit difficile, qu'il soit obligé de la faire lever. Ouais, c'est bon.
We said in the first half that Madrid's offensive rebounding was making up for their extra turnovers. But in this third quarter, INSEP have grabbed 5 offensive rebounds, as well as stopping Madrid take all of those free throws that they were taking in the first half. INSEP improving the longer this one's going on, but Madrid looking to rise to the challenge now, have closed a 10-point gap down to 5. Nice find from Yinga McCory, and on the turn, the foul, so a trip to the line for a player coming into the game for the very first time, Gabriel Debourne. Another player who won gold with France at the under-16 Euros last year, one of the younger players for INSEP, looking to improve his role in the team. Been a challenge of a period, Doish, for Real Madrid because they're at the foul limit so early as well. That's going to be a game changer when we start the fourth quarter, and they are there within striking distance again now, having trailed by 10.
I agree. Definitely using those fouls, and before 8-minute mark, you used 5 fouls already. That really made him kind of softer going into the rest of the quarter. So we see that difference right here with the 9 points.
It's a big shot for Boulefard, his first 3 of the game, only the third 3 for Madrid. Through 3 quarters, they're 3 of 13 now. Or rather, beg your pardon, the 6th 3 for INSEP. Madrid 3 of 13, INSEP 6 of 22. Boulefard, who's not been hitting the target at this tournament the way he was last year. That will do it for a third period in which INSEP scored 23 points, by a distance their best offensive quarter of the game, and also their best defensive period, holding Madrid to just 12. So INSEP with a 9-point lead ahead of the final 10 minutes off that big triple from Boulefard. The team shooting it particularly well from long range, but INSEP now with double the threes of Madrid.
This is a great play. They just got away from this later on in the third quarter. This is what they need to do. Just give the ball to Goe and make him create it. But they just got away from it rest of the third quarter.
He had 13 points his first 8 minutes on court, nothing in 6 minutes since. He's still the leader in scoring for Madrid. 2 players in double figures now for INSEP. 16 for Yinga McCory with 5 assists and 5 rebounds, and 12 points for Yanis Alar. They improved their offensive rebounding. They improved the way they use their defensive pressure. And they made the most of Madrid reaching the foul limit early in that third quarter. See the poor shooting from Madrid, 46% from 2, 21% from 3, 61% at the line. That's going to have to improve if they're to come from 9 down to win this one.
Well, you see again, it's a when you look at the stats, it's balanced really, except the 3-point shots. But you know, Madrid has to stay in the game somehow, just play more aggressive on the defensive end. And you see Ibrahim Kutlay here, big brother for us, great legend for the Turkish Basketball Federation. I mean, for the basketball history. Happy to see him here, supporting the youth as well.
I think it's going to be a great crowd for the championship game here tomorrow. People able to get here ahead of the EuroLeague third place game, and of course the championship game tomorrow night. Lots of legends and VIPs here. We've seen Paulus Yankunas, the president of Žalgiris, all-time leading rebounder in the EuroLeague here. He'll surely be back watching them in their first championship game in 14 years tomorrow. Kyle Hines, former Milan player as well, maybe here to watch Milan. We've seen Sergio Rodriguez is here today, as to Sergio Scariolo. Interested to get your thoughts on how that championship game will go tomorrow. Two teams with very different styles.
Yes, I'm really curious to see how they go at each other, but I believe it's going to be a really tough game for both sides. But again, Žalgiris being, you know, playing today, the last game, they might rest some of their guys and prepare for the final much better. We'll see though. It's going to be really tough for both sides.
It's a flat 3 offensive rebounds and a foul. It's Garcia, Plata, Anjevs, Duru, Campoy and Traore on the court right now for Madrid. Yimgamakori, Solimon, Boulefard, Debord and Masgerenat for INSEP. Open 3 for Campoy. He's not been a scorer today, and he's still not. Madrid grabbing offensive rebounds again, though. They dried up for them in that third quarter after 7 in the first half. Tough attack high off the glass. Another foul on INSEP. So the flip of the script here with regards INSEP being the team picking up the early fouls in the fourth quarter. And that comes off that aggression and positivity of Madrid to attack the basket.
Yes, I mean, now INSEP team, they have the length and athleticism right now. You know, they got to use it in their advantage. They just got to stay in front of the ball, just be solid. They shouldn't jump for the pump fakes, stay down, no easy fouls.
Madrid grabbed 7 offensive rebounds in the first half, only 1 in the third quarter, but 2 already here in the first minute of the fourth period. Solimon off right on the long 2.
Wasn't a good shot. It wasn't a good shot. There was an open guy next to him. He took the contested shot instead.
Madrid right the way through. Anjev 7 points, 4 assists now for him. And they're back within 5 points. Boulefard just beyond the foul line, rims out for him. He's not been able to build any momentum with his shot out these finals, having been excellent last year. Nice footwork into the lane. The finger roll falls for Garcia Plata, who has heated up with 12 points in just over 8 minutes of action. And just like that, 1.5 minutes into the fourth quarter, INSEP's once 9-point lead has been cut to just 3 points.
Yeah, it's that quick. You play against Madrid, you got to be aware of that. You know, every mistake you do, they're going to punish you. This is a great job, just getting in the lane and finish it. As you said, making two fouls earlier, maybe it's going to affect them. But INSEP on the offensive side, they're just taking early shots and contested shots. This is not, you're up by 9-10 points. You got to be patient. You got to move the ball from side to side and find the open guy. If you take early shots, Madrid is going to come and punish you easily.
Je vous répète, on attaque, il y a un mec devant vous, on la passe. Ouais, c'est notre lucidité sur les 10 dernières minutes. Allez, on y va les gars.
Yeah, you talked previously, Doris, about how they had been moving the ball well. 17 assists for INSEP. That's stopped happening here in the third, and off the back of those missed shots and those turnovers, Real have run, and they've started the fourth with a 6-0 surge.
You just can't get away with the game plan, man. Stick with the game plan. Just work the game for 40 minutes. They've been sharing the ball so far really good. Just last 2-3 position, taking early shots, not passing to his teammates where there's an open guy, and this is the result. Now Madrid is back in the game with 3 points.
Let's see if Incep can calm it down off the back of the timeout. Up by 3. The largest lead has been 10, but it was 9 at the start of this quarter. Solimon misses the 3. That was a good look, but he's 0 of 3 on the outside. Anjev spinning, kicking out. Touched on by Duru. Tight defense here on top of Garcia Plata. 12 points for him. A couple of baskets already in this period. How about the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow 3 for Garcia Plata? 15 points now.
Garcia is determined to take this game over. He's been doing great lately. Great contribution on defensive end, and especially on the offensive finishes with the outside and inside.
Boulefard, another miss for him. Duru, Madrid level from 9 down, now looking for the lead. Garcia Plata with the hot hands, but an offensive foul.
So I don't know, last couple of offensive Incep, I don't know how many times Yimga Mukiri just touched the ball. They cannot, I mean, he's been one of the best offensive players for this team right now. Last 5-6 offenses, I don't know how many times he touched the ball.
I don't think I've said his name.
Right, so I don't even know if he was in the game just till now. I mean, they gotta initiate the offense with him.
He's still their top scorer with 16 points and their best creator with 5 assists. Yimga Makori, the number 2. Here's Ala.
You see the defense now with Madrid. I think they're playing similar to Bucks and 1, just guarding one-on-one Yimga and letting other 4 guys to play zone. And it's been working out. You see they're just hugging Yimga right now. Other 4 guys, they just switch.
It's Garcia Plata, the guard on Yimga Makori, who does have the height advantage, but he's still not getting the ball to try and make the most of it. Nor does he grab the rebound as Traore gets there first. Garcia Plata doing a job at both ends here. On offense and defense for Madrid, the key man. He's only played 9 minutes in this game, but he's got 15 points. 7 of those 15 have come here in the 4th quarter. 12 of the 15 have come since half time. Fourth foul on Yanis Alar. They've already had Cameron Windu fouled out in this game, Incep. There's a turnover on Madrid on the inbound.
I always mention about the screens in the out of bounds plays. It's crucial. Setting the good screens, waiting for the screens.
Alar still on the court on those 4 fouls. Solimon putting it on the floor down the right, running into the big frame of Traore. And the 3rd foul on Madrid to match the 3 on Incep here in the 4th quarter.
Exactly, you see Coach Juarez telling his players just to keep your hands up. You don't need to reach for it.
3rd foul on Traore. Goy and Duru each have 3 as well, but nobody on more than that for Madrid. Solimon only 2 of 7 from the field, now 2 of 3 at the line, 6 points, 6 rebounds, a couple of steals and 3 assists, so a little bit of everything, but not as dominant as a scorer as he's been the last couple of games. He gets the foul as well. Solimon, that's his first, but it's Incep's 4th with nearly 7 minutes still to play.
Now they're in bonus. I don't know if they're going to be more aggressive from now on. That happened to Madrid in the 3rd quarter. They got softer. Let's see how they're going to react now as a defense.
Garcia Plata. Is he still hot? Deep 3 this time. Back iron that time on the heat check shot. Offensive rebound. Solimon the block as Traore went up. Here is Yimga Makori. Finally gets the ball. Alar moving on in a travel as Solimon looked to attack, and his tough evening continues.
Let's see when they're gonna pass the ball to Yimga and initiate the offense from him.
the way through. In the land of the giants goes Adrian Anjevs, and he somehow gets it to 4. Incep at the foul limit already. Anjevs out the line for the and 1. It's another foul on Solimon. And as Madrid guards have been in a determined mood here in the 4th quarter to put the ball on the floor and attack the basket.
Yeah, they're not shy of getting to the lane and not scared of any blocking shots from Incep. And it was a great finish by left hand with his left hand and get the and 1.
From 9 down at the start of this period, they're level on an 11-2 quarter so far.
On fait du horn, et sur le horn, ou lui utilise le stagger, ou alors t'es meneur de jeu, c'est toi qui utilises le stagger, et après on a le pick and roll, ils vont être emmerdés sur les choix qu'ils font dans le truc. Ouais. Allez les gars, allez.
Madrid playing a more efficient game on the offensive end here in the second half. After 11 first half turnovers, only 4 since half-time. They're not getting as many trips to the foul line, but they're getting to the basket. And Garcia Plata and Adrian Anjevs are showing plenty of bravery in that regard. Inga McCory still on 16, 5 and 5. But hardly getting a look at the basket in the second half. They'll have 1 foul to give the rest of the way. Incep already at the foul limit. LR.
You got to give credit to Madrid though. They're playing a great defense on him as well, not letting him catch the ball.
Garcia Plata with the steal as well. And the number 4 has stepped in and stepped up to become the star. He only had 3 points against Žalgiris on 1 of 6 shooting. He only played 12 minutes against Overtime Elite, but had 11 points in those 12 minutes here. 15 points in 11 minutes. A steal and some tight defense. It's kept Yimba Makori quiet.
Madrid has already missed 9 free throws.
We talked about missed free throws as being why they're not in the championship game tomorrow. They missed 11 against Žalgiris and lost the game by 1.
Yes, it's been a problem for them in this tournament.
They lead by 1 here, but only 14 of 23 from the line. They shot 52% in that defeat to Žalgiris. But the bench up on their feet, appreciating the defensive determination of Los Blancos players out on the court. (13 turnovers on Incep now. Only 2 fewer than Madrid, who've cut out the turnovers since halftime. Garcia Plata on the move is Anjevs. Now Campoy. He felt perhaps he stepped out of bounds. And on this side, Garcia Plata did. So a rare second half turnover for Javier Juarez's team. Inga McCory gets his shot short. Goy the rebound. Midway point to the 4th period, just a 1-point game between these two who were separated by just 1 point after overtime in the championship game last year. Goy, high catch, puts it up, misses, grabs his own rebound, misses again, and then gets fouled on his way up a 3rd time.
Yeah, I mean, this is the way they've been playing all game. They went back to their roots, passed the ball to Goy, but he wasn't able to finish the last 2-3 positions, including these ones. Easy baskets. I mean, I don't know. we've been talking about his soft touch and great finishing ability. Last 3-4 shots, he kind of surprised me with his finishes.
5 of 8 from the field now, 3 of 4 at the line. Back at 3 of 5. Madrid starting to grab offensive rebounds again in this fourth quarter. 5 in the period for Madrid, after only 1 in the third quarter. It's been a key component for them. They lead by 2. There's Gerenards. Solimon. Kwaku Ergu. Off left with the floater and a whistle against Campoy, I think.
Garcia
Plata with his third foul. Nobody on more for Madrid. That was the last to use as a team here in the fourth quarter. 4.5 minutes to play. Any further fouls might the defense send the opposition offense to the line. Kwaku Ergu. Yimga Makori wanted it. Instead, the shot from Solimon is off. Yimga Makori underneath, couldn't grab it. Campoy instead gets his 10th rebound. Tough catch for Duru. Ran into Yimga Makori. Duru battling for it back, though. And right the way through on that drive again from Anjevs. He swings it around. Kick ball from Kwaku Ergu. 9 points, 4 assists with 2 turnovers for Anjevs, playing 30 minutes here. Duru, 6.7 rebounds, 3 steals for him. Do it all. Glue guy roll for Duru again. It's going to be a fight to the finish between these two again.
Close game as expected.
Set one payback for last year's championship game. Real Madrid do not want to lose 2 out of 3. It's an ANGE finals, having won 4 of the last 5 championships. Madrid upset by Žalgiris yesterday, 70-69. Offense limited again here. Garcia Plata 15 points, but now 4 fouls. And the points have dried up for Yimga Makori. We've been talking about that. Hasn't scored in the fourth quarter until that free throw. 12 of his 17 points coming before half-time. Nobody else has really stepped up as a scorer for Inset.
Yeah, actually, that's why Madrid going back to box and 1 and just don't let him get the ball, because they know that the whole offense is initiating with Inga, and it worked for Madrid to come back.
Nice drop off from Duru, and Campoy fouled on his way to the basket. Only 3 points scored in the fourth quarter for Inset, nearly 7 minutes. Madrid have put up 13 in that time to take the lead from 9 down at the start of the period, and a chance to add a couple more to that with Campoy at the strike. And actually, all 3 of those inset points come from the foul line in this fourth quarter. 2 from Solimon and that 1 from Yimga Makori, so they haven't got a field goal in the period.
Yes, they really couldn't find a solution for that box and 1 defense and switching defense. They're having a hard time putting the ball inside. This is what they needed.
Right on cue.
Yeah.
A big 3 for the tie. Their first field goal of the fourth coming from Boulevard after 7 minutes of the period. His second 3 of the game. Javier Juarez contemplating perhaps a repeat of last year's meeting with INSEP. It's going down to the wire between these two famed academies again. Salah has joined Cameron Windu in fouling out for INSEP, so they've lost a couple of players. It's only this man here, Garcia Plata, on 4 fouls for Madrid. Duru moves it on to Campoy. Back to Duru, he draws a crowd. They'll turn it over on a foul on Duru.
I mean, I don't know about this call. You know, you didn't even see him. He's got to be able to see him in order to swing his elbow, but again, it's the judgment of the referee.
It's a tough call for Duru as he picks up his 4th. Boulifard. Makori stuck to so tightly again by Garcia Plata, who forces the turnover, clenches his fist in celebration, not just about his 15 points and 12 second half points, but that kind of defensive pressure up against Yimga Makori, and doing it now on 4 fouls as well.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a great job containing Yimga so far. Him and Comboy, they alternating and trying to contain him, stop INSEP's offenses.
And Jeff's shot clock down to the final few. What a piece of footwork to get past his opponent and into the paint and finish again. 11 points for Anjevs. 4 of 9 on the interior. Madrid by 2. Final 2 minutes to come. That's Gerenard. Kwaku Ergu. That's Gerenard again in the 2-man game. Bounce pass, Solimon! That lit the fuse and he detonated the dunk. Finally, some high-flying joy for Naton Solimon. 63-63. Final 2 minutes. Here's Garcia Plata for the 3 off front iron. Offensive rebound, Goy trying to hurdle bodies and put it in. 2 INSEP players down in Yimga Makori and Naton Solimon. There's a look at the flying finish for Solimon. That gets INSEP level. Only their 2nd field goal, their 1st on the interior in the 4th quarter. After the 3 from Boulifard, only a minute and a half earlier, after they'd gone the first 7 minutes of the period without a field goal. Goy at the line for a pair to try and give Madrid the lead back here. I'll be with you all the way, but Doish Balbai has gone across to the other side of the court, ready for the post-game interviews. Still hard to know which team we need to grab here. It is touch tight between these 2 rivals again. Campoy and Goy, the front runners for player of the game. If it's Madrid, for INSEP, Yimga Makori. And Naton Solimon now stepping up down the final stretch. Garcia Plata, perhaps the X factor, the key for Madrid if they get the win. Here he is again, 15 points. Looking for more. Taking it right at the defense, falling flat that time on the shot. But a whistle against INSEP once more. Incredible aggression and positivity and determination from Maximo Garcia Plata. He's 3 of 4 at the line so far. Madrid getting there for now 31 free throw attempts. INSEP have only taken 14. Kwaku Ergu picking up his 4th foul. Yimga Makori's on 4 as well, and Alar and Windu have already fouled out. The byproduct of sending to Madrid sending Madrid to the line so many times. And they get it back this time. Blocked off though. And it remains just a one-possession game as we approach the final minute. Soliman. Yimga Makori, so quiet all quarter, but stealing the spotlight perhaps at the finish as he gives Inset the lead entering the final minute, and it's 20 points for the game. Another lead change. Is there to be one more? We've had 11 of them now. Goy on the high catch. And a foul against Inset. A frustrated Inset, and in particular Yimga Makori, who just hit the hero 3. But if that's on him, he's fouled out. Soliman was there as well. You can understand the frustration. And they've caught it on Soliman, so Yimga Makori's okay. He's still on the floor. That's the third on Soliman, who's now got 9 points, 5 assists, 7 rebounds, 2 steals and a block after a slow start today. We've said it right the way through this tournament. Goy improving his free throws, but he missed a huge one in the game against Žalgiris as they lost by 1 right towards the end, and he misses one again here. 66-66, he's 6 of 10 at the line today, 16 points, 6 rebounds. But missed foul shots at important points of the game that might haunt him. In particular, that one against Žalgiris. And that was a career performance for him. Mascherano forced into the tough shot. That's a tough fall for Anjevs, but he has been a battler. Adrian Anjevs, the guard who's grabbed 5 rebounds. Shot was really well challenged. Anjevs taking a hit from behind. And with both teams at the limit, will walk up the other end of the floor and look to get Madrid ahead. $11 points, 4 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 turnovers for Anjevs, and Yimga Makori does that time foul out. He's the game's top scorer with 20 points. The game's joint best creator with 5 assists, 6 rebounds, 2 steals, and a 23 PIR, but he will not play the final 21 seconds or overtime, if you dare say it, if these two teams go there again, as they did in the championship game last year in Berlin. Anjevs nudges Madrid ahead by the same margin with which they won last year's title. And that's all it is, because he splits the pair. So it leaves Inset the opportunity for payback. The opportunity for a win against the team that beat them in the championship game by 1 in overtime last year. Soliman in towards the lane, shake off, bit of breathing room, the shot doesn't go, and Real Madrid surely are going to win it now, as they desperately try to foul at the finish but don't get to Goy quick enough, and Inset Paris suffer the same fate that they suffered in Berlin a year ago, albeit at the end of the group stage now, as Real Madrid win it by 1, 67-66, and finish a disappointing campaign for them with at least a positive 2-1 record. It means the defending champions will finish the group in second place as they beat Inset Peers 67-66, behind 16 points apiece from Sidi Goy and Maximo Garcia Plata. A low-scoring battle between these two talented and physical sides. Madrid coming from 9 down in the fourth quarter to win it by 1, a 21-11 final period in favour of the record champions. Sidi Goy with 3 superb displays across the 3 days here in Abu Dhabi. Madrid star, but threatening to steal the spotlight from him down the final stretch was Maximo Garcia Plata, along with Adrian Anjevs in the backcourt, as they found the right combinations with which to come from behind and finish with a flurry. Those two players combining for 28 of Madrid's 67 points, Anjevs and Garcia Plata. We'll get some reaction first from their head coach. Here's Javier Juarez with Doash Balbai.
Congratulations, coach. Great job. I know it's not easy to play these games. You know, you came here with a championship mindset. How did you prepare your team for this game?
Oh, the more important is, like you say, you know, because you are a player and you feel like a player now, and you are an amazing coach. But we try to change the mentality and stay focused only in the game. But for us, it's a big responsibility because we are the champions at this moment in the last 2 times. And this tournament is so difficult. Last year, our last game against France is the same like today. Yesterday, lose for 1 point. But we take a big responsibility because we are Real Madrid. When we go down, like yesterday, we need to wake up as soon as possible. It's difficult to play against a physical team like France. But I'm happy for the player. But honestly, we came here find our 3rd championship era. But no, it's possible because EuroLeague tournament in this age is amazing, like you know.
One more question before I let you go. I want to ask you about the box and one. You guys come up on box and one. You guys played on the defense. Is it something that you guys worked on it before or just for this game?
No. We prepare during all year different situation because maybe in games like today, the physics of the other team is better. We change, we use triangle and two, box and one difference for do other team think, and lose his rhythm because for physics, I think that we don't stay at his level.
All right, congrats, coach, again. Yes, sir.
That defense crucial to the 21-11 fourth quarter that saw Madrid win the game. An important win for them, for Javier Juarez's team, who finished with a 2-1 record. Let's get some more reaction.
Congratulations, man. Great game. I know it was a close game. You guys were the last year's champion and came here to win another championship. Obviously, it didn't work. But what did you learn from this tournament this year?
Thank you. Nothing's easy. All the teams are here to win the championship. We have the pressure because last 2 years we won, but it ended up being this way, and we won Paris, so happy.
Thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
Maximo Garcia Plata, a joint team high 16 points, 13 of which came in the second half and 8 in the fourth quarter for him. 3 of 4 from 2, 2 of 6 from 3, 4 of 6 from the free throw line. 16 points in just 16 minutes for the 17-year-old. So it's an important win for Real Madrid. They've experienced a bit of a difficult spell recently. They had a 19-game win streak in the ANGE as the back-to-back champions before Doash Balbai's select team beat them in the qualifying event in Munich. It ended their run of 11 straight qualifying tournament victories. So they had to get here as the defending champions as a wild card, and here they tasted defeat to Žalgiris yesterday, cost them their chances of going back to the championship game as they were hoping for an historic three-peat. And they also lost earlier this month in the under-18 Spanish championships to their arch-rivals Barcelona, so they did not want to finish this tournament with a negative 1-2 record. And INSEP, who pushed them all the way in last year's championship game here on the ANGE stage, did so again here, but once more Madrid passed the tough test by the finest of margins with a strong finish. 67-66 the final score. Madrid win it despite the lower shooting percentages inside and out from the field. They did that by getting to the line to take 21 more free throw attempts, making 13 more than INSEP. That was key off the back of INSEP committing 30 fouls in the game. 3 players fouling out for INSEP. So Real Madrid will finish 2-1, second in the group. Žalgiris, already guaranteed top spot, will face perfect Milan in tomorrow's championship game. But they still have one more game in the group stage to come against overtime elite next on this court. Žalgiris will see if they look to rotate a few players to try and remain fresh for tomorrow's big championship game. We'll see you for that one in around 5 or 6 minutes' time. Welcome back to the Mubadala Arena in Abu Dhabi for the final matchup of game day 3 here at the Adidas Next Generation EuroLeague finals. And this is the final group game here in Abu Dhabi ahead of tomorrow's championship game that Žalgiris will compete in against Milan. So this one they can perhaps rotate against an overtime elite squad from the United States looking for their first win at their second appearance at the ANGE finals as a special invite. A look at the day's schedule. Real Madrid edging Inset earlier on in this group, 67-66. The key result there, the first one, Milan winning by 2 against Dubai. That secured them their place in the final tomorrow against Žalgiris with a perfect 3-0 record at the top of Group A. Barcelona finishing second, 2-1 in that group. Madrid lock up second place in this group with that win over Inset that we've just witnessed. Žalgiris already into the championship game tomorrow. The Lithuanians, a 2-time champion of this event, but not since 2007. We'll look at the Americans first. They've got a short roster at this competition, just 10 players available. And the way they play the game so aggressively, they've had multiple players foul out both of the previous games. So they'll look to keep key players on the court here. Taylor Kinney, the star, as their guard, is flirting with a triple-double. We'll focus on Colin Paul, one of their players who's fouled out in both games so far. Need to keep him on the floor. He's averaged 11.5 points, 5.5 rebounds, 3 offensive rebounds and 2 steals, but only been on the court for around 19 minutes a game so far. And looking at Cole Granderson, who stepped up yesterday, a tough game 1, but in 24 minutes yesterday against Inset had 10 points, 8 rebounds and 2 offensive rebounds. He's a player we expected to be a key player for Overtime Elite at this tournament after a sensational playoffs in the Overtime Elite League this season. Focusing on Žalgiris, and Dominikas Gronkis starred for them the first game when he poured in 28 points, the number 55. But yesterday, when they struggled from the start initially against Real Madrid, it was the 17-year-old centre Ignace Dombergas who came in off the bench and turned the game around. He played 19 minutes against Madrid, had 12 points, 4 rebounds, a block and 4 fouls drawn, hit 5 of his 7 shots from the field, a couple of free throws as well. That after he'd fouled out in 15 minutes in the first game. But the standout star is Dovydas Bojka, who's playing 36 minutes a game here. And he's averaging a superstar 19 points, 5 assists, just half a turnover. You see his line from the first game here when 20 of his 24 points came after half-time. And Žalgiris beat Inset in overtime. Corey Frazier is the head of player development at the OTE League, has been since 2021, coaches the team here. Largely a new group of players for him to the one that competed last season for the first ever time. An American team playing at the continent of Europe's premier youth competition finals. Only 2 players returning for the OTE from that squad that played last year, and a new head coach for Žalgiris, Rokas Kondratavicius, who is working wonders since being promoted from his role as an assistant. Pushed Barcelona right the way in their qualifying tournament, only losing the final by 2 points, and here he started with his first 2 games at the finals as a head coach with wins over both of last year's finalists, the champions Madrid and the runners-up Inset.
Number 4, Asher Nelson. Number 5, Colin.
Overtime Elite 0-2 with this 10-man squad. They've dealt with that significant foul trouble in both games. They've averaged 27.5 fouls a game, giving their opponents a staggering 37.5 free throw attempts a game. 5 players fouling out across the 2 games so far. They lost by 14 to Madrid, 101-87, and then conceded 110 points to lose by 35 against Inset yesterday. They're forcing 19.5 turnovers a game on their opponents, but not getting the balance right with that defensive pressure. And listen to the reaction from the Žalgiris fans who are following their team here to the Middle East and looking to push them all the way to their first championship since 2007. They're 2-0. They trailed by 11 against INSEP in game 1, came back to lead by 10, lost that lead the last 4 minutes, but then recovered again in overtime to finish on an 8-1 run and win it by 5. And then a similar narrative yesterday against Madrid, down by 9, trailing for much of the game before coming back to lead by 10 and then holding off a late Real rally to win it dramatically by 1, 70-69, launching incredible scenes of celebration as they knew and got them within touching distance of the championship game, and their place was confirmed in the championship game shortly after when the overtime elite lost to INSEP. Žalgiris, a two-time champion, but not for 18 years. They played 5 championship games the first 9 editions of the ANGE finals. Tomorrow it will be their first championship game since 2011. They've done it with these fans behind them, and remarkably they've done it as a wildcard team here in Abu Dhabi, beating the back-to-back champions and the record champions Real Madrid and last year's runners-up in the process. Overtime elite, a different kind of challenge here today, albeit Žalgiris can face it without pressure now. We see the starting 5 for OTE first. Tailing Kinney, averaging 12.5 points, 8.5 rebounds, 7.5 assists a game. Asher Elson, another key player for them, but another player who's fouled out in both games so far. And the starters for Žalgiris, they do have Stombergas and Boyka in the starting 5, the 2 players we highlighted. And also watch out for Kaius Mikalauskas, who had 13 points against Madrid yesterday. We'll see if Rokas Kondratavicius rotates a bit more the longer the game has gone on. Boyka playing 36 minutes a game the last 2 games, so he will want some rest today ahead of tomorrow's championship game against Milan. Well, the perimeter has been crucial in both games so far for Žalgiris. 12 threes at 35% in game 1, holding INSEP to 14%. And then 8 threes, but at 36% yesterday, while Madrid only hit 5 at 31%. They also held Madrid to only 43% on the interior. And Žalgiris protecting the ball superbly, only committed 8 turnovers. Got somewhat fortunate that Madrid shot just 12 of 23 at the foul line for only 52% in a game that Žalgiris won by 1 point. Tough to take if you're Madrid. Those are the fine margins that separate a group stage failure from a championship game, and for them a potential three-peat here at these tough finals in which just one defeat can cost you everything.
We started on offense play, shirt options or shoulder 5, okay? So be ready. Now first possession. Pass to Slomba. Yes, at that moment. Guys, run like this. Yes. 4, make a screen to 3, and at that moment, Boyka inverted screen. Slomba, be ready. If you have gap, attack. If they snitch, drive away and go for a post. Okay? Neapum, jeigu ką po to nuėjame į post, okay? Pabandyk čia pramuštas naujienės komunikuotis, bus koncentracija ant dovio šitoj vietoj. Okay? Pasižiūrim. Toliau gera energija. Stop transition, guys. Make early fouls. Don't let them run. Start the game with a good physicality, yes? They don't like physicality. From the start, push them out of every screen, guys. Okay? Let's go, guys.
Clear, concise and determined instructions from Coach Kondratavicius. And he seems to want Žalgiris to finish perfect to tie Milan. Heading into tomorrow's championship game, Overtime elites would desperately like to leave Abu Dhabi with at least 1 win. They did win 2 games out of 3 on their debut at this tournament last year, and look at that bouncing pocket of green away to the right corner of the arena from my commentary position. They have really helped to push their team, who've come here with an underdog mentality and a real grit and determination to show they are far from here just to make up the numbers, and they have numbers in support, including their club president, Paulus Yankunas, the all-time leading rebounder in the Turkish Airlines EuroLeague. After finishing his playing career, became the general manager of Žalgiris, and then this season the club president. He can be proud of their efforts already on this stage, these juniors, but they are not done yet. They've been dogged, disruptive and determined, back their own ability, and their unparalleled never-say-die mentality, playing like a true European team. And today their American opponents, Overtime Elite, playing with more of an NBA style, athleticism and length. It should make this a fascinating final group contest here at the ANGE Finals 2025 in Abu Dhabi. Cole Rosario briefly with the ball there for OTE has disappointed so far. That's a strong drive to the basket from Kevin Savage, who's been one of their most reliant scorers, albeit struggled with foul trouble in the first game. Pick back off, here is Rosario, he's got springs in his sneakers, met mid-air that time. And a positive start for Overtime Elite at both ends of the floor. Cole Rosario, the number 13, has only averaged 7.5 points a game here. Only going 2 of 9 from 2 and 2 of 13 from 3. Was expected to be one of their key scorers coming into this competition. One of their oldest players, 18 years of age, an all-OTE player this past season in the Georgia-based league, where he averaged 13.6 points, 5 rebounds, 1.6 steals. And he shot it superbly. A 72-41-89 split, but that has not translated here to the ANGE Finals, not yet. Stombergas, Nikolauskas, and Barsdaitis will hope to get a bigger role today as part of the rotation, and right in front of the fans and right in front of the bench, Maxime Brnovic knocks down the outside shot for the tie. Brnovic, who's only averaged 12 minutes a game at these finals. So although a couple of star players in Stombergas and Boyka are starting for Žalgiris, there are others coming in with their place at the top of the group already secure. That one hits every inch of the iron, but not the net. For Asher Elson, who will go to the line for 2. Elson, who, like the number 5 Colin Paul, has been impactful and efficient here, but fouled out in both games so far. Been a major issue for OTE. He's averaged only 19 minutes a game, but in that time averaged 12 points, 4 rebounds and 2 steals. He's been one of their more reliable shooters. Splits the pair at the line, and here comes Boyka. Shooting the ball accurately has been a problem for Overtime Elite the first 2 games. Nikolauskas. Boyka, averaging 19 points. Pulls up, pulls the trigger, hits the back iron. And here comes Rosario. Right out to the corner. Savage, one of their best 3-point shooters, doesn't go. Offensive rebound, put back in. Looking much better today, OTE. Josh Irving, the 17-year-old 2 meters 8 center. He's not been playing a great deal. Only 15.5 minutes a game. Nikolauskas, shot clock winding down, and a foul on Irving. The big center wearing the 12 for OTE. The foul is on Rosario first, in fact, here, but the number 12, Irving, one of 2 special invites to this OTE roster that's not part of the Overtime Elite League. Kevin Savage, the other player, invited especially for this ANGE squad. Nikolauskas at the line. Taylor Kinney. He struggled with his shot more than anyone else. It's long on the 3 from Kinney. And in transition, a chance to maybe soar and score, but fouled on his flight path. Going up to the basket was Brnovic. Kinney looking for the chase back. Took the foul instead. Determined not to allow Brnovic a momentum-building play, but he's all pumped up. When he celebrated his 17th birthday on Tuesday, Maxime Brnovic, the Montenegrin, one of two foreigners in this Lithuanian club's squad. The other, Ilya Kurats from Latvia. Kinney had 13 points, 9 assists and 9 rebounds in the first game against Madrid, tailing Kinney. That's a travel on the far side and the first turnover of this game for Overtime Elites. Corey Frazier's team have started 2 of 4 from the field. I said they've been struggling to shoot. 23% from 3 in both of the previous 2 games. 53% on the inside in game 1 before falling to 36% on the inside yesterday. Chance for Žalgiris to take the lead. Corner 3. Rebound Kinney. And they're always looking to run. OTE playing at a high pace. Rosario, the trail triple, and he drops it. The shot that him and his team so badly needed. Cole Rosario, who came into this game just 2 of 13 from 3. And the team shooting only 23% the first 2 games. Boyka. Free in the paint, the floater off the mark for Bulanovas. A battle for the board. They're really long and athletic, OTE. Trying to protect their backboard, and they draw contact as coach Kondratavic's team challenge for the rebound. So 3 fouls on Žalgiris in the first 3.5 minutes here. Well, they made a hot start, Overtime Elite, against Madrid. Led by 9 points, but ended up losing by 14. We'll see if they can sustain it here. Kinney is 0 of 2 from the field so far. Skim bounce pass and a block from Kinney, who is capable of doing it all. Ranked as the number 4 point guard recruit in the United States ahead of college next year. They'll go to the benches with a 4-point OTE lead, and Žalgiris in a little bit of foul trouble inside of the first 4 minutes.
How do I know he's not there? Because there's a guy cutting every time. Now, if you got the high post, where should you be? Underneath the guy, right? But you setting your ass right here, and guess what he's doing? Cutting. Y'all two won't talk up time, and it's killing us. He rebounded his fucking ass off right now. And where the fuck y'all at? Crash. We're crashing. Crash on the offensive glass. He's running in. Get some rebounds. Hey, defense up 3, 1, 2, 3, defense.
Well, listening into the timeout, you wouldn't have felt that Corey Frazier's team had held Žalgiris to 1 of 6 from the field so far and had a 4-point lead. Plenty that he sees that his team can improve. A man who was helped Amen Thompson go 4th in the NBA draft a couple of years ago. This program boasting the success of the Thompson twins, both going in the top 5. It's back-to-back offensive rebounds for Stom Bergas, who puts it in to halve the deficit. And Coach Corey Frazier does not get what he wanted from his team on the backboard. Here goes Kinney. It's their 3rd foul as well. 5 the limit per player per game and per team per period here in European rules basketball. So just 1 foul to give the rest of the first quarter for both. I beg your pardon, that's 4 on Žalgiris. 2 on OTE. Kinney down the baseline. Rosario's 3. How about another? He's finally arrived at these finals. Cole Rosario, the 41% three-point shooter through the OTE League season, makes as many in the first 4 and a bit minutes here as he'd done the previous 2 games. 7 points for Rosario, who averaged only 7.5 the first 2 games. Those 7 points coming in less than 5 minutes. He goes to the bench. OTE by 5. Grunkis, he can really heat up as a scorer or creator. Grunkis in the game for the first time over the last minute and a half. Had 28 points the first game, hit his first 6 threes before missing one. Žalgiris with their second turnover. Žalgiris, the best team at protecting the ball through the course of all of the qualifying tournaments, and have done really well in that regard here at the finals as well. Kinney determined to create and then make his own shot for his first score. 13 points, 9 boards, 9 assists the first game for him, but only 5 of 16 shooting. And then yesterday against IMSEP, only 4 of 21 shooting from the field. 12 points, 8 rebounds, 6 assists. He hits his first shot today, and OTE lead by 7 around the midway point of the first, and Coach Kondratovic just wants to talk it through on the Žalgiris bench.
The ball, don't hold the ball on your hands against the zone. Try to find the here, push the ball to the side. Okay, let's go. Grunkis with the ball. Be careful, guys. Every time and pass to the Grunkis, every time we have a back pass, go, and every time middle jumps out here. Okay, and also from this corner, we have a pass here. Okay. Now first possession, Grunkis. Okay. Ayos. Got it. Pass the ball like this. 4, 5. Max, you're here. Run like this. Yes. Pass to Mayos. Go make a screen. Attack. Make a screen to your player.
Lots of VIPs and legends in the house. Rudy Fernandez here as well. We've seen Coach Sergio Scariolo, the man who has helped lead Spain to all that success, along with Rudy Fernandez. We were watching Real Madrid earlier on. Just seen Donatas Motayunas take his seat in the front row, close to Paulus Yankunas in support of Žalgiris here. They trail by 7. It always seemed to produce a comeback, and inside down the right rail, falling short on the shot underneath was Bulanovas, and now OTE out swiftly, and the layup good for Kinney, who started to fire on all cylinders. 9 the lead. Grunkis intercepted, and the runway opens up for the flying finish from Kinney. The lightning and the thunder from the 17-year-old star. A double-digit lead, and Žalgiris crumbling under that athletic pressure of overtime elite. Kinney now with 6 points, 2 assists, a steal, a rebound and a block shot, is doing it all, and in emphatic fashion. Three turnovers for Žalgiris now, and that one punished in a big way. It's been a nightmare first 5.5 minutes for the team that will play in the championship game tomorrow. Žalgiris just 1 of 7 from 2 so far, 1 of 3 from 3, and 3 turnovers. OTE on a 9-point unanswered run. to take the first double-digit lead of the game at 11. Number 5 is Galius Chernetskis, who's only played a few minutes over the first 2 games. So we're seeing that deeper rotation from Žalgiris. That one rims out. Here is Chernetskis. Only played 4 minutes yesterday. Grunkis. Boyka and Stombergas both on the bench at the moment for Žalgiris. The 2 key players we highlighted before the tip. And nothing will go down for them, but they'll battle away as they always do, Žalgiris. Now here come overtime elite with Irving. He throws it away, and they get a free path towards the rim if they can save it. There's a poor pass forward into the open floor, and OTE get away with it. And Savage. Grunkis will come away. Now 3-on-2 in Žalgiris' favour. One more as well on the trail. Can they finish the fast break this time? No, they can't, because the defense takes a hit to force another turnover. So 2 transition opportunities with a big numbers advantage for Coach Kondratavic's team in quick succession. They can't take either one of them as they fall to 2 of 12 from the field and commit their 6th turnover in 7 minutes, less than. Savage the shake-off and the shot short. Grunkis thought about the stop and pop, thought again when Irving came out to greet him. Grunkis towards the elbow this time, does get a look at the basket, but it's over everything. Žalgiris can't even hit the rim at the moment. Twisting and turning, drawing contact was Umadush, who will go to the line for 2. Not talked yet about Adam Umadush, the number 7 for OTE. He's been their top scorer in both games. He only played 3 minutes in the first half yesterday because of foul trouble, but then finished with 18 points. He's averaged 18.5 points in less than 22 minutes. He's just recently come in off the bench. He gets his first score today. He's shot 83% at the line so far here in Abu Dhabi. Only his outside shot has let him down. So 13 the lead, 7.5 minutes in. Mikalauskas. Daitis, another player who's not played a big role, the number 71. Chernetskis. One of the players on the Lithuanian squad at last year's under-16 Euros. It's, I believe, his first bucket of the week. Picked up on the backside off the miss from Elson. Colin Paul puts it back in. Colin Paul having recently come in himself for his first couple of minutes of action. One of those players, along with Elson, who's fouled out in both of the games so far. The shot's still not falling for Žalgiris. Just 3 of 15 as a team, and OTE like a shark smelling blood here, going for the kill. Asher Elson extends the advantage to 15 points, and Žalgiris cannot catch a break. Relentless offense for OTE, punishing poor Žalgiris shooting. And it's a long way back already for tomorrow's finalists, but don't ever write off Žalgiris, who've made a habit of making comebacks in this competition.
This player like this. Now, 2 players here. One is going to the ball side, one is going to the middle. If the ball changes side, this goes back. One player goes here, from here we go to the middle. And go inside. Galius, ei, Vitor, visca. Go inside. Now, Ilya, don't start settling here. Be under the basket. You will do every time. You have a time to go here. Doesn't matter.
Žalgiris were down by 20 in one of their qualifying games against Asvel and came back to win. They were down by 11 on game day 1 here against INSEP and came back to win. They were down by 9 yesterday against Madrid and came back to win. It's a big lead for Overtime Elite, but there's a long way to go. Corey Frazier's team much improved. 7 of 10 from 2, 2 of 5 from 3, shooting it well, playing good defense, forcing Žalgiris into bad shots and also turnovers. And the Lithuanians start their recovery off the back of another timeout, another tough shot. Mikalauskas trying to do it all. Umadush finds a path through the paint, too heavy on the shot. Again, an offensive rebound. They're doing that well too. Multiple offensive rebounds in quick succession for Overtime Elite. Their first 3 of the game coming in the last minute or 2. So Žalgiris have lots of problems to solve here. See that athleticism advantage that Overtime Elite have. Žalgiris at the foul limit as well, so at the line is Asher Elson, 2 meters 8, 17-year-old forward. And talked about whether Žalgiris would go for the perfect 3-0 group record or just preserve players ahead of tomorrow's championship game. Well, still no further sight of Dovydas Bojka, their standout star player, who started but has only played 4 minutes. Despite their difficult position here, he remains on the bench, as does Stombergas. And a shot clock violation for their 7th turnover. Gronk is still on the bench as well, so none of the big offensive hitters are coming back in for Žalgiris, who trail by 16. Kinney. And a 17-second differential between shot clock and game clock. Kinney going through the gears, lost it off his own leg and turns it over. That's just the 3rd turnover for Overtime Elite. Mikalauskas played really well at last year's Under-17 World Cup for Lithuania. Mikalauskas kicks it back out. They shift it on. They don't take the shot from the corner. Instead, the drive to the basket for only their 4th field goal of the game. Maxim Bernovic, he's got 2 of them. A miss at the end from Granderson. So the faintest of silver linings on such a dark quarter for tomorrow's finalists, Žalgiris, who trailed by 16, but that basket cuts it to 40 at the end of 1. Žalgiris 11, Overtime Elite looking for their first win here in Abu Dhabi, 25. Just wonder where Žalgiris go from here. Do they let their stars rest now for the remainder and just sacrifice this as somewhat of an experiment of a game, giving minutes to their role players? Or do they really try to mount a comeback and get the likes of Bojka, Grunkus and Stombergas back on the floor? But don't discredit what Overtime Elites have done. They have been much improved, adapting to the European game, the climate and the culture. It's been a long journey for them with little preparation time. And now, finally finding their flow on the third day of action here at the AMGE Finals in Abu Dhabi. They really struggled to score with any kind of efficiency the first two games. The antithesis of that so far here today, 25 first period points on that 64-29 split from the field. Still struggling at the foul line. 7 of 11 from 2 has been key, running off the back of their defense, forcing 7 turnovers on Žalgiris in the first 10 minutes, limiting their own turnovers to 3. Dominant 36 PIR to a -1 for Žalgiris over the first 10 minutes. Donatas Motiejunas is here. Lithuanian, now of course of Monaco, who play in tomorrow's EuroLeague Championship game. As well his former team Žalgiris at this level tomorrow. Is this the start of the recovery? No, short on a 3. Only 1 of 6 on the outside now. 3-point shooting has been crucial for them the first 2 games. It's not happening today. Savage. Rosario up fake. Defense stays with him. Tight defense from Žalgiris. That's where it all starts for them. All those comebacks that they produced in recent memory, starting with their defense. We still don't see Grunkis, Boyka or Stombergas on the floor, determined to do it with the rest of the squad, and they've closed the gap to 12 now. Back-to-back scores for them, having trailed by 16. Savage, only 1 of 5 from the field so far, Savage. Rosario's hit a couple of threes already, that one with a hand in his face, and with pinpoint precision over the top of Mishtatas. Hanging around, going to the goal was Brnovic, but quick hands on defense. And they're even quick enough to reach that on offense. Kinney saves it, gets back on the court, swings it to the corner. The surely not shot from Rosario, who's red hot. 4 threes for Cole Rosario. Double the number of triples he had the first 2 games. Back-to-back threes, 13 points, and they're up by 18. Kick out of a pack. They're desperate for this to go, and it does. Mikalauskis right on the mark. So Žalgiris starting to hit some shots. But overtime Elite getting even more efficient on the outside the longer the game goes on. Net mid-air was Colin Paul, couldn't convert. The green shoots of a comeback are there for the Greens, especially if that goes down, and it does. Off the rim and the glass, Urban Avicius. Coach Kondratavicius sticking with his role players. Urban Avicius only averaged 7 minutes a game in qualifying, even less here at these finals. Hits the 3. And OTE determined to trade blows. Colin Paul on the outside as they look to hold Žalgiris off. Still a 15-point lead. Back-to-back threes for Žalgiris after they'd started just 1 of 6. But overtime Elite improving their outside shooting as well. And they'll always look to run off these rebounds. Savage up high! And Cole Rosario to the hole. The boy who loves bird watching getting up there with the birds. He's a high flyer, but he's such a grounded personality off the court, Cole Rosario. 6 a.m. workouts. A scholar, a nature lover, a fisherman, a bird watcher, and a flyer. 15 points in 7.5 minutes for him. 4 of 4 from 3. And a huge highlight reel throwdown. And here they come again, looking to tear Žalgiris apart. Adam Umadush rises to rock the rack that time. 19 the OTE lead. They've doubled the scoring tally of tomorrow's finalists. They lost by 35 points yesterday. Overtime elite to Inset. A team who Žalgiris beat. Irving putting up the defensive ceiling. 2.9 on the shot clock, still Žalgiris ball. Umadush with the latest dunk. As the athletic Americans look to make it difficult to put together the post-game highlights with so many to pick from. Look at the length and diligence of Rosario and the determination to force a turnover as he looked to block the inbound and then roars in celebration at doing so. Not just about the highlights for him. Doing the dirty work as well. Rosario's 15 points coming on perfect field goal shooting. That after he'd gone just 2 of 9 from 2 and 2 of 13 from 3 the first 2 games. We're seeing why he was one of the most efficient scorers in the OTE League this past season. Umadush all tied up by Urban Avicius. Corey Frazier will be well aware of the manner in which Žalgiris played the game. Having watched them the last 2 days, knowing how they can grind teams down and come from behind. They always remain right at it, Žalgiris, no matter what the game circumstances. It's like they never look at the scoreboard. There's still a long way to go in this one, but this is about to be, had that one gone down, it would have been even bigger a margin than the one Žalgiris came back from against Asvel in qualifying. It remains at 20. Passed out far side, 3-point shot. That will go as well. Bulanovas with his first score. 17 the gap. And Žalgiris look to keep their heads above water. Again to try and cancel on the outside. Colin Paul, he's done that 2 times. Knocking down his own 3 off the back of Žalgiris triples. OTE shot just 23% from 3 the first 2 games, a 6 of 12 here. Grunkas and Boyka, the 2 star guards for Žalgiris, are in the game now. After the bench players struggled to close the gap, despite their very best efforts on offense. Grunkas trying to pick the pocket of the giant Irving, but a foul. Boyka's only played 5 minutes, only taken 1 shot. Žalgiris' top scorer at this tournament, averaging 19 points in 36 minutes. Paul taking it at Boyka now. Umadush balancing his way down the baseline and scoring, and they are scoring at will. 44 points around the midway point of the second period. 7 now for Umadush. Bulanovas. Grunkas, Boyka, little fake from the elbow, and Irving says, don't bring it in here. He swats the ball right towards our commentary table. Josh Irving averaging 2 blocks in just 15.5 minutes a game. The 2'8" center with the 7'3" wingspan. What a line for him so far today. Boyka. Shot clock winding down, that's where he likes it, but Taylor Kinney gets away with it and soars and scores again. Taylor Kinney for the 2nd time going to the rack off the back of a steal. 21-24, the OTE lead. A calculator margin already. Grunkas. 3-point shot far side for Žalgiris. Offensive rebound. Another 3, and it goes down from deep. For the sharpshooter, Dominikas Grunkas, who had 6 threes in the first game. It's a 3-point shootout here in the second period. Kinney underneath. Tough finish for the guard, getting his first offensive rebound and another score. 10 points, 4 assists, 4 boards, 2 steals and a block for Kinney. And he, like his team, finally shooting it well here in Abu Dhabi. Kinney now 5 of 6 from 2. Albeit missing a couple of three-point attempts. The Americans finally realizing their potential at this level. Boyka working with Stombergas. Gronkis shifts it on. Side skip 3, difficult but good for Bulanovas. The player who was 0 of 5 on the outside against Real Madrid yesterday. Žalgiris now with 6 threes as well. It's an offensive foul against Irving, a couple of fouls in quick succession for him. So Žalgiris hit just 1 of their first 6 three-point attempts. They've since knocked down 5 of their last 7, but yet they still can't get this margin south of 20. Gronkis looking to get away from Chaudhry. Passed it on to Stombergas, who's had no joy on the interior whatsoever as he's crowded out by 3. He'll continue to battle away though, Stombergas, who did that against Madrid to change the course of the game yesterday. Salvages possession with 6 on the shot clock and a foul, the 3rd for OTE. And that's been crucial as well. They've managed their foul count. The balance between fouling and defensive pressure that got the better of them the last 2 days. They came into this one averaging 27.5 fouls a game, giving their opponents 37.5 free throws a game. Žalgiris have only shot 4 free throws in this first half. And there's the 4th foul on OTE. So finally a bonus position here for Žalgiris to try to attack. Robon Avicius coming back in. So 3-guard lineup with Gronkis and Boyka. Here is Boyka tipped out of bounds. Final touch was off Žalgiris. So don't discount Žalgiris as a team who can produce a comeback, and Boyka was the instigator of that against Inset. Only 4 points in the first half for Boyka, then 20 after half-time. He's scoreless so far here. Savage into the lane. Tough shot backed up by Rosario, who's back in and remains perfect from the floor for 17 points. OTE hit 50 with 2 minutes of the first half to spare, and a travel on Žalgiris. Boyka's disappointment continues. 8 minutes of action for Boyka, 2 turnovers, 0 points. He's not happy with the call against him. Chaudhry and Irving. Well, he misses, but he was fouled. Amari Chaudhry is the number 1 for OT. He's getting some rare action. Has only averaged 7 minutes. Here is their youngest player, 15 years of age, Amari Chaudhry. He is the youngest player in the whole of the OTE league this season. Irving at the line in 12 minutes has 3 blocks, 2 steals, 5 rebounds. And a perfect 3 points. Only turned 17 last week. A big man who can hit his foul shots. 24 the lead, final 2 minutes, suffocating defense again, forcing another turnover, this time on Grunkis. That's 4 turnovers on Grunkis. Grunkis, who came into this game averaging an efficient 19.5 points, 3 assists with just 1 turnover a game, has 4. Žalgiris become the first team to hit the foul limit here in the second period. Grunkis called for his second foul now to compound his misery. Just 3 points for him on 1 of 4 shooting as well. He's going to go to the bench. It's difficult for Žalgiris and for Coach Kondratavicius. You don't want to lose momentum and belief heading to the championship game, but you also don't want to overexert your players in trying to chase a comeback that is now looking increasingly unlikely as this lead for OTE continues to grow. Overtime Elite only scored 75 points yesterday against Inset, 54 well before the half here today against a Žalgiris defense that is usually so stubborn. Bulanovas. Chernetskis passes on and rising to throw it down. Ignace Dombergas finally gets some room inside to do his thing. But how quickly Overtime Elite just get right back at it, and it is the 15-year-old Chaudhry who gets the score on his first shot. Brnovic. Dombergas, he'll go to the line this time. Much taller than his dad, Ignace Dombergas, at 2'9". His dad, Saulius, a shooting guard who won the EuroLeague with Žalgiris in 1999. I beg your pardon. Ignace playing at centre. 3 offensive rebounds, 5 total rebounds in this game. Only a 50% free throw shooter, and that's exactly what he does on that trip. 26 the gap. Final minute of the first half. A dominant first half for Overtime Elite. 2 double-digit defeats for them the first 2 days of this competition. Chaudhry short on that shot, well challenged. Dombergas gets his 6th rebound. Chernetskis pushes it forward to Bazdaitis. He can't get his geometry right off the window. Offensive ball back out. They'll try to upgrade to a 3, and Bulanovas knocks it down. A 23-point margin despite going 50% from 3. 7 of 14 for Žalgiris now. And they've been held to 5 of 18 from 2. And Overtime Elite have got to the line to make 8 more free throws. 33-56 with 27.6 seconds to play in the first half.
Once it happens, you said it, no more hit cold G. You're coming right back to get it with Jay Wolf here. Jay Wolf is flying off this. We look with Jay Wolf. We got shot with Jay Wolf flying off. Let's go at, hey, try to go at like 14 on the shot. 14 on the shot. You're hitting. Once you hit, you space out.
Overtime Elite's defense forcing Žalgiris into 14 turnovers in the first half. Žalgiris were the best team at protecting the ball in the whole of qualifying, only averaged 10.8 turnovers a game, and only committed 8 turnovers the whole of the game against Real Madrid yesterday, but 14 in the first half today. It's been such a A tough opening 20 minutes for the Lithuanians. Seven of those turnovers today coming from OTE steals, and many of them punished. Those live ball turnovers even more costly. Chaudhry working the final 6 seconds of the shot clock, 4-second differential. Rosario yet to miss from the field. That one from the ANGE EuroLeague logo for Cole Rosario, who has 20 points at half-time on perfect field goal shooting, including 5 of 5 from downtown, and that one was way outside. Rosario from even beyond NBA range here on the ANGE stage in Abu Dhabi. OTE reaching the foul limit after that, so Žalgiris at the line right now with less than a second to play in the second quarter. 0.2 to be precise. Both teams have hit 7 threes now, but 5 of OTEs have come from the red-hot fingertips of Rosario. Žalgiris only 2 of 7 at the foul line even. Brnovic hits the second. Now this is a Žalgiris team that never knows when it's beat, but surely this is too steep of a mountain to climb, even with half a game to play. Trailing by 24 points. And an offensive eruption from the previously dormant Cole Rosario, who struggled to score the first 2 games. 20 points in one half, in 14 minutes of action for Rosario to lead Overtime Elite to 59 at the break, and a 24-point advantage over tomorrow's finalist Žalgiris Kaunas. Žalgiris held to 11 points in such a tough first quarter on the offensive end, trailed by 14 at the end of the first period. Got the offense moving in the second when they started to knock down their threes, but OTE just raised the bar. Rosario the man to do it, and he can get to any height he wants. His outside shooting pinpoint at 5 of 5. He's had his huge highlight reel moment as well. And every time Žalgiris have knocked down a 3, OTE have cancelled. Rosario 2 of 2 on the inside, as well as the 5-star three-point shooting show. Žalgiris hitting 6 of their last 8 threes, but still not closing the gap. 2 steals and throwdowns for Taylan Kinney, who's got 10 points. The second top scorer for Overtime Elite. A joint team high 4 assists and 2 steals as well, 4 rebounds for a player who's once more threatening perhaps a triple-double display. However, it's Rosario the star. Stombergas a rare bit of joy around the rim for him. Overtime Elite are much improved, but Žalgiris are nowhere near the team that they were the last 2 days. Boyka, their star, only playing 8 minutes, scoreless. And Grunkus, only 3 points in his 9.5 minutes of action so far with 4 turnovers. Turnovers a big problem for Žalgiris. 14 turnovers, 10 more than OTE, who dominate all of those numbers at half-time. Žalgiris 35, Overtime Elite 59 at the main break of the final group game here at the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague Finals. Welcome back to the Mubadala Arena in Abu Dhabi, half-time of the final group stage game here at the Adidas Next Generation EuroLeague finals ahead of tomorrow's championship game. And the team that are playing for the title tomorrow, Žalgiris, are down by 24 to an overtime elite team from Atlanta, Georgia, that is yet to celebrate victory here at their second appearance at the ANGE finals, having lost the last 2 days. Žalgiris having arrived into this one a perfect 2-0 the last 2 games, beating both of last year's finalists, but trailing by this huge margin. Shooting the ball poorly, the Americans much improved with their shooting, and their defense forcing Žalgiris into 14 turnovers with 7 steals. They themselves have protected the ball well, just 4 turnovers. They've shot 7 of 13 from 3, 5 of them from Cole Rosario, who's got 20 points without a miss from the field, having had 2 tough games coming into today. The asterisk next to the scoreline, though, is that Žalgiris did start a couple of bench players and have spread their minutes around more, resting key players ahead of the championship game tomorrow. We'll see how they recover from this. I think more so tomorrow than in the second half. They'll just want to ensure this scoreline isn't embarrassing come the end of the game today. They'll want to put this one behind them and get back to doing what they were doing against Madrid and INSEP the last 2 days. But right now, Cole Rosario putting 2 back games behind him to light up this ANG stage with 20 points on perfect 7 of 7 field goal shooting, including 5 threes, having gone just 2 of 13 on the outside the first 2 games. He averaged just 7.5 points per game against Madrid and INSEP. He's got 20 at the half here, and he's done it with that high-flying real moment as well. "20 points, 2 of 2 from 2, 5 of 5 from 3. His only miss coming from the foul line, where he's 1 of 2. The 20 points have come in just over 14 minutes of action for the 18-year-old shooting guard. A player who's already got college offers from Baylor, Villanova and Tennessee. An all-OTE teamer this past season, 1 of 2 on this OTE roster here, along with Taylor Kinney. Kinney, who's been excellent as well, 10 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds and a couple of steals with much improved shooting. Those OTE players finally finding their range here in Abu Dhabi. As for Žalgiris, it took them until the second period to find their range here. After just 11 points in the first, Boyka still scoreless. Gronkis only 3 points, but instead Bulanova stepping up. He's got 3 of their 7 threes, 9 points in 11 minutes of action for him. Bulanova, suit the first 2 games, was 0 of 10 from 3. Missing all 5 attempts against Real Madrid yesterday and 5 before that against INSEP. He shot 5 3-pointers a game in qualifying at only 20%. So he backs his own shot, and you can see today finally why, as he makes 3 of 4 in the first half, albeit goes 0 of 4 on the interior. But he's Žalgiris' top scorer with 9 points, 1 ahead of Bernovic. Great to see young players believing in their shot even when they're not falling. We've seen that from the Americans today. We've seen it as well with Myers Bulanova. Žalgiris hitting just 1 of their first 6 threes before making 6 of their last 8 to close out the half, but overtime elite answering pretty much every one. An even better percentage on the perimeter. 7 threes coming from 2 different players, the 5 from Rosario and 2 from Colin Ball. Both of Colin Ball's came off the back of Žalgiris threes. So any chance Žalgiris have had of closing the gap and building momentum has been swiftly shut down. The Americans has been 26 to 24 as we get ready to start the second half. Taylor Kinney there his own tough shooting games behind him. He's 5 of 6 from 2, 5 of 8 from the field. You see the confirmed Group A standings. Milan top at 3-0 will go to tomorrow's championship game against Žalgiris. No matter what happens for Žalgiris here, Žalgiris, even if they fall to 2-1, will advance to meet Milan tomorrow. Will be the championship game between Milan playing their first ever title decider at the Adidas NextGen EuroLeague finals. Žalgiris back in the championship game for the first time in 14 years. Milan just the third Italian team to play in the championship game. Žalgiris the only Lithuanian team. They get back there for the first time since 2011. Žalgiris a two-time champion. Great to see some great clubs able to go the distance and upset the established order of recent years, which Real Madrid won 4 of the last 5 championships.
Let's start with the defense 5 up. We switch everything, guys, okay? Switch everything. Yeah. Notice when we are passing out of the bounds, every time at the time this formation, yes? It can be 1 or it can be 2, doesn't matter, yes? We are passing the ball. Every time, if the ball is here, this guy goes to the middle, this guy goes to the side. I was also going to the ball side. Yes? Here, let's say, and he's every time pass back. If the ball comes back, yes, change. Like this. Okay? Yep. And try to make, I made a pass, they're doubling pass, and sprint. Go in.
We focus a lot on the scorers for overtime elite. Rosario and Kinney, who provide the flair on offense. But Josh Irving has had a huge role here in 14 minutes. He's got the second best PIR of all OTE players. He's grabbed 6 rebounds, got 3 blocks and 2 steals, as well as 4 perfect points. They've had 8 points from Colin Paul, 7 from Umadush. 59-point half for OTE after just 75 points yesterday. For Žalgiris, it's just about making the scoreline look as respectable as possible and feeling good about things again ahead of tomorrow's championship game. Getting some confidence in some role players. Getting some rest for some stars. Overtime elite begin the second half with a 24-point lead, 35-59. Irving, nice pass from the big man as well. Finding the off-ball movement of Kevin Savage. It's a foul against Taylor Kinney, who picks up his 4th personal. He becomes the first player in the game to pick up 4. It's been a key component of the improvement for OTE, avoiding foul trouble, which has plagued them the last 2 days. Bulanovas gets his 4th 3. Bulanovas 4 of 5 on the outside for 12 points, having gone 0 of 10 the previous 2 games. 21 the gap. Surely Žalgiris couldn't make a game of this from 26 down. I think that was the margin. In fact, correct me if I'm wrong, the senior team came back from in Milan earlier this season in the EuroLeague. The biggest ever away comeback in the competition. This is a team that does not know when to roll over. And of course, they meet Milan tomorrow at this level in the championship game. Now they've got a chance to take this one down to the teens with 19 minutes still to play. That would not be beyond the realms of possibility for a club with this kind of mentality. And they do make it a 19-point margin. There's Bulanovas, who's 4 of 5 from 3, hits his first 2 and has 14 points in 12 minutes. A little bit of pressure applied to overtime elites. Alson towards the elbow and knocks it down. Asher Alson's second field goal, 6 points for him. Takes the lead back north of 20. Stripped, Umadush takes it off Bulanovas and gets fouled. As he goes for the layup, he'll go to the line where he's 3 of 4 so far. It's the 8th steal for Overtime Elite today. First for Umadush. Those 8 steals have come from 5, make it 6 different players. And every time Coach Kondratavicius and his team feel like they've put a toenail on the comeback trail, they're shoved right off it again. Brnovich. Bulanovas. Not seen too much of Mikalauskas either today. Brnovich, mid-range floater, too heavy for him. Overtime Elite with the rebound in the hands of Rosario. The swivel for him. And he's fouled as he went up to the rim by Kurtz. So Rosario will go to the line to try to add to his 21st half points. Kurtz did not want to be on the wrong side of a highlight reel moment. Third foul on Ilya Kurtz, the brother of Rodions and Artos. Former NBA and EuroLeague players, respectively. His brother won this competition with Barcelona in 2016, Rodions. Could Ilya do the same with Žalgiris here in Abu Dhabi? 25 the deficit for them here. But they know they're going to the championship game tomorrow no matter what happens. Savage drops it off and Irving was looking to crown Kurtz, who again commits a foul to avoid being put on a huge poster. Twice he's stopped OTE players finishing what would have been huge plays. He's up to 4 fouls now, Kurtz, but he'll take that. And Irving, now 3 of 3 at the line. He's getting his biggest role on this team across the course of the 3 games here today. And he's making the absolute most of it. First miss of any type in the game. He's got 5 points, 6 rebounds, 3 blocks and 2 steals. It's another turnover for Žalgiris. They're flooding forward. Umadush looking to do it all by himself, and he does get the roll of the rim. Determined to go alone despite the support, and OTE are up by 28, their largest lead now. 16 Žalgiris turnovers, 10 more than OTE. Bulanovas, another 3, make it 5 for him. 5 of 6 on the outside after 0 of 10 the previous 2 games. 17 points for Bulanovas. He's going to be feeling good ahead of the championship game tomorrow. So an important game for him, despite the team being down 25. That one well off left by Savage, who's had his radar really knocked askew, having shot the ball well initially the first 2 games. Here he's 0 of 4 on the outside, 1 of 7 from the field. Savage, the other special invitee to this squad alongside Josh Irving, the center. Savage, a sophomore at Wheeler High School in Marietta, Georgia. Averaged 12.2 points with 41% three-point shooting this season. That one out, offensive rebound, back in again for Barsdaitis. I beg your pardon, it's Stombergas inside and a whack to the head for Brnovich. Only the second score of the game for Stombergas. 2 of 5 shooting. He's 0 of 2 at the line. The officials are discussing this contact underneath. So the basket is good for Stombergas. So in fact it's 6 points for him, as that basket counts late. 3 of 6 shooting, 7 rebounds, 4 offensive rebounds. They get the ball back as well because of the foul. Stombergas again on the inside, wriggling free, not getting the bounce at the rim, and Irving, the rebound, is his 7th. Here goes Savage, determined to get going. He'll go to the line for 2. OTE's best three-point shooter the previous 2 games, but struggling to hit the target today, so he takes it aggressively instead onto the interior and gets to the line. Title-winning shot for his high school to win the state championships. Well worthy of his place on this squad, taking this big opportunity with overtime elite. Well, the flip has been script at the foul. The script has been flipped at the foul line because it was overtime elite giving up all of the free throws to their opponents the previous 2 games. Here today, only 9 foul shots for Žalgiris. OTE about to shoot their 23rd. Doing it at 78% accuracy. And finally adapted to the challenge of playing at these ANGE finals. Grunkis, 3 for the 3, couldn't make it count. Stombergas, fouled on his flight path, will go to the line for 2, off the back of his 5th offensive rebound. Battling against 3 opponents. Rosario initially, and then 2 on his way up to the top. Irving out on 3 fouls with 5.7 rebounds. 3 blocks and 2 steals on the defensive end. Stombergas up to 8 total rebounds now. Looking to move to 8 points as well. The gap. Umadush, one of 3 scorers already in double figures for OTE. Short on the shot. Žalgiris want to push the pace here with Brnovic. Beautiful bounce pass down the floor, and Umadush closes the door. The chase back, then he receives it on the offensive end to flip it up and in as well. Back and then forward again in the blink of an eye. Look at this block from Umadush. A blink and you'll miss it block to stop Barsdaitis. And then he gets the reward for running the floor the other way as well. Asher Alson, who was knocked down, back on his feet and seems to be okay. But Žalgiris are pretty much knocked down flat on their backs here. Brnovic. It was a tough shot to try and get it on the scoop off the glass, moving the other way. Did well to cradle and adjust mid-air and earn a trip to the line. $27 the deficit. Midway point of the third quarter, 28 has been the largest lead. Just briefly towards the start of this half did they take it below 20. But hope extinguished by OTE every time Žalgiris have tried to light the fuse on the comeback. Colin Paul, Rosario takes it onto the inside, hung and hit. He's able to adjust that, he explodes towards the basket. And he's not out of ideas if his route to the rim is stopped. Tremendous offensive display from Rosario here. He's got 24 points on perfect field goal shooting. He had 30 points, Rosario, in game one of this season's OTE semi-finals. He can do this. He was 6 of 9 from 3 in that game. Says he's really been working on his three-point shot, one of the things he's tried to improve, and we're seeing that here today, as well as his high-flying ability. Umadush, we know all about his scoring ability as he hits 15 points, one of the 2 players who played for OTE on their debut at the ANGE last season. Umadush was their second top scorer last season, averaging 15 points. This season he had 19 the first 2 games and 15 in this one already. Žalgiris with a score through their number 8, who only played a couple of minutes the last 2 games combined. Noyas Ishtotas. And again, I don't think we're going to see Dovidas Bojka again in this game. Žalgiris' star guard has only played 8 minutes and not scored. They're not going to risk him ahead of tomorrow's championship game. Opportunities for others. Ishtotas, the 17-year-old guard, getting his first score of the tournament. He's got 3 assists and 0 turnovers as well in his 9 minutes. We've seen Chernetskis, who only played a couple of minutes the first 2 games as well. He's got 7 minutes under his belt today. Urban Avicius only averaged around 5 minutes the first 2 games. He's played 9 minutes, so lots of players getting opportunities with Bojka rested. Grunkus has only played 12.5 minutes. Their other top guard. Barsdaitis, who got the start today, number 71, hardly played here the first 2 games. He's played 13.5 minutes. So yes, this overtime elite display has been very impressive, but it's not been against the real Žalgiris that we'll see in tomorrow's championship game. The lead. 4 minutes and change remaining in the third period. Here is Nestotas again. Steal, quick release from Paul, down the floor, Savage! It was a hard fall. Žalgiris determined not to give up. And space on the highlight reel for OTE once more. It's their 3rd foul of the second half, right up towards the rim to stop a dunk. That's an awkward landing for Savage. Great to see him back on his feet and moving completely fine as he hit the hardwood with a thud. Go to the benches with 4 minutes of the third quarter to play. Overtime elite leading by 28, 78-50 over Žalgiris. It's looking inevitable now that it's OTE's first win and Žalgiris' first defeat of these finals.
Jūs dabar abu stovit, čia žmogus čia ir jūs pasislėpate. Man tik neduokit nieks kamuolio. Nelįskit prie manęs. Skaitykit, nėra vieno, kas tokiam pakertat vidurį šitoje vietoje. Jeigu nieko nėra, kad vidurį žmogus ateina va čia. Viskas. Jūs dabar vengiat atsakomybės, bijot žaisti. Jeigu bijot atsakykit, leisit kitus. Bijot lošti. Tai davai. Imkit ant savęs atsakomybę, šansas, spotlightas, NGT finalai. Ateinat, atrodo toks jausmas, kad nenorit žaisti krepšinio. Parodykit. Okay. Pirmą ataką. Pasas antram. Čia pasas bus Urbai. Jis bėgi taip, varžtas tatai užtvarą, Štombas savo žmoną nuspaudė.
Maxim Brnovic has been called for a technical. He's got 4 fouls now. As has Ilya Kurets for Žalgiris. So Savage is going to go to the line. And will shoot a pair for being fouled on his shot as well. His first miss at the line, having gone 5 of 5 before that. He struggled to shoot it well today for 7 points, only 1 of 7 from the field, but 5 assists with 0 turnovers. And Overtime Elite as a team only have 6 turnovers against the Žalgiris defense that usually pressures their opponents really well. So he misses the tech, but then hits both of his free throws for the foul on the shot, moves to 7 of 8 at the line, 9 points, 5 assists, and the lead for the first time hits 30. And a turnover again from Žalgiris, their 18th, and Umaduš will get one more throwdown. 18 turnovers for Žalgiris, 3 times as many as OTE. Remember, Žalgiris the best team protecting the ball until this point in the tournament this season. And OTE are very much capable of doing this even against a top team. They forced Madrid into 22 turnovers in the first game, but lost the game by 14. And they struggled because they committed 30 fouls and gave Madrid, I think, 37 free throw attempts. Here, they've been able to force 18 turnovers, well, only allowing Žalgiris 16 free throw attempts so far, and Žalgiris have only made 7 of them. Overtime Elite of the team getting to the line on a more regular basis now. In particular, Kevin Savage. So 34 is the lead with 13 minutes to play. Savage has 11 points. They've taken 30 free throw attempts. They've still got plenty of time to go. Chernetskis. 3-point shot. Too long for Barstaitis. Those threes have dried up for Žalgiris after they hit 6 of them in the second quarter. Umaduš goes glass, couldn't get his geometry right. Even more so now, it's really just about Žalgiris bench players feeling good about tomorrow. That opportunity is dissipated for their stars, Barston Bergas, who's determined to improve on his slow start, up to 10 points, 8 rebounds now. He's the one key player that is playing for them significant minutes today, as Paul knocks down another 3. 3 of 3 on the outside for him. Shift to the corner, but Alicius cancels it out. 3 key guards for Žalgiris. Nikolauskas has played only 11 minutes Boyka only 8 minutes and Grunkis only 12.5 minutes. We're not seeing those players come back in, haven't done for a while. Nice angle off the backboard for Mistotas. 30 the gap. OTE now with 5 scorers in double figures, led by 24 from Rosario, who's been unstoppable inside and out. Umadush looking the same now. Umadush a chance to hit 19 points. So 24 for Rosario, currently 17 for Umadush, 11 each for Paul and Savage, and 10 for Kinney, who we've not seen in a while because he's on 4 fouls. Savage's shot denied by Mistotas. The first block of the game for Žalgiris. But Umadush at the line where he's 6 of 7 now, 1 more to come. More impactful than last year, Umadush. Although OTE are going to finish with a worse record than last year. When they debuted at this tournament with a 2-1 record, they lost their opening game to INSEP, but adapted quickly and shocked Barcelona in their second game before beating Alba Berlin, the hosts, in their third game. Under Corey Frazier this year, defeats to start by double figures against both Madrid and INSEP. But now this huge retaliation of a win coming against Žalgiris. They can't stop the turnovers, 19 of them. Lukas Kondratavicius has got some work to do psychologically with his players and his squad ahead of the championship game tomorrow. Got to convince your players to completely forget about this game. At least the majority of them. Bulanova certainly not. He leads Žalgiris with 17 points and 5 of 7 3-point shooting. Don Burgas now 10 points, 9 rebounds, 5 offensive rebounds, has done well, and Barsdaitis has 8 assists with only 2 turnovers. So you're happy with those contributions, but that's about it. So 3 for Urban Avicius, as he looks to add his name to that list as well. 3 of 5 from 3 for 9 points now, Urban Avicius, having hardly played the previous 2 games. Boyka and Grunkis, Mikulauskis, Kurtz as well. You say just forget about today. Swivel in the score for the 15-year-old Chaudhry. His second basket in 4 minutes of action. Shot clock turned off at the end of the third. 33 the gap. Chernetskis, and a 3 for him as well. They're all at it for Žalgiris now. So shooters feeling better about their shot ahead of the championship game if they're required off the bench. You never know. If star players like Boyka and Grunkis get into foul trouble, that might be the case. Žalgiris are going to fall to 2-1 and taste defeat for the first time here ahead of that championship game tomorrow. They trail by 30 with 10 minutes to play to the overtime elite. Žalgiris defense that held Real Madrid to 69 points. The record of reigning champions yesterday has just been decimated today by an overtime elite offensive display of the highest order. We thought 25 points in the first period was good for OTE. In the second they put up 34, and in the third they matched that, another 34 points. Žalgiris' offense has been improving steadily throughout the course of the game. 11 points the slow start for them in the first, then 24 in the second, 28 in the third. So the offense is working well for Žalgiris, but the defense has disappeared. Žalgiris have played a very different brand of basketball today. Their trademark dogged defense has been non-existent, but yet you can see there they've moved the ball for 23 assists through 3 quarters of play. Now that's significant in terms of a style shift because they only average 14 assists a game playing winning basketball. Here they have 23 assists, losing by 30. Different combination of players, different way of playing, and I'll hope it's more of a winning way tomorrow. It's quite an incredible statistic. Žalgiris only have 22 field goals, but 23 assists. Going 7 of 16 at the foul line as well. You're missing the isolation baskets, the non-assisted baskets that Boyka and Gronkis can create with their skill. OTE determined to go down in style here in Abu Dhabi. The emphatic closeout by Colin Paul. It's their 6th block of the game. 3 for the big centre, Irving, 1 each for Umarush, Kinney, and now Paul. Bulanovic trapped, and then getting free. They create the 3 for Brnovic, and he hits it. So Žalgiris, 13 threes at 50%, but yet they're losing by 27. Burst down the baseline, pass was reeled in from almost beyond the baseline, air ball of a shot from Paul. Boyka is back on the floor, and he hands it up towards Stombergas. He's trapped under the backboard, back out to Boyka, who's only played 8 minutes. It's a risk to have him back on the court. You don't want to get an injury to your star player ahead of the championship game. Gronkis remains on the bench. Mikalauskis is back in as well, having only played 12 minutes. And he turns it over. That's 20 turnovers on Žalgiris, just 7 for OTE. It's a travel on Cole Granderson. A rare turnover for the Americans. Granderson's only got 3 points, all from the foul line. He can be an explosive scorer as well. They're all capable on this OTE roster. Deep 3 short. Taylor Kinney's back on the floor here on his 4 fouls for overtime elite. He's got 10 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals and a block in just 14.5 minutes. Here he goes again, Kinney. Down the right rail, creating breathing room. Getting the contact and the conversion as he goes body to body with his opponent. Boyka did well to kick it out to the open shooter, and Mikalauskis puts it in, and that's what they've been missing. With Boyka's composure and ability to collapse the defense. Stombergas does now have the double-double, 10 points, 10 rebounds for Žalgiris. They've hit 14 threes at 50% now, their highest tally of triples in this tournament. But their defense has conceded 95 points. Here's Stombergas to put the exclamation mark on that double-double. Žalgiris leaving it late to feel good ahead of the championship game tomorrow. But the club from Kaunas starting to purr here in the 4th. This must be the most incredible stat of the game. 26 assists for Žalgiris on 25 made field goals. There's another one there, and Stombergas throws it down. 71-95 with 7.5 minutes to play.
Going out of the contact. Push here. Push here. Okay? Push out of every situation. Marius irgi to metikas bėgioja. Išstumk iš visur, ne? Dabar nėra esmė rezultatas. Yra, kad jūs įeitumėte į tą kontakto lygį, kurio man reikia. Viskas aišku. Puolime, žiūrėkit. Pirmą ataką. Sužaiskit kaip Čestai išbėga. Štomba, atsidengti tiesiog po čia. Pasą štombai. Lošti šitos vietos, jeigu eis pagalba, matyk kampus iš karto. Come on, keep the energy up.
Žalgiris, who only had 14 assists in beating Inset, only had 12 assists in beating Madrid, have 26 assists today and are losing by 24 points. Flip side of that is they have 20 turnovers. Gone on a run here in the fourth, an 8-2 start to the final period of the final group stage game. Poise in the paint from Colin Paul to pick up the points. Paul up to 13. 26 the advantage, 7 minutes to play. Burnich off to Stombergas. That time couldn't reach the rim or go to the line instead. So I think if you're Coach Kondratavic, you have to look at those positives now to motivate your players ahead of tomorrow. And plenty of them starting to emerge. The shooting of Bulanovas, the double-double now for Stombergas, the playmaking of Barsdaitis should it be required. Mikalauskas draining a 3 in this fourth quarter, having not played much. Role players hitting outside shots, the team shooting 50% from downtown. And you know that the defense is going to be right back at it with the stakes so high tomorrow against Milan. Rosario still has a miss from the floor. Here he goes again. Rosario absorbing the contact and converting for 26 points on perfect field goal shooting. And a chance to tag one more to his scorching tally from the stripe here. His only misses come at the line, and he misses one more there, so he's 9 of 9 from the field, 3 of 5 from the line. Boyka, what you'd like is a basket or two for him. Boyka's scoreless, their top scorer in this tournament so far. Nice slice and dice of the defense, but the finger roll tough on the interior wouldn't fall for Mikalauskas. And Rosario make it 6 of 6 on the outside and a perfect 10 from the field for a 29-point performance. Our stats late to update on that graphic. It is 29 now for Cole Rosario. 6 of 6 on the outside, 4 of 4 on the interior. That might be some kind of record here at the AMGE Finals. 102 points for Overtime Elite. And another 3 for Colin Paul, who's got 16. He says, don't forget about me, I'm 4 of 5 on the outside. Kurtz will hang and convert. Žalgiris have had no problem on the offensive end. 77 points is fine for them. That's a tally with which they often win games. They'd be happy to replicate this on the offensive end against Milan tomorrow. What they have to do is get back to playing their brand of defense. Boyka is back on the bench, so might well head towards the championship game scoreless. in his last appearance. Janetskis off left. Here he goes again, drops it off in traffic, and rising to rock the rack is Ilya Kurets. 29, make it 30 assists for Žalgiris, who only averaged 14 a game in qualifying and only 13 a game the last 2 days here. They got 30 today, but with 20 turnovers and conceding north of 100 points. Four and a half minutes to play. Shot clock down to the final few ticks. Here's Rosario. This time drops it off. Irving just drops it. It'll still be OTE ball. 1.4 to shoot. That's a push off from Colin Paul. Commits his second foul. He's their second, make it third top scorer. 29 for Rosario, 19 for Umarush, 16 for Paul, 12 for Tinney, 11 for Savage. As for overtime elite, they can leave Abu Dhabi with their heads held high. Might hope to be back for a third appearance at the Adidas Next Generation Finals next year. Still looking for their first championship game. For Žalgiris, it's going to be their first since 2011. It's going to be a fascinating duel with Milan, who play a very different style. Rosario back to the line to try and make it a 30-plus point game. That takes him to 30. That's where his only problem has been. Shot 89% of the line in the OTE league, so it's not usually a problem. 4 of 7 here, but a 30-point game, perfect 10 of 10 field goal shooting, 6 of them from downtown. That's a tough shot and one for Mistotas as he got hit, and he's showing plenty of promise, the 17-year-old. Only turned 17 earlier this month. Swivel away from Rosario. Second defender landing at his feet. The ball landing in the bucket, and a chance to make it 7 points, 4 assists in that block for him. It's actually going to be, by a distance, Žalgiris' best offensive output of a 40-minute game in this tournament. Previously, though, their defense only conceding 69 points yesterday to Madrid, and only 75 points through regulation the previous day to Inset. Mistotas to Kurets, who will stretch and convert as he gets fouled as well. It's all that matters for them right now. They don't care about the loss at this point. They focus on the championship game, and they focus on feeling good heading towards it. Players are starting to find their groove. Kurets up to 7 perfect points. Making shots always helps a team feel good. And they know, or at least they hope, and they will believe that their defense will be better when it matters. Irving bounce, and then detonates the dunk. 7 points, 9 rebounds. 3 block shots for him. Mistotas riding some turbulence, kicks it out. Circle the ball around and attack into a packed paint. Mistotas will bank it in. 27 points for Žalgiris, 33 assists now, with 31 field goals made. More assists than field goals. 10 of 20 at the foul line to improve that assist tally. 3-point shot way off left. And Jaden Wilkins, who, little surprisingly, we haven't seen much of at all at this tournament. One of the two players that played last year, and usually a very reliable 3-point shooter. Currents got it back. Calamity of errors, and we'll try and bring some poison patience to proceedings now, but Currents again slipping and sliding. Lots of players getting scratches and scrapes. Žalgiris bench that can afford to smile while also appreciating the efforts of their teammates on the court. This team are going to leave with a win. Žalgiris are going to finish the game, it seems, by winning a quarter ahead of the championship game tomorrow. 24-15 in their favour here in the fourth. They'll probably target a deficit of below 20 here. That will be the aim. Well, as Kondratavicius hit with a technical and an ejection at the end of a dead rubber of a game for Žalgiris. That is not something you see hardly ever at the ANGE tournament. So a second technical. Jaden Wilkins hits the free throw. Coach Kondratavicius won't mind too much about the ejection. He'll hope that that serves to motivate his players ahead of the championship game tomorrow, that he's willing to fight for them and argue for them, even in a game that doesn't matter if it ends in defeat. There's a great camaraderie at the Kaunas club. Always is in the senior setup and indeed in the junior system. Hope to use that camaraderie and chemistry and cohesion to get the better of Milan tomorrow in the championship game. Overtime Elites, who conceded 110 points to INSEP yesterday, have 111 today. Final minute, the final game of this tournament for Overtime Elite. 4-on-2, transition opportunity for them. Jaden Wilkins thinking about the three, instead goes inside for his first field goal. And his second field goal of the tournament. He only averaged 6 minutes a game the first two games, and indeed 6 minutes today, late on. Didn't get the roll of the rim off the nice footwork, Urbanavicius. They get it back. He's got 9 points. 2 won't go down for Mistotas. He's got 11 points. Players that might not even play tomorrow in the championship game. Žalgiris with their biggest offensive output, but still blown to bits by the all-guns blazing Americans as the Overtime Elite celebrate their first win of the Adidas Next Generation EuroLeague Finals 2025 here in Abu Dhabi. They fly home with a big victory under their belts, a victory over tomorrow's finalists, Žalgiris, who taste defeat for the first time. Žalgiris losing while managing minutes, but still getting role players feeling good ahead of the final, as they put up 89 points but lose it by 24.
Middle.
Corey Frazier's OTE with an excellent performance, particularly on the offensive end, as well as with their defense in the first period in particular, when they held Žalgiris to 11 points. And from there, towards the middle of the second, it seemed apparent that Žalgiris would concede this one in terms of the personnel they put out on the floor. We weren't sure which way they were going to go in that regard, whether they go for the perfect 3-0 record at the top of the group or whether they'd rest key players ahead of the championship game tomorrow. In the end, their star, Dovydas Bojkas, played only 13 minutes, only took 2 shots and didn't score. Dominykas Gronkis only played 12.5 minutes and was only 1 of 5 from the field, their other star in the backcourt. But don't discredit the contribution of the overtime elite, who were much better on defense, managing their foul count and hitting their shots, in particular, where they'd really struggled the first 2 games. Today, 27 of 39 from 2 and 10 of 22 on the perimeter, as they pour in the biggest tally for any team here in Group B with 113 points. They did it with 30 from Cole Rosario, the standout player, on 10 of 10 field goal shooting, including knocking down 6 threes. 5 scorers in double figures, with 19 for Umadou, 16 for Paul, 12 for Kinney, and 11 for Savage. That signature might well be worth something soon. Cole Rosario displaying his ability here today with 30 points and a game-high 33 PIR performance. Look at the final stats, both teams shooting it really well. Only a brief look here, we're looking to get some reaction to this result. We're going to hear from the Overtime Elite head coach first. Here is Corey Frazier off the back of that first win for his team.
Coach, congrats on the W. What made the difference today? Turnovers and free throws?
I think our game plan defensively was try to slow their offense down. We know they're really good shooters. We tried to force as many turnovers as we could and make them take a lot of long threes, and hopefully we control the glass. So game plan worked. We knew they were going to try to make a run at some point, but our guys was hitting shots today.
Important to finish this tournament on a good note, but overall, how do you rate the Abu Dhabi experience?
Oh my God, it's been phenomenal for our guys, for me as a coach, in preparing for this event. If you don't come with your A game every day, you have no chance of winning. But our guys enjoyed it, I enjoyed it. This has been a hell of an event.
And how do you rate the other teams participating in this tournament?
I would say every team in the pool we were in are high-level teams, so we're just blessed to be amongst them, and we beat a really, really good team today.
Thank you, Coach. All the very best.
Thank you. Appreciate you.
And Žalgiris still knocked down 15 threes in the game and did it at 48%, but his team held them to only 44% from 2-point range. As Overtime Elite won it by 24. Let's hear from Cole Rosario, the 30-point hero.
Cool, congrats on the W. What's your take on this win against Žalgiris, who will play the final against Milan?
Yeah, so we started out 0-2, so we came out really hungry. We didn't travel all this way not to win any games. So we had that line in our heart, and we really wanted this win. We played hard, everything came together and resulted in a W, so we're all really happy. We're going to enjoy ourselves here in Abu Dhabi. We're all having a really good time here.
A word on your own performance, 100% shooting, 30 points, pretty good.
Yeah, I just did what the team needed to win. We had a bunch of people in double figures tonight, so congrats to them as well. But in the end, it was a team effort for this win, and I'm really proud of my guys.
And overall, how do you rate your experience with OT?
Man, this is 10 out of 10. I love it.
Thank you very much. All the very best.
Thank you so much.
And he was 10 out of 10 here today from the field. 6 threes perfectly, 4 twos without a miss as well. 10 of 10 from the floor, as well as 4 of 7 at the line for that 30-point performance. The best of all scorers so far here in Group B of this competition finals. The 30 points coming in just over 29 minutes of action for Cole Rosario. Well, Overtime Elite pulled away pretty early, winning the first period by 14, 25-11. That set the tone for the way they would play throughout, and how Žalgiris would manage the occasion, knowing that their place at the top of Group B was already secure. That was the play of the game for Rosario. Finally finally getting his huge highlight reel moment and his huge scoring tally. We knew he was capable of it, but it hadn't materialised the previous 2 games. Taylor Kinney might have been on course for the triple-double that he's threatened all tournament. If it weren't for foul trouble, he finished with 12 points, 4 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals and a block. Overtime elite scoring at least 20 points in each period and 68 points across the middle 2 periods of the game. The lead for them reached 35 at one point in a game in which Žalgiris never led. But Žalgiris were able to salvage some pride and some confidence ahead of tomorrow's championship game with the way they finished, scoring 28 in the third and 26 in the fourth and closing the gap to 24 at the end. 34 assists for them as well. It's by a distance their best of this tournament. They finished top of Group B at 2-1 over Real Madrid, who they beat by 1 yesterday. Now the key result in that regard, they will face Milan in tomorrow's championship game. Milan perfect as the winners of Group A after they edged Dubai earlier on, and that was a key result because had they not done that, Barcelona would have finished top of the group with their win over Mega. So confirming the final tomorrow, EA7 Emporio Armani Milan against Žalgiris Kaunas for the ANGE Championship.